Hello and welcome. I'm Laura Cornelius and you're watching GPI Poker's live coverage of Scoop. It's the Spring Championship of Online Poker. It's running right now on PokerStars. We're about day 12 of the 14-day online tournament. There's been so many events happening already, low, medium and high buy-in events, and we're going to be looking at some over the course of this evening as well. We're going to be taking a look at event 38M, which is the medium buy-in. That's $215 tournament, and we're going to be looking at the high buy-in tournament as well, which is the $2,100 buy-in too. We're live from the studio here in Malta. I have some wonderful guest commentators here with me, Roland, Boothby and Neil Channing. You excited to be here? First show, can we just say? So we're hoping things go smoothly.
I'm excited. One of the best things about online poker generally is that you can sit in your bedroom, in your pants, playing poker. I've had to fly to another country to come and sit in your lounge, Laura. What's going on?
My lounge, yeah, it's my lounge. So we're live from Malta. Obviously you can't see the beautiful sunshine, but it is, and we're right on the water here. It's a beautiful setting.
Yeah, we've got a really interesting night ahead. We've got our three pros in the player hub, currently grinding the medium tournament. We're going to be following them as the night proceeds. They've got a last longer bet going. Yeah. They're playing whole cards up on our Twitch stream. And we're also going to be keeping an eye on the high scoop. All the big name bosses are in that. You know, Jason Mercier's in there.
Jason Mercier, what an insane scoop he has had. 3 titles.
Yeah, it's amazing. That one yesterday, the mixed game event that he, I think, did he come 3rd or 4th? I can't remember. But that was the one that he won the year before. He's so consistent in those events. Yeah. I didn't know in those mixed game ones yesterday, he was still going in all 3 after like 5 hours or something like that. You know, like it's impossible to knock him out.
It must be nice, eh?
It's hugely impressive because his first 2 titles came in mixed game events, pretty small fields, and then he just follows that up with a win in a no limit hold'em event, 400 runners. So he's got all the game.
I think he's probably the man of the match in the poker world, like this Scoop anyway. But there's been quite a few players having a good Scoop. Cal Anderson, another player who's been just storming it.
Picked up his 6th Scoop title, didn't you think? Yeah. And Luke Schwartz.
Very pleased to see Lukey win one. Yeah, he hasn't really won much for a while in those terms. I mean, he's been playing a lot of live cash games in London. But yeah, it was 70 odd grand for him. Not too bad, was it, really?
No. And have you guys played any Scoops or anything?
I've played 2 events, mixed games, no cashes so far.
No Scoops for me.
No, well, you won't be able to play them tonight because you'll be talking about them all night as well.
I'm very excited to be joined by Neil Channing. I'm not a professional player. Neil is a legend of the UK poker scene.
He is indeed.
It's in the contract, you have to say that.
Yeah. So you guys are going to be basically commentating over the higher buy-in, the $2,100 event.
Yeah, we're basically kind of 2 kinds of commentary because with the high buy-in we'll be commentating. Obviously we're not going to see the whole cards of, you know, the likes of Jason Mercier and Elke and the other top pros that are playing it. So very much kind of guessing what their thought process is and probably never finding out what they've got in most of the hands. So it's quite challenging, really. You can't accuse us of doing the normal commentator thing of seeing the result and then tailoring our commentary around it. But you know, we're going to have to think on our feet.
That's why Twitch is so great, though, isn't it? I mean, we're able to now see these players and sort of go into their mind and how their brains are working during a poker tournament.
Yeah, we've got a great mix of players in the booth. I think they're going to come and have a chat with you before. They're currently grinding away now, but I think they're going to dragged away to be introduced to the Twitch viewers.
Just to make it clear for people that these 3 guys are literally playing in the building now.
In the Players Hub.
And then they're going to... So obviously they've agreed that we can see their whole cards. So, you know, just on those 3 we're going to see the whole cards.
Yeah. I'm really excited actually. It should be good. We'll introduce those guys, they'll come in and then we'll send them back. We'll banish them to the player hub and hopefully one of them can do all right. And it's a 2-day tournament, right? So we'll see them and how they get on, hopefully if they make tomorrow as well.
Also, we're keeping an eye on the last longer bet between the players.
Yeah, so we are running a last longer and we want you guys at home to guess who you think is going to last the longest out of Kyle, Frank and Johan. So there are 3 players in the Players Hub this evening, and obviously there's going to be multiple correct answers, so and only one guess per person. So once you've guessed who you think is going to last the longest, we will put all of those entries into a hat or whatever we can find, and we'll draw one out, and you will win a prize.
I think the guys on Twitch are going to find out a bit about these players' history when they come to chat with Laura. There's an interesting mix. Got some different nationalities there. Got a couple of British guys, and we've got a French guy. I think there's a mix of different types of experience between them as well. I was noticing that Frank is more of a hyper-turbo specialist.
Yeah, Frank was telling me he's going for Supernova Elite right now, so he's really putting in the volume. He says, 12 hours is quite a sort of relaxed day for him of sitting, punching the keyboard. He did tell me he's allowed half a day off a week from poker.
Jeez.
So,
I had a little chat with
what he does in that half day.
I had a little chat with Johan. He seems to be more of a cash game specialist. So
Okay.
interesting to see how it plays out for him. Kyle's very much an MTT guy, so he might have a slight edge on the others with his experience. But it remains to be seen what will happen.
Yeah, Johan, he told me he plays every Sunday in the MTTs, but he's playing heads-up cash games mostly in the week.
Okay, well, I think it's about time that we're going to meet our players that we're talking about. You guys have to go and get ready. You're heading over to the commentary desk. Yeah, we'll catch up with you later.
We'll see you later.
Take your mics off. And we are going to introduce Kyle, who is our first player this evening. I wish we had some music to play you, so you could like walk on in and it could be all dramatic. Take a seat. How are you feeling?
I feel great, thank you. Yes, yeah, good to be here.
Is it the first time you've done something kind of
is,
like
yeah.
this live and interactive?
It is,
and
yeah. So,
I'm playing poker.
I'm enjoying it so far, so it's good.
Okay, so you've already started playing
We
the
have, yeah,
tournament,
yeah.
right? So this kicked off at 5 p.m. CET or at 11 a.m. Eastern
It did,
time. So how's it going? How are you playing?
Well, we only all three of us so far. We late regged into the tournament, so steady so far. But we started with like 10,000 chips, so and the blinds are 30, 60, so it's a long way to
Long
go.
old slog. No,
Yeah.
nothing to report. Tell us a bit more about you, your poker background. How long have you been playing for? You live here in Malta now, obviously. Yeah.
I started playing live when I was back home near Blackpool, and then towards the end of last year, I moved to Malta. So and then started playing live. Played the EPT and Battle of Malta. So it's been a good time so far, and traveling Europe playing some events.
Yeah,
But
the
online's a bit different. So
And what made you move to Malta?
literally came on holiday for two weeks and met a few friends, and we started like.
Just loved it.
Yeah, started playing just for fun, and then from then on, so far so good.
Yeah. And are you having much luck playing online here?
Online's good, yeah, so far. Going to Australia next month to just go on holiday and then come back and then start like playing all the EPTs, so that should be good.
And have you been playing many of the Scoop events so far?
Played
we're
a
near
few.
the end now.
Played a few, but been busy recently, so a few cashes, but nothing, no big binks yet. So.
Okay. Well, tonight there's a little bit of competition because we're running a last longer between you and Johan and Frank. Is it the first time you've met?
Yeah, first time I met the boys, yeah, so should be fun.
Hopefully some friendly rivalry.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, you feeling confident?
So far, yeah. So far, we'll see how it goes by the end of the night.
So this is a $215 buy-in. It's a no-limit hold'em.
Yep.
It's pretty standard event.
Yeah,
Is that your normal thing, or?
Yeah, usually on Sundays, but I'll play like the Sunday Millions and the Sunday 500s. But Scoops are obviously a lot different, so see how it goes. But the best tournaments are usually I play on Sundays. But yeah, it's just like a Sunday Million. It's a bit deeper than that, but I'm gonna enjoy it.
All right. Well, we wish you all of the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So this is Kyle. If you think he's going to win the last longer, write in the chat box. Kyle, we're going to introduce Frank next. He's going to come on down. Good luck, Kyle.
Thank you.
So Frank will be coming in to join me next. We're going to find out a little bit more about him. Come join us. Yeah. Don't be shy. Right, so tell us a little bit more about you and your poker.
Well, I'm a hyper stakes player, so hyper stakes is the wrong word. Hyper turbo, 6 max,
So pretty fast and furious.
Yeah, pretty fast and furious. Yeah, it's my style of play. I like the quick, short tournaments. It's nice to be able to start and end a session kind of whenever I want.
And are you mainly an online player, or do you play many live?
Yeah, I'm mostly online. Yeah, so I'm going for Supernova Elite this year, and it's quite time consuming, and it means that I don't really have the playing live is just for fun. It's like I'm not really going to do it to make money, and it's it takes time to get the Supernova Elite, so I can't really be doing a lot of other things.
And where are you from, and how long have you lived here in Malta?
Where I'm from is going to take a while to answer. So my father is from England.
Okay.
My mother is from Estonia. I was born in France, and I was brought up in Luxembourg for most of my life.
Wow,
Yeah.
so you were like a little bit of everywhere.
Yeah.
And you're going to be playing also the $215 buy-in
Yep,
event.
already currently playing it, as I can see on the screens you have there.
Yeah, so tell us how that's going for you so far. Obviously that kicked off around 2 hours ago, I think.
Yeah, we late regged, so I started like I guess half an hour ago. I had I had this one hand with queens, which was well, it was kind of interesting. I think I played the hand quite well. I basically, it was a early position guy opened, and I 3-bet from the small blind, and the flop came, and he called, and the flop came like king XX, king 4-3, I think, and then went check, and on the turn was another brick, and I made a small bet, like 40%, and he called, and then the river was another king, and I figured I could get some value from, I had pocket queens, I figured I could get some value from maybe jacks and tens, and maybe some ace high hand if he was not really that great of a player. So I just bet a third pot, and he called, which was also a bit weird considering that he had jack king. But I was actually quite happy that I did that, because if I hadn't have made that third pot, he would have potentially made a bet of like half pot or 3/4 pot, and I would have had to call that anyway. So I'm pretty happy how it played out.
So so you start with 10,000, is that right?
Yeah.
And
Well, we started with 5,000 and we took an add-on, so now we're at 10,000.
okay, yeah. So this event is one add-on, or you can rebuy as well.
There's actually, did I say add-on? We rebought, so there was one rebuy at the beginning, and there's also potential for an add-on later.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we wish you all the best of luck.
Okay.
Obviously, there's this last longer happening as well. So one of the players is going to take an extra €300,
Yeah.
I think. So the war is on for that. The players at home, the guys watching at home, also have to guess who is going to last the longest out of our 3 players: Kyle,
right.
Frank, and Johan, who's coming up next.
All right,
Good
thank
luck,
you.
Frank.
Thanks, Laura.
We'll catch up with you later. Oh,
Cheers. Ooh.
don't forget the microphone. Okay. Off to the Players Hub he goes. And welcoming in Johan.
Hi, what's up?
Good, how are you?
Good.
I'm glad to see you've dressed for the occasion.
Thank you.
You look very, very smart and dapper.
I sleep like that.
Do you?
Yeah, every day. I'm like that every day.
Right, tell us a bit more about you, other than you're a snappy dresser.
I'm a professional poker player since now, I think, 5 years. And I live in Malta since almost 2 years. From here, it's like 5 minutes by feet, so I was very close to here. It was a pleasure to come.
Yeah, is it the first time you've done something like this?
First time I've done something like that. I have actually a Twitch too, and I'm
do
happy to play for this big Twitch, very professional. My Twitch is very small. I'm in my house, with my microphone. Yeah, it's like a TV, so it's crazy. I
Well, maybe
like
we
it.
can join forces. We can go live to you when you're playing at home one day or something. What made you move to Malta? We were talking earlier, in fact, and you said there's about a community of quite a lot of French players here.
We are like 50, maybe 100 French professional poker players here.
Yeah.
That's better because we can play a lot of websites in Malta. Almost every website in the world we can play it. In France we have a separate market, so we can play only 4 websites. So that's why we came here.
Okay.
Because playing more websites, it means that you can have more action.
Yeah.
So that's the way.
And I guess the weather's a little bit nicer.
Yeah, the weather is better
than France.
Of course.
Sometimes. And you're playing the tournament as well. Obviously, it started about 2 hours ago. $215 buy-in. How's it going for you?
For the moment, nothing happens except I have Pierre Neville, the Poker Star Team
I know
Pro.
Pierre Neville, yeah.
On my right, and for the moment he won every hand against me. So, but I keep betting him and doing some play post-flop against him. So
he was like the serial qualifier, right? He used to qualify for every single event that was going.
Yeah.
Well, we wish you all of the best of luck,
Thank
and
you.
we will catch up with you a little later on. Obviously, we have the last longer. If you think Johan, someone's already gone for you, by the way. Yeah. Like I'm looking at the chat box here on Twitch as we're live in the studio. Yeah, so someone's gone. Oh, someone's going for Kyle now as well. So it's all changing up, right?
No, for me, you guys have to be for me.
Yeah, if you want Johan here to last the longest, all you got to do is type his name in the chat box, and you could win a prize. But just remember, it's one entry. Thank you so much, and we will chat to you later on.
Okay,
Don't
no
forget
problem.
the microphone. Off to the Players Hub he goes. Okay. Well, those are our 3 players going off to play in the Players Hub live this Friday evening, as we're looking at their action from the medium buy-in. That's the $215. But we're going to hand over now to the commentary desk where Roland and Neil are, and then they're going to look at a few hands of action from the high buy-in event. That's the $2,100 buy-in event, which kicked off also just 2 hours ago on PokerStars. But don't forget, get interactive with us. We want all of your chat here, and we're going to try and read some of those out a little later. If you've got any questions also for Neil, I'm sure he's going to love answering those too. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, we are in the commentary desk, and we are following our 3 players. I'm joined by Neil Channing. Hey Neil, how are you doing today?
I'm good, yeah. The first thing we've been trying to do is see if we can recognise anyone on any of the 3 tables. I picked one out on Kyle's table. There's a player there, Blah 666. Lots of A's in that one. BL, lots of A's, 666. That's Jason Tompkins. He's an American. He's an Irish player. He was playing the EPT circuit. Well, a while ago, really. He's been around since about 2007, yeah, had some good results. I think he was 5th in the San Remo EPT, maybe 4 years ago, something like that. So he's a decent player and one to watch out for. Don't know whether Kyle knows that.
Oh, Kyle's picked up the ace deuce here, middle position, probably going to fold. So yeah, just a call to the viewers on Twitch. We've got Neil Channing with us all throughout this scoop coverage. Ask him any questions you want. Ask me any questions, but the main bulk of the analysis will be coming from Neil Channing, the 10th most successful English player in poker history. Were you aware of that, Neil?
Well, I don't know whether you want to always believe the stats, really, but yeah, they say that the trophies will stay with you long after the money's gone. It turns out that is actually correct.
Neil is a former Irish Open champion. 2 runners-up finishes at the World Series of Poker.
Oh, I was hoping you weren't going to mention those. Pretty painful, that second one.
The epic heads-up with the huge UK rail.
Yeah, I did have quite a long heads-up with that fella. And yeah, I thought I had him a couple of times, but it turned out he had me.
Now, I think while people are pitching in on the last longer, I might ask Neil who he thinks is going to last longest at this stage. You've got an idea of the chip stacks.
I think these 3 guys are all decent players, aren't they? We haven't, you know, there's a lot of poker players in Malta, but you seem to have dragged 3 quite decent ones in off the streets. They, you know, we've got Kyle, who plays a bit of football.
He certainly does. He's an excellent footballer. Probably one of the best players I've ever played against.
Probably wouldn't describe him as a professional poker player, but you know, very much a keen amateur who you know, has good experience for a young fella. I think of the other 2, Frank tells me he's playing enormous numbers of hyper turbo sit and goes, so you know, his experience will obviously be invaluable in the later stages of the tournament. But I think Johan might be my man. He tells me he's playing a lot of heads-up cash games, and he's playing a lot of MTTs every Sunday. So I think I'll go for him.
I'm slightly torn. Carl Hendry is a friend of mine here in Malta. He's, as you mentioned, an excellent footballer. He's been playing with Leah this season. He also finds plenty of time to play the online Sundays. Carl is a very accomplished tournament player. He's had a deep run in the IPT here at EPT Malta, so he's got good, very solid online experience. I think I'm going to have to plump for Johan against my...
We're both going for Johan.
Love the way Johan was dressed. I just liked his vibe. I think he's going to do well.
He's come for business, hasn't he?
He's certainly come for business. The other guy's shorts and flip-flops. Okay, looks like we're on a break here. I think we might just have a little look into the tournament lobby, go through some of the numbers as things stand. Currently got 1,170 players registered, so we've broken through the guarantee quite comfortably. Gonna take a look at the prize pool. There, got 64,000 for first place as things stand, 153 getting paid. So yeah, this is obviously a huge tournament. We're gonna hope these guys go deep. It's obviously a 2-day event, so we're going to be following the high buy-in event, it's a $2,100 buy-in. Got some absolute huge names in that. I had a little look through the lobby before we came on air. Saw Jason Mercier on there, saw Jason Somerville, saw Griffin Benja, I saw Vladimir Trojanovsky, who's a very popular player here in Malta.
Did you see that? I saw on Twitter the other day about Johnny Lodden. He was playing the $2,000 event the other day. Got down to 70 players left, had a reasonable stat, looking like he was ready to make a run at it. Fell asleep. Woke up the next morning, he's finished just in the money, 36th place. Got about $4,000 or something.
Slept into the money. That's
terrible, isn't it?
It's terrible. It doesn't sound particularly surprising when you're talking about Johnny. It doesn't look like he's awake most of the time.
He's a very cool guy, actually, I think.
I love the way he can be playing on a final table of an EPT and look like he's waiting for a bus or something. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, there must be a slight. The downside to being that relaxed is that you can fall asleep 70 out in a scoop event when you can win proper money.
Okay, so yeah, I got a couple of people voting for Kyle Hendry in the Twitch. Going to take you through to the end of this break. Hopefully, get you a bit of action. Only a couple more minutes left to go on the break. Going to take a look at the Twitch chat. Anyone that wants to ask any questions? Neil Channing, $3.5 million in tournament earnings.
Was it that much?
It certainly was.
It's dried up a bit recently. I haven't really played many tournaments actually in the last couple of years. I'm having quite a good strike rate though. Played very few. I keep getting invited to charity poker tournaments. I won a leather jacket in one recently. I won a dinner for 4 in a nice restaurant. I won a silver pen in one. I want to get back to winning money.
What's your tournament roster like these days in terms of your travelling?
I actually played very few this year. I've been a little bit lazy. I think I'm trying to think if I've actually flown anywhere to play a tournament this year. Possibly not. I played a couple of the UKPCs, the Sky tournaments. They did these at Dust Till Dawn with $1 million guarantee, which is pretty punchy really for £1,000 buy-in in the UK. So I played those, and I've just sort of ambled down the Vic occasionally in London to play the kind of monthly 300 freeze out or whatever. Been pretty chilled about tournaments this year. I couldn't have played more than 6 the whole year. I did fly to Ireland to play the Irish Open, yeah, I got 3rd in one of the side events. So I'm ahead this year in tournaments.
Any plans to head out to Vegas for the World Series?
Definitely going to go. I didn't go last year. First year I hadn't been since '97, and it felt weird. I wanted to stay at home with the World Cup and Wimbledon and the racing and all the other good stuff that happens in the summer. But I must admit I did miss it more than I thought I was going to, and so I'm going to go. I'm not going to go for the whole thing. I had about 6 consecutive years of going for the the 7-week stint, and really playing 25 to 35 tournaments each year, and it makes it hard to play that main event well if you've done that just to warm up, and so I'm just going to go and play like 3 or 4 sides in the main this year and see if I can have a proper go at winning this main event one day before I die.
Okay, well, we're back on after break. We've got a couple of hands. There's a couple of people in the Twitch saying wanting the action, but the tournament was on a break, so that's why we were having some chat. Now we're going to get back to the action now. No hands currently being played by any of our players in the booth.
Yeah, we get access obviously only to the whole cards of our 3 players. They've kindly allowed us to do that during this tournament. So those are the ones we're primarily going to focus on. Clearly they're going to be followed quite a bit of the time, especially at these early stages. You get 10,000 chips and the blinds are still pretty low. We've got a hand here though. This looks like Johan with the ace queen, and he's gone for a 3-bet. He's playing the hand against Pierre Neuville. I don't know whether anyone remembers him. He was the fella who they used to kind of call him the Super Satellite King on the EPT. He won seats into virtually every tournament.
I believe he still holds the record for the largest number of times satellite into an EPT main event. It may have been usurped by someone else, but as far as I was aware, last time I checked, that was his claim to fame. He also picked up a Lifetime Achievement Award at the European Poker Awards that were held here in Malta during the EPT. So had the Global Poker Masters. Been joined by the King of Denmark on Twitch. Hello, fellow nits. Certainly not referring to Neil Channing. I don't think Neil Channing's ever been called a nit. Would that be fair to say, Neil?
Been called a nit plenty of times, don't worry about that.
Got Kyle here with 8-9 offsuit in the big blind. Knowing how Kyle plays, I imagine he'll defend this to a late position open. Looks like it's going to come round to the button. Might even get a walk here. Kyle's a fairly liberal seer of flops, I think it'd be fair to say. He enjoys, doesn't like to fold too many hands pre.
Well, we are. I mean, it's 50-100, and obviously everyone's got a few chips at this stage. So, well, this is a bit of an open, isn't it?
So looks like it's a 2.5x from the small blind.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Imagine Kyle's going to defend here with the 8-9.
Yeah, I don't blame him there. That seems reasonable.
I don't think we're going to see too much act in this hand. I imagine this will go bet fold most of the time. Don't imagine Kyle's going to be looking to get too frisky with the 8-9. Backdoor straight draw, not too many possibilities.
It's not a great situation for floating here, is it really?
I think he's going to let it go. So blinds are 51, so Kyle's sitting there with just shy of 5k it looks like. So we've got 50 bigs, pretty comfortable situation. Very deep structure in these scoops. Currently up to 1,090 players remaining of the 1,170. We've lost around about 100 players. I noticed that Chris Moorman was chip leader of this tournament during the early phase. He's dropped down a bit now, but he's still playing a very decent stack. I mean, Chris Moorman, when he gets chips in a tournament, you expect him to use that very, very effectively. You a fan of Chris Roland?
Oh, very much so. Another Triple Crown last week, didn't he? Extended his own record. Yeah, no, he's an incredible player. And yeah, I've been a fan of his for a long time, actually. He, I think I said publicly at least 2 or 3 times that I felt that he hadn't managed to pick up the differences enough between live and online in the early stages of his live poker career. And I'm pretty sure I was able to say that without him being offended or upset. It definitely, I played on his table a lot in live tournaments 5 or 6 years ago, and I was seeing him sort of defending himself when no one had attacked him, saying, well, that was quite standard after he did something, sort of made a fairly liberal call. And I think he definitely took a while to pick that up, but now I think he's really got, you know, he's got the differences between the 2 games absolutely spot on, from what I can see anyway. I think he's a brilliant player.
Okay, got a question from Poppy1000 in the Twitch. What is this? Well, Poppy, this is GPI's coverage of the Scoop. We're following 3 players in our player booth. Currently got Carl Hendry, a Scottish player. Got Johan Vera, a Frenchman. And we've also got Frank Ferris, who is a number of different nationalities, predominantly British, we seem to think. So we're following these guys, and we're also interacting with the Twitch. So anything you want to ask Neil Channing. So I've got Laura Cornelius, our host. Anything you want to ask her in the next break? Fire your questions at her. If anyone's having technical troubles with the Twitch, just let us know in the chat box. Some of you seem to think we have microphone issues. If anyone picking up on any of those.
I think we did have a little bit of a problem with my microphone, but hopefully it's sorted now. Anyway, in this hand it looks like Kyle's open from late position with ace-9, a perfectly reasonable thing to do, I would say. 50, 100 blinds. He's had a caller from the button. It's never that great, is it, when the button calls you in this situation? You'd much rather that one of the blinds called you if someone's going to call you. And he hasn't hit an ace or a 9, and it's come a kind of middly flop, which hits the range of a person who calls in position against you. So I think he's just going to check fold, and I think the way the action's gone, he's definitely checked. Well, he has check folded, but I think he was always going to check fold there. Even if the big blind hadn't been involved in the hand, I think he would have check folded there.
Does your plan for a hand change when the big blind calls you? You raise in the cut-off. You're expecting to play the hand in position. The big blind comes along. That change your strategy in the hand?
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, if you get to play heads up with the big blind in position, it's so much stronger than if the button gets involved and he's got position on you and he's voluntarily putting chips into the pot rather than just flicking them in because he's getting enormous pot odds. So yeah, I mean, he's more likely to have a hand. Or either way, he's more likely to make life tricky for you.
If anyone's having technical difficulties in the Twitch, just bear with us. This is the debut night for Scoop coverage here at GPI. For those of you who've been asking where we are, we're in Malta, in the southern Mediterranean. King of Denmark's with us. Welcome, King of Denmark.
This turned into quite an interesting hand, actually. So the button... they both had the same hand. I thought it was getting a bit lively there. Yeah.
Looks like they both turned the nuts.
Yeah.
And everything went crazy.
Check raise on the turn as soon as he hit the nuts, the big blind, and then got re-raised. So I suppose it was starting to look like it might be a split pot.
Tumsk has joined us on Twitch. That's a great job. Thanks, Tumsk.
So we're flicking over to Frank's table now, are we? No, sorry, Johann's table, and he's got ace queen again. I think it's the second time we've seen him with this hand. He's raised, it's blind on blind, and he's raised and got called by the big blind. It's a pretty decent flop for him. He's got an overcard and a gut shot, and I think it's reasonable to continue. He's improved, but he sort of hasn't really improved in a way. Like, I mean, obviously he's hit a pair, which is a good thing, but
it's picked up some showdown value here. So they probably want to get the hand to showdown at this point.
Yeah, although with ace high he had some showdown value, and now there's a good chance the other fella's got at least an up and down straight draw, and
he's going to call here, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think he has to call. I think he's in check call mode. I don't think he'll be check raising, and I'd be surprised if he folds. He did fold. There you go. That's weird, isn't it? One of those ones you hit the queen and you think, oh, there you go, I've hit my hand. Not really.
Certainly on the tighter side of things. I felt with a second pair top kicker and a gut shot, you might look to see the river card. We've got Kyle here with opening a middle position with ace-8 of hearts. Got one caller to his direct left. Got Johan with the ace-jack on the button. Imagine he'll be getting involved. So see multi-way action, please.
Yeah, there's been an open already, and Johan's decided to peel in position with the ace-jack, which I actually quite like that. He's suited, and he's hit a massive flop. He's got backdoor flush draw, top pair, top kicker.
Looks like Kyle's picked up second pair on an 8 deuce king 2 spades board. Interesting whether he opts to check or continue here.
Johan's playing his hand in a kind of what you might say quite a passive way, but I quite like it. I think he's probably ahead, and he's just going to allow the other guy to bluff off at him. Now on the turn, it's been checked to him. I think he has to bet here, and I'm kind of thinking he's probably just going to pick it up here.
Okay, Kyle's just gone with the continuation bet with the middle pair, top kicker, into 3 players. Got one fold. Just got to get through the blinds here. Probably not loving life when he gets called in this spot. There are 2 spades out there. There's not many great turn cards for him.
And this is Jason Tompkins in the big blind there. I hope he's not upset with me for shopping his screen name. I think he's been around a few years and he's had some success. So I'm sure his name is pretty easily Googleable.
Got Serene Splash Splish in the Twitch chat asking who we're railing. We have Kyle Hendry of Scotland, got, Frank Rowley, or Frank Viral as he's known online, and we've got Johan.
Yeah, these three guys have come into our studio here in Malta and allowed us to see their whole cards through the game, which is good of them to do that, really. I mean, hopefully it doesn't detract from their chances of winning this tournament. They're all obviously on different tables. If by some fluke they ended up all on the same table, we can separate them out and make sure they don't sit next to each other, obviously.
So any more questions for Neil? Keep them coming in on Twitch.
I notice you're not encouraging people to ask you questions, right?
Feel free to ask me questions as well. I think nothing too heavy on the strategy. I'm certainly not a professional player. I work for the GPI in Hendon here in Malta. Huge poker fanatic.
Have you ever been tempted to come in the middle of the night and just enhance your Hendon mob a little bit? Put a couple of small EPT side event wins in there, just in case anyone didn't notice? Or?
It's certainly something I have the means to do. I'm not sure it would help me that much in life.
Well, I don't know. You never know. You might be after a sponsorship in a few years. You could say, look, you know, got 3.5 million in tournament cashes, and
suspicion would be aroused fairly quickly if large cashes started appearing by my name. Those who see me play will know I'm not owning the style that lends itself well to big runs in large tournaments.
Johan's got another interesting one here because he's flopped the up and down, and it's kind of similar to the other hand in that he's on the turn. He desperately wants to see a 9 or an ace, and he's seen a queen, which, you know, pairs his top card, but it gives him second pair, and it makes it very likely that the other guy at least picks up a big draw. Another messy situation. He folded last time on the turn in this spot. I guess if you're going to fold now he is up and down himself, though, of course, which makes him less likely. I think he's going to call this one, actually.
Well, an interesting hand with Kyle over here. He's defended King 10 in the big blind, so sort of middle position open. He's flopped a gut shot, and he's going to come along and see the turn. Obviously, that turn is not the turn he was looking for.
Johan folded again there, which was like, he must be kind of cursing there because it was pretty much similar, very similar spot to last time. And I sort of thought, you know, sometimes on the second time you're like, oh God, I wish I called the first one now. But yeah, he went for consistency on both. Those are the ones that you kind of punch yourself a little bit over, I think. If he busts this tournament in 20 minutes time, I'm sure he'll be thinking, you know, if only I'd have played those ones a bit different. Of any hands he's had so far, those two were way the most tricky.
I mean, from what we've seen so far, it looks like Johan might be on the tighter side of things. From what I know of Kyle Hendry's game, they don't seem to be like spots that I would have imagined him folding. He's a more sort of liberal seer of turns and rivers, should we say.
Well, you told me that Kyle's played in Blackpool and that he is brought up there. I've been to Blackpool for poker a few times. You know, what people in Blackpool consider to be fairly tight is considered fairly loose in the rest of the world.
Kyle's going to open ace 10 of hearts here on the button. Another pretty bricky flop.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, he's going to c-bet and take this most of the time, isn't he? I mean, there's no reason not to c-bet this flop, I think. And he does pick it up.
Keep your questions coming in on Twitch, and any observations on what's going on. Any questions on the game of poker? We know that we're going to get viewers with a varying array of experience. If you're new to the game, just tuning into your first poker broadcast, you can ask us anything, don't be shy. Those of you with a more seasoned knowledge, feel free to ask Neil anything strategy related. Feel free to ask us both anything about the game of poker, about the Global Poker Index, about the Hendon Mob Poker Database.
I think it is.
Got all bases covered. Do you check out your Hendon Mob particularly often, Neil?
I must admit, when I was playing a lot more tournaments, I was a real sicko for checking it. If I got a kind of a 10k cash or something, I'd be like, oh look, I overtook that dead guy. He's not going to be getting me back again. I've definitely got him for the good now. Yeah, I was a big fan of that kind of thing. But I haven't, as I say, I haven't really played too many. I have a couple of cashes this year, but nothing very much. And I don't think I've even moved up on the overall, money rankings. I think I'm dwindling downwards in the last couple of years. Not playing enough tournaments, probably. A bit too lazy.
Now, for those of you who don't know Neil is the 10th most successful British player on the Hendon Mob. I'm going to ask Neil in a moment if he can name the 9.
It's funny you should say that because I think I looked the other day and I noticed someone had overtaken me that I hadn't realised had overtaken me, and that was Stevie Chidwick. He's probably easily overtaken me now, though. I don't know why I noticed that. I think I had to look him up for some reason, and I was like, oh, he's done well recently.
Stevie 444 is going to pull
player.
Ahead of you
yeah,
even more,
player.
I would imagine.
A few years ago, I went to Uruguay to play poker about 4 or 5 years ago, and I thought, well, there won't be many English people here. He was there, don't worry. He goes everywhere. He's a great player. Right, we've got an ace queen anyway. Again, an ace queen for Johan. He's probably cursing the amount of ace queens he's getting dealt tonight, because again he's missed the flop and he doesn't have a backdoor flush draw, so it's kind of annoying. He's got a gut shot.
Just having a little brief interlude from the online commentary there from Neil and Roland. They were doing a great job though. Thanks guys. I'm now joined by the CEO of Global Poker Index, Alex Dreyfus. This is your baby. Tell us what it's all about.
Thanks, Laura. Well, yes, this is a new project for us. We try to promote poker a little bit differently, and we try to build this studio. It took us a month actually to create that. You joined us a few weeks ago, and we're very happy about that. This project is to create not a new channel, because Twitch is already a platform by itself, but try to feed the Twitch community by new online poker content. Because we are very, very used to watch live poker content. There is as well a lot of Twitch channel like Jason Somerville and Staves and a few other guys. And we thought it was a bit linear, a bit flat, and we tried just to bring a new, let's say, dimension. It's a bit cocky, but try to bring something a bit different. Yeah, so that's the idea.
Twitch is all about, well, there seems to be a lot of gaming shows on there, and people. How are you trying to bring poker and gaming together?
Yeah, funny enough, I'm 37 years old. I used to play video games. Today we will call that esports or competitive game. And yes, online poker, the way you see it, the way we see it today, it's a competition. It's really about players playing against each other. There is matches, there is rounds, there is a lot of stuff. So trying to show on the same platform the same kind of competition or the game, and that's something we wanted to do. And again, GPI, it's a bit of business, but GPI wants to sportify poker, and on Twitch there is esports, so we had to bring online poker in a very specific way. Today it's a very big beta test, as we say, so there is a lot of issue. The screen doesn't work as we want, the sound was not perfect, many problems, but at least we try, and we don't promote it too much. We are very happy about the people that are watching today. Thank you guys, and we're gonna learn in the next 2-3 days, and then we're gonna grow with it.
Obviously, yeah. So this is day one. We're going to keep going. We're going to broadcast tomorrow night. We're going to broadcast Sunday night. And then what's the aim? What are the goals over the long term?
The goal is to sleep after we broadcast, because we're going to be tired, and the team here is already like stressed out. We spend so much time to try to make it work. The aim is to it's to try to engage, as we say, to try to communicate with the Twitch community. So guys, I don't know which camera is it, must be this one. Guys, we please try to communicate with us on Twitch, try to ask us questions about poker, online poker, to talk with Laura, to talk with the team, to talk with the players as well. We're gonna ask players to come later here on the sofa. And it's for us a way to promote what we do.
And why here in Malta?
So we are based in Malta since 8 years. I mean, GPI is a 3 years old company, but myself and a few of my team are based in Malta since 8 years. We have an office actually which is literally just behind the wall. We have like 15 people working for GPI, for GPI Poker. And the best way to receive and to have poker players is to be in Malta, because there is pokerstars.com, 888.com, partypoker.com, whatever. So it's what we call a .com friendly place. So for us, it's easier to be here.
For people that are brand new to poker, can you explain a little bit like what Global Poker Index is and what
Sure.
it does?
Well, most of the people doesn't know it. Trust me, believe me. That's our job. We rank poker players in live poker tournaments. So every time that you and me, we play in a poker tournament in 1,400 casinos in 95 countries, you're gonna earn points that's gonna be aggregated in your profile. So it's the handonmob.com or globalpokerindex.com. And it's like the ATP in tennis or the PGA in golf. We rank poker players. So we rank 400,000 poker players everywhere in the world. We do the ranking every week, and that's what we do for the live stuff. We don't do that online. We'll talk about that maybe later. But for now, we want to promote online poker.
And we had the very first Global Poker Masters
Yes.
just a month or two ago. Tell us more about that.
So we had this is actually the
amazing.
World Cup, the Global Poker Masters World Cup, won by the Italian guys. So it was amazing. It was exactly 2 months ago, 21st, I think, of March. It was in Malta as well, because it was at the same time of the European Poker Tour in Malta, EPT Malta. And we aim to organize what we call the first Poker's World Cup. Again, that was a big challenge. And the idea was to have 8 nations, 8 countries. So we had Germany, we had the USA, we had France, we had 8 different countries that compete to win that first World Cup. It was 8 teams of 5 players, and the 5 players qualified thanks to their GPI ranking. So it was technically, it was the first, the number 2, the number 3, the number 4, the number 5 best players of each country, best live poker players. They all came. I think they won $182 million. That's the money that was on the table, sort of, during that event. And they played for 2 days, and Italy won. So that was a bit of a surprise, to be honest, but that was actually a great party.
I think everyone thought either Germany would win or Canada, maybe.
I mean, Germany, on the poker scene today, nobody wants to play against Ole Chemion, who's number 1 in the world. Nobody wants to play against Grisem or Marvin, sorry. And they were number 1 for the bookmakers as well. Yeah. But eventually, Italy won, and that was a nice thing. And this is the only one. I mean, the only one. That's the original trophy, and we keep it here at the office for now.
Yeah. Will there be a chance maybe to get some of the teams in here and into the studio, perhaps?
So one of the ambition, again, this is a test, and I know we're gonna be criticized. That's great, love it.
Which helps us. So
totally.
That's good.
I mean, it motivates us, you know. It's totally motivates us. What we aim to do in that studio, and that's what we learned from the esports industry, the esports games and Twitch. I mean, come on, every single day, and my wife hates me for that, but I spent so much time during the last 6 months to understand how Twitch, esports, League of Legends, Hearthstone, Counter-Strike, which I love, works, and try to see how we can bring poker into that. Yeah. Today, it's just a normal online poker. Yeah. But in few weeks, actually in few months, we're gonna launch the Global Poker League, GPL, which gonna bring e-sport kind of touch in that studio and in other studio as well. So yes, we're gonna revamp that, and we're gonna build a different experience that's gonna be very close to what you can see in terms of esports and online competition on Twitch.
And one more question, do you ever sleep?
Yes, I hope it's gonna come soon. Actually, well, it's only 8, so that's fine.
Well, hopefully we're going to have a great night in the studio. We're
Thanks,
looking
Laura.
at Scoop. We've got just 2 days left. We're going to have the main event on Sunday, aren't we?
Yeah, I think.
That
I mean,
should be a good one
today
here.
was today's the test, of course. We had the 3 players here played the $215, right? I think. Tomorrow they're gonna play another kind of event, and then there is the 10K event, which we're not gonna see the cards of that players because we're not gonna. I mean, I don't think they're gonna play this one, but we're gonna follow different tournaments. And maybe we will do some cash game maybe tomorrow if we have time and if the technology works well. We'll try to do like heads up. We have some actually cool
There's
ideas.
the heads up high roller on
Tomorrow, yeah.
Scoop
21K,
tomorrow.
$21,000.
buy-in, yeah, that's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting to watch. And there is actually players in Malta, there is players in Mexico, in Canada that we were talking to. Because as you've seen right now, what we are watching, the players that we are watching are actually behind. I mean, they are like a little bit further, but they are in that office.
The player hub.
Yeah, the players hub that we just literally paint today, so it's still fresh. But we want to actually have access to remote players and try to have, you know, like more players and more, if I may, more famous and more bigger players. So on this channel, on the GPI Poker channel, in the next few weeks, and especially in June, we're going to have like more high profiles and bigger name following that.
That's going to be great, and we're also going to have lots of coverage from the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas.
Yes, GPI, our company, is actually a partner and a sponsor of the World Series of Poker. So every year, since last year, we actually do a magazine. So we have the Global Poker Index magazine that we provide during the World Series, and we're gonna have a booth there. We have there is 20,000 people, I would say, that come. No, even more. There is probably 30,000 different people that come during the World Series of Poker during the 6 or 7 weeks. So we have a booth. We're gonna try to do like a duplex/live with you here and the rest of the team that's gonna be in Vegas.
Hopefully we'll get them up on that screen.
Yeah, well, talk to me about that. It was supposed to work, but it will.
Still looks pretty though.
Yeah, it will work. But so yeah, we're gonna do like a one-to-one interview with people that are either in this studio, either in Las Vegas, or somewhere else in the world.
Exciting times ahead for GPI.
Oh, we'll see.
Thank you so much for chatting with us, and we're going to go back to some live action which is happening. And don't forget as well, we've got our last longer competition. You just need to guess who is going to last the longest out of our 3 poker players playing in the Players Hub. That's out of Kyle, Frank and Johan. So there's already been quite a lot of chat, people guessing. Those that get the correct answer of who lasts longest in that $215 buy-in event, those names will go into a hat and someone will get a wonderful prize. So good luck with that. We'll be coming back to you a little bit later. We've got loads of competitions happening throughout the rest of the evening as well, and we'll be getting very interactive on the stream. I'm going to hand back over now to the commentary team. So back over to you, Roland, and back over to you, Neil.
Thank you, Laura. Yes, we are back in the commentary booth. My name is Roland Boothby, joined by Neil Channing, following our 3 players in the Player Hub here at the GPI studios in Malta.
What did you think there, Roland? Did you get that? Did you pick up on that? Laura seemed very excited about which players were going to be coming into the headquarters here of Global Poker Index, so that she could get to meet them. I felt like when Alex mentioned the Germans, there was just a frisson of something going on there.
I know Laura's a huge fan of Ole Shemian, so I think there'd be some pretty big excitement if he was to show up around here.
Maybe we can get him in. We offer to put him in the $200 medium range one.
Ole's something of an enigma. Well, I think we should have a look at this hand here. We got Frank with the nuts
We
here.
haven't seen much of Frank so far. He's had quite a lot of boring hands that have been easy folds, really.
Pretty
so
nice
far.
flop for him.
Yeah, not a bad flop. And
Bet into as well. So.
quite nice when the other fella's betting into you. Yeah, I think it's quite. If the other bloke's got a flush, he's probably going to pay you off. So I think I would make a reasonable raise here.
Gone for a pretty chunky raise here,
Yeah.
an insta fold there.
I think it's a good thing to do generally, because I think if he has a flush, he's going to call you basically, especially if he's got the nut flush. And if he hasn't, he's not going to call you whatever you bet. So you might as well bet big, I think.
Keeping on the Scoop High event, which we may bring you some coverage of later on. Currently, 245 people remaining in that. 256 people started that. Elke's got a nice stack in that event. Ike Haxton playing 15k. All the bosses are playing that tournament. First prize of 186,000 there. We're focusing on the medium scoop for now. 215 buy, 1 rebuy, 1 add-on.
Do you think any of those guys in the big scoop will be listening to us now? Maybe we can appeal for them to come in and play their heads up 21k tournament over here tomorrow night.
Any of the big bosses are watching? Let us know. Ike Haxton, if you're out there, fancy coming into our studio?
Do you think Alex might pay the taxi money if I would come over?
I think Alex would pay Ike Haxton's taxi money if you could
and a pizza.
tempt him. And a pizza.
I don't want to speak, I don't want to go too crazy on the budget here without checking, but I surely taxi and a pizza.
I think we get a pizza for Ike Haxton. Ike, if you're out there, you want a pizza and a taxi, free taxi ride to Jazeera, let us know.
Quite a lot of poker players live in Malta these days, though. How many would you, if you had to guess, how many pro poker players in Malta?
Pretty hard to put a number on it, but it's very favourable lifestyle for poker players. You've got a pretty nice tax situation, obviously dependent on where players have come from. I think it's definitely in the high hundreds.
What do you think of that fold? That was, I thought he'd folded there. There was a 3-bet from Frank. I don't know why I thought he'd folded, but I was quite surprised he did fold, but he didn't. So.
Do you like the 3-bet here?
Yeah, I think so.
Early position open.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I mean, if you call, you're inviting someone to squeeze behind, aren't you? You've got 4 players behind you, and it puts you in a tricky situation. Having decided to 3-bet, I think you're going to get checked to a lot, and even though there's 2 overcards there, I think you should c-bet really, and I'd expect him to here. Although it's obviously not a brilliant flop for a pair of 8s. If you do check behind, I think basically you are done with the hand, and there's no way of going back on winning the hand unless an 8 comes off on the turn. He's gone for the c-bet, he did think about it.
Got a quick fold there, I'll be pleased with that. So he's playing around 10k. I think these players took their add-on at the start of this tournament, so still around starting stack, but not been a particularly eventful tournament for Frank so far. He flopped the nuts with Jack Queen. Not particularly action table for him at the moment. Gonna have another chat with Neil in a minute. Any more questions you want to ask him? Get them coming in on the Twitch. Neil was beginning to work his way through the 9 players ahead of him on the UK money list.
Well,
you mentioned Stevie 444.
Stevie 444.
We'll have a crack at the other 8.
Yeah, on my Uruguay visit, he was there. I think he'd won 48 seats to that event, and they forced him to go. I can tell you, Roland the Wolf is ahead of me. Your namesake.
My namesake, Roland Wolf.
The less famous Roland in the poker world these days. I saw him recently. We have a bit of dinner from time to time. He's not playing a great deal of poker.
Almost non-existent on the live scene for the last few years. Any explanation behind that?
Well, he's a pretty funny guy, Roland. He's doing a lot of sports betting at the moment, but he was playing in a very big game in London. It was in a casino, but it was a private game. You had to be invited to play, and he told me one of the Macau people came to London recently. And word got around he was there, and suddenly Ivy appeared, and Patrick Antonius appeared, and somebody else appeared, and Roland got a seat in that game. I said, how did that go? He said it was roughly break even, won about 300 grand. He said relative to the blinds, that was nothing. So I don't know. He said he gave his seat up to Ivy, and Ivy won a couple of million in that seat. So not terrible. So he's still playing a little bit of poker, just small stakes, obviously. But he's funny. I mean, he didn't play any live poker for a long time, and I think the last live poker tournament I can remember seeing Roland in was the one drop, the original one drop.
He certainly was. He certainly was.
And he didn't play any other events that World Series. He just bowled up and bought into the one drop. So he's a bit of a legend, really.
Are you an invitee of the private games around London?
Not very often, no. Occasionally, but to be honest, I did start running a private game in London for a while in one of the casinos, and it's quite a hard game. There's a lot of politics in London poker these days. I know that's a big controversy in Vegas. I think the aria of, from time to time, this game it Dan Blitz and
Greg Merson was very vocal one year about the private games in aria.
We got a big hand here for Johan now. He's picked up the aces and.
He's going to just call, I think.
Well, there was an under the gun raise, was there?
Looks like he's flattered the raise of the under the gun player. Do you like this cut off?
I'd be a bit wary of playing a four-way pot now. Obviously, you're going to have position throughout from that situation, which is the good side of it.
It certainly invites the blinds to join in.
Obviously, you're very much hoping someone will squeeze, but at this early stage of the tournament, people are not doing that quite so much. And you're probably thinking that, I don't know, you've got to be fairly confident that there's a greater than average chance of people squeezing. He's probably getting quite excited now about the small blind tanking because he might be thinking the squeeze is coming. I think in this early stage though, even if the small blind does squeeze here, assuming the under the gun guy then just calls, you've basically got to then spring your trap and put the raise in then. So I don't know.
When the squeeze comes, how are you reacting when the squeeze comes from one of the blinds here?
The very big question is, what does the under the gun guy do? I mean, it's completely different depending on what he does, but I think if the under the gun guy gets out of the way, you can call in position. If the under the gun guy calls, which I think is more likely, then I think you have to go ahead and raise again. But actually, I think the time bank here is
like
probably more to do with the disconnection issue than anything else. I mean, I can't believe it would take that long to decide what to do in this situation.
Okay, reasonable flop for Johan here.
Yeah, not a bad flop, having decided to just call in position against an under the gun raiser. It's surprising though that we didn't see a lead from the under the gun player. Even whatever his hand is, it's come ace high. He's entitled to represent the eights. He raised under the gun.
Are you betting here? You've got to build a pot, I think, with top set, haven't you?
Well, I mean, if it does come a club on the turn, it's not that you're worried about a flush being there. What you're more worried about is it just killing your action, and you're not really going to get anything. I think it's fine to bet there. I would bet there.
Yeah, and I'll be slightly disappointed in the way that hand turned out. Pretty much won the minimum with the top set.
Yeah, I mean, if he had have just gone ahead and 3-bet pre-flop, you think he would have at least get called by a guy who's found a hand good enough to raise under the gun.
Now we're going to go on break here, so we're going to have a chat with Neil about his history in poker. So you've former Irish Open champion, Neil. Would you say that was the highlight of your career?
Well, it was the most money I won in a tournament, and it was definitely the biggest title. So yeah, but I think I've come second in a couple of World Series events. I don't know if I'd have won one of them and you asked me which one was better. I think even though the World Series events that I came second in were both less money if I'd have won them than I got in the Irish Open, that bracelet is still kind of a big thing, isn't it?
And what goes through your mind when you come second in a World Series event?
Well, I can tell you exactly. The first time it was like, how the hell did that happen? I was fifth in chips with 5 people left, had about 6 big blinds, and suddenly I'm second heads up with 6 big blinds. I mean, the other people just went on a couple of them were a bit kamikaze and really just kind of got very involved a bit too early. So I just felt like I'd been gifted a couple of $100 grand that I didn't really deserve. The second time, it was, just too depressing. That was really depressing. I mean, we played heads up for 5 or 6 hours. I had the guy 7-1 twice during that time. He pegged back to even, and then I got him 7-1 again. And yeah, that was pretty painful. I think I had 6 showdowns to win it and lost all of them. So
I think as an English poker fan, it was one of the most epic heads-up battles involving an English player at the World Series.
I'm sure if I wasn't
huge
involved
rails
in it,
there.
I'd have said it was very entertaining and amusing and interesting. But I mean, it was great to have a lot of support. I really enjoyed that. But yeah, I mean, money-wise, that I think I can't remember. I actually honestly can't remember how much I would have. I remember I got 410,000 for coming second. I'm assuming I got about 600 for winning, which would have been quite a bit less than the Irish Open, but it probably would have meant maybe a bit more to me.
Got a question on Twitch from The Poker Pro. Thank you, The Poker Pro. Neil, can you tell us how it felt to be the bubble boy of the 2004 main event?
The Bubble Boy the 2004 main event? Was I the Bubble Boy? I can't remember now.
Obviously didn't hit you too hard.
It didn't hit me that hard. I don't think I wasn't the exact Bubble Boy. There was a tournament. Actually, I should raise this with you. There was a tournament in the World Series where there was a very long bubble. I think 78 people cashed, so it was a pretty big event. And I thought I was the bubble, and I went running off down the corridor, feeling annoyed. And they ran back after me and said 2 people went out on the same hand, and you're going to split the prize. But it never appeared on the Hindenburg. I should have an extra World Series cash on the Hindenburg, really, for that. I've got half the min cash in a tournament. To be honest, Poker Pro, I don't remember being the Bubble Boy in the main event. I certainly wasn't the guy that got called up on the stage and got given a free entry next year or anything like that. It's possible I went out 50 before the money, or 30 before the money, or something. And really, if you're not doing that ever, you're probably not playing right. You know, there ought to be a good number of times in your poker career where you get knocked out on the bubble. The alternative is to just play too tight and too massively around the time of the bubble, which can't be a good thing.
Sun Tzu 56 has joined us, saying hi. Hi, Sun Tzu. Which tournament? This is the medium scoop from the GPI studios here in Malta, following 3 players as their fortunes progress in this tournament. We've got Kyle Hendry, got Johan, we've got Frank. These are our poker pros. We're following their action with whole cards up.
Yeah, these are 3 guys who live locally here in Malta that have come into the studio and allowed us to see their whole cards. So you can share their journey with them. The tournament's happening right now, and that's why we're on a break right now, because it's 5 to the hour, and that's what happens in online poker.
Okay, we've got 1 minute left on the break. Any more questions for Neil? Keep them coming in on Twitch. I've got my own questions for Neil, based on the players who are ahead of him in the UK money list.
Oh,
We've got Roland de Wolf and Stevie 444.
Stevie 444.
We'll come back and forth from this list as we progress.
I'll give you them slowly. Yeah.
Want to name a third one?
Go on. I'll name one. Who? There's a couple of legends. There's quite a few legends there, actually.
There's some absolute legends.
Let's quickly go to, because I can see now that they're back playing and Johan's picked up a hand. He's a bit of a card rack, this Johan, isn't he?
Yeah, picked up the aces again here.
He's picked up the aces, yeah.
Slightly disappointing how it worked out last time when he flopped huge and didn't.
He's going to be the initial raiser in this hand, I'm imagining. Yeah, here we go. So he's getting to put the raise in, and it's 163.20 blinds now. So he's done a fairly. Did I say that right?
61.20.
So what am I talking about? 61.20, of course, and he's made it 250. That's all fairly standard, isn't it? But it's up against the other guy who had raised under the gun in the previous one. First hand back from the break sometimes is a bit of a bad time to get a big hand like that, because some people are not back yet, or
he's been 3-bet.
Well, he has been 3-bet.
I love this situation.
I'm guessing he's going to call in position here, don't you think? The way he played the other hand, I'm kind of feeling like that's his kind of MO, that he's going to try and let the other guy bluff off against him. I wouldn't object to that. I think it's as you like, you know. I don't mind 4-betting as well, but I think for me I would call behind, but it's not a criticism.
Okay, well, he's picked up aces against ace king here. Looks the flop's pretty safe, and he's going to double up.
Oh. Yeah.
That all happened rather quickly.
Yeah. Well, that was pretty good.
Pretty standard spot there.
Yeah, he was enjoying himself there, wasn't he? I mean, yeah, I think it's fairly.
Rojo Rules was pretty happy to get in quite a decent chunk of chips there with ace king.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would say with these big field things, you know, you've got to get chips early. I don't mind having a gamble. I want to try and double up or not spend the whole night on it. And
do you play ace king the same way there with a pretty deep stack?
He was quite deep stacked, wasn't he? I mean, I
started there with around 100 big blinds, I think.
I definitely feel like, it's certainly in live poker that would be a different situation, wouldn't it? I think if you 4-bet someone and they shove over the top of you in live poker, ace king doesn't stack up very well against their range. But I think in an online tournament, I wouldn't be too afraid about that, really. There's not many times I'm going to fold ace king pre-flop when the blinds are, you know, reasonable. The legend, anyway. I was talking to you. Obviously, I'd say
The legend.
There's quite a few legends, but you know, you can't really not mention Devilfish, can you? I mean, you know, it's obviously Dave recently departed. He suffered for a short while with cancer, and he just died. But I've got a couple of people asking me on Twitter and social media generally, saying, "Well, I don't really remember him. You know, I'm quite new to poker. He doesn't seem to have done much recently, or whatever." I mean, when you look back, he had an amazing run, really. I mean, you're the Ender Mob man. Was he 5 million in cashes?
I think he's around 4.5 million. I mean, he's right up there with the big names of UK poker.
Considering that, okay, yeah, you know, he started having those cashes in the kind of early 80s, but you have to remember that the tournaments he was playing in the early 80s, the biggest tournament in the UK was a £500 entry. He did it in the WPT, he did it in the World Series of Poker, he won a bracelet, you know, he had a reasonable run in the EPT London and also the High Roller
in the High Roller,
EPT London only a couple of years ago. Didn't really play too many tournaments in the last kind of 18 months of his life, but no, I mean, he was a legend to me in you know, TV poker in England. He played in the first series of late night poker in 1999. He won that, and he was really lit up the screen and was the star of the show.
I think perhaps a younger generation of players may not have been familiar with Devilfish as people kind of around my age and a bit older who, you know, grew up watching late night poker.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, 99 they filmed late night poker, the first series, and poker had never been on TV. Like, that was, you know, for viewers outside of the UK, we have a channel at home, Channel 4, which is, you know, gets the lowest viewing figures of the 4 channels. So it's national television, it's free to watch. I think the best program on that channel ever gets kind of 7 million viewers. This show was Friday night after midnight, and it was getting 1 million people watching it. I mean, this was a big part of why poker took off in the UK. And we're watching Frank now.
Frank's got 9s here, and he's been 3-bet. It's going to take a flop. Probably not going to love the situation.
I think it's reasonable to take a flop in position with a pair of 9s. It's a bit too tight to fold, isn't it, really? But he's not going to like this flop. It's probably going to be C-bet, and he's probably going to get a chance to get away without losing any more money, I'd imagine. Be surprised.
Are you ever appealing to see a turn here?
Never appealing to see a turn, but I'm happy to take a free turn if the guy tries to check raise me, if he does have an ace. I'm kind of feeling like this other guy doesn't really have an ace, because I feel like on such a great flop like that, you might be inclined to try and, you know, try a check raise or try and let the other guy catch up. But I'm still giving up with my pair of 9s. I don't think he did anything wrong on any street there. But yeah, Dave was very much a real kind of pioneer of the early TV poker. He played all those poker things on telly in England as well. And, you know, 2000, 2005, 6, 7, 8, when Party Poker were doing the Premier League and such like, you know, he was a big larger than life character in TV poker, and very dry and sarcastic and pretty fruity language from time to time.
You approached for any stories about Devilfish after his passing away?
There's a radio program on Radio 4 called Last Words. They talk about people that have died during the week, and they asked me to be a guest on it. And myself and Vicky Corrin talked about Devilfish. I think I gave them 20 stories, and they couldn't use any of them. So yeah, I did have one actually, which I can tell. Which he told me his wife, he had a lot of children. He still does. They're still around, the children. And his ex-wife, who he divorced from a few years ago, she said to him one time, he was going off to America or something, and she said, "Oh, can you give me some money, because the kids want a flute." No, not a flute. What do you call it? A pipe, half pipe. That's it, a half pipe.
Some sort of skateboarding.
Well,
ramp.
you know, obviously I didn't have a clue.
I believe it's something to do with skateboarding.
Devilfish didn't know what it was, but he said, "Well, how much is that?" And she said, "It's whatever," and he gave her the money. About 3 months later, he was sitting in his front room reading the paper, and they had a kind of a big hedge at the bottom of the garden. And he said, I'd noticed it a few times. There was a constant stream of kids walking down our garden, and he said I didn't recognise some of them. I don't think they were my children, and they all seemed to have their skateboards and their skateboard helmets and stuff. He said I got down the end of the garden one day. I decided to go and have a look and see what it was all about, and somebody had built a skateboard park. So I don't know whether he was spending as much time at home as he ought to in the formative years of some of his children, but I did like that story.
How did the confusion arrive where you thought it may have been a flute? There's a
Pipe,
big difference between
a flute. They're musical instruments.
Big difference between a wind instrument and a skateboard ramp.
Similar
We got there. We got there in the end.
I was easily confused.
We Kyle slipped down a little bit in the chip counts.
Yeah, we're having a look at Carl with an ace-10 of hearts here, and it's one of those interesting ones on 75-150 where 375 under the gun, cool. I think you've got two choices here, haven't you, really? You can just call, which I think is absolutely fine. You've got massive implied odds. You don't really want to just hit an ace or a 10, though. You really want to flop that flush draw, don't you? That's what you're hoping for here if you do decide to just call.
Gonna hate this spot.
Well, I think he's just going to fold, isn't he? It's not. I mean, he's going to hate it because he's giving away 375, but it's not going to be a difficult situation for him.
Got a call here from the early position raiser. Kings against king queen.
Oh, the kings is a bit devious there, isn't he? Really, don't you think? I mean, there was no guarantee for the man with the kings that was going to play out the way it did. I mean, there was a very good chance that just got called in 7 spots, and he was suddenly in a huge multi-way pot with a pair of kings. I thought that was quite. There was a kind of a thought in the back of my mind that Carl might have wanted to shove the whole lot in pre-flop there. He's gone 375, 375, 375, and he's got about 3,500. He could have a shot at
very shovable stack there.
Yeah, and he could pick up just over 1,000. Obviously, we know now that it wouldn't have worked, and he'd have run into those kings. I wouldn't have really kind of criticised him if he'd have done that and bust on that hand. Actually, I bet he was tempted. We'll ask him later.
A lot of comments in French coming in on the Twitch. Now, I'm sorry to say that you are listening to two Londoners, and as you can imagine, probably listening to the combined total of one language. Neil, any French in your repertoire?
Not an enormous amount, no. Un petit peu.
A lot of French people around the GPI studio today, so hopefully your questions will be getting answered somehow. Maybe Mr. Alex Dreyfus himself will come in on the Twitch chat.
Surely all the French people have popped out for some sort of massive dinner now, and they're going to pop back later.
Probably out eating snails.
That kind of thing.
A question from Four Flush. Are we going to stream any of the horse tournament? I'm going to play it by ear at the moment, Four Flush. We're going to see how our players do in the medium No Limit Hold'em event. Going to follow these guys through. Going to be rooting for these guys. Normally as commentators, you're supposed to be impartial, but we're very much rooting for our guys here. We want them in our studio as long as possible. We want them talking to Laura in our lounge. Carl's playing a stack of 3k at the moment. So things are not going as well for him as he would hope at the moment. Johann's pretty steady at the moment, sitting on 11k.
Yeah, well, he's had a lot of big hands, hasn't he? Really,
he certainly has.
A couple of tricky ones. He had both of those situations where he hit a queen when there was a king on the board and had to fold. Well, didn't have to fold, but decided to fold. And those were definitely interesting hands. I'd be interested to hear his thoughts on those later.
Yeah, so to answer the question of Four Flush a bit more, we're going to be playing it by ear. Once these guys have finished playing, we're probably going to take a look at the high buy-in scoop, the 2,100 no limit. A lot of big names in that tournament. Unfortunately, won't bring any whole cards from that. If we get some more time, we might have a bit of a bonus coverage from the horse.
And if anyone's playing either of these scoops at the moment, or any of the scoops, and wants to let us know how they're getting on, or if anyone is in Malta and playing any of the scoops and is interested in coming in at a later date and sitting in here, not guaranteed that we'll get you in with pizza and a taxi unless you're Ike Haxton, but it's possible.
And for those watching on Twitch, let us know where you're watching from. Always interested to see what part of the world you're from. Let us know what time it is where you are, what you're up to. Whether you're grinding the scoop as well.
Shall I give you another one out of the 9?
Yeah, let's take another one of these 9. So we've got the Devilfish, and you've got Roland the Wolf, and you've got Stevie 444 so far.
Now, there was a bloke who came second in a tournament where the second prize was $10 million.
Sam something, was it?
I'm pretty sure no one's caught him. He must still be number 1. Sam Trickett.
Sam Trickett is the most successful British tournament player.
He did, of course, he had a great year that year because he did. He won $1 million in a very big field tournament in France, didn't he? Not very long after.
Certainly did.
So, yeah, I saw he was tweeting some pictures today. He's bought one of those kind of sort of buggy things. I don't know what they're called, for kind of racing around on farmland and stuff.
I did see a bit of footage of that on Twitter. Maybe that was to replace his Ferrari.
Well, he's just got the Ferrari back, actually.
Has he?
I was just going to say, I think he looks like he drives them both in a similar way. Both pictures I've seen of these vehicles involve them being upside down. Can't be right.
Sam was in Malta recently for the Global Poker Masters, representing Team UK, alongside the Salter brothers and Simon Dedman and Oliver Price.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute dearth of talent for the UK at the moment. Fortunately, the UK were the first team to bust. It wasn't quite a fair reflection of how they played. Sam especially was running incredibly badly during the Global Poker Masters.
The captain of the team.
I wouldn't say he was the captain. There weren't official captains, but I mean, Sam was certainly the most accomplished in terms of tournament winnings.
By the way, Johan hasn't picked up a big hand for a while, so it's about time he did, really. He's got the aces.
He's going to get the under the gun raising it up into his aces.
That's unbelievable. He's had the aces, well, a couple of times now, 3 times. The 3rd time he's had the aces. And he's just going to call again. Well, that's interesting. So both times somebody's raised under the gun and he's had aces, he's decided to just flat call. This time there's slightly more people behind him, but again nobody squeezed. And actually, it's not really a particularly brilliant flop for aces, is it?
I believe the player in the big blind is Julian Track, who's a German player.
Okay.
EPT regular, very successful player on the EPT.
Well, I guess you have to bet this flop, really. It's a very wet board. There's definitely lots of draws on.
He doesn't want to be check raised, Tim.
I think if he is check raised, he's got a really tricky and big decision because there's going to be more betting down the streets. But I'm assuming he would have called anyway.
I think he's probably happy to take that one down once the flop comes as wet as it did.
Yeah. Didn't work out perfectly, that one for him, but I suppose he's not complaining. He's bubbling along quite nicely there.
Okay, Kyle's picked up Ace Jack in the button in his table.
Yeah, and again, I mean, this will be an example of how hand strengths change in position. Like when you get Ace Jack under the gun, or maybe you get it under the gun +2 and someone's already raised. It's not a very exciting feeling, is it? It's more of a kind of nervous feeling, but. You pick up Ace Jack on the button, you're like, oh, here we go, we're getting ready now. I was thinking about sitting out for a few hands and going outside for a smoke or something, but now I'm definitely going to play this one.
I think all-in is probably his only move here, if he wants to play the Ace Jack.
Well, this is it, and I think if it had been a later position raise, he might be tempted by the all-in. I think he might decide to fold. He has gone all-in.
Yeah, this doesn't surprise me.
The raises from Jason Tompkins, who I've said before is an established and experienced player, and known to be a pretty lively player, so I don't know whether Kyle will be aware of him, but if he is, he'll definitely say, well, Jason doesn't have to always have it when he raises. Jason's got off to a pretty decent start and has quite a few chips, and I'd imagine he's going to be pretty active player. He's opening again straight away the next hand, so probably a very good spot for Kyle there. Although always a good relief when you find the fold. Back to Johan anyway, he's got Ace-4 and there's been an under the gun raise.
He's probably going to let this one go, I'd imagine. No, he's going to 3-bet. Shows what I know.
It's kind of fruity, isn't it? With quite a few people behind him.
Yeah, I mean he's able to represent big hands here by 3-betting the under the gun razor.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is Pierre Neuville under the gun.
And Pierre Neuville being, having a reputation as being a very successful super satellite player, often those guys can be kind of quite tight in MTTs. The reason that they do well in super satellites is because it's an even payout structure, and they're very good at survival rather than amassing huge stacks, which doesn't get you anything in super satellites compared with surviving.
Flop the ace here. Do you like a bet here, or do you like a check for deception?
I think I'll bet this one. I mean, you did 3-bet pre. It's
gone for the check back.
Yeah.
Might get him some value on this 7 turn. Might get him value from a jack. You going for 2 streets now once you check back the flop?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because now
okay, it's going to be a bet into.
If Pierre has got an ace and say he's got a hand like ace-6 or ace-8 or something like that, and he was worried about his kicker, he kind of feels like he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. But he does, because ace-queen and ace-king are much more likely to be the hands of someone that's 3-bet and under the gun razor. So in effect, it hasn't really changed very much. I think I actually think
check to him.
I actually think Pierre doesn't really have anything here, and he's just going to bet here for make a small.
Try and get some thin value.
Yeah, I think.
May check it back sometimes.
I could have got this one completely wrong actually. I mean,
I think he might be thinking about the check
he's
back.
He's going to go for a very small value bet. I think that hence the time.
Third pot, quarter pot in this spot. If you want to get some thin value from a jack, perhaps, or maybe a river 10, something like 9-10.
I feel like he's not going to get called anyway, but I think
he's gone for less than a quarter pot.
He did get
pretty
called.
Quick call there by Pierre. I guess a jack is Pierre's most likely holding here.
Yeah. Or possibly, he had a pocket pair. He did raise under the gun. Maybe I don't know. I guess queens he might not.
Possibly a river 10.
Yeah. Yeah, that was quite a tricky one, wasn't it? Well, he did go for the value bet and he got paid off. So I guess if your results were orientated in that way, it was a correct decision.
Jonah Vella tuning in on Twitch from right here in Malta. Hi, Jonah. Played a couple of scoops, no deep runs yet. Hope that turns around for you, Jonah.
I think we ought to, if we get a chance, we should ask Johan what Pierre had in that hand. We didn't get to see that one, but that would be quite interesting to know.
Pretty nice structures in these scoop events. This tournament's got a 20-minute blind structure. None of these players will be too worried at the moment. Kyle's our shortest player, and he's playing just over 3k. It's an adequate stack. He's got a nice 3-bet shove size stack there.
As you say, he's definitely got the stack for that, and he looked like he found a good spot to do it against Jason a minute ago. And I'm sure he'll know when he's found a spot to do that.
Okay, Frank's picked up jacks on his table, table 2. The cutoff. Imagine we're going to see a bit of action here. Not too much action from Frank so far. Imagine.
Yeah, he hasn't had brilliant hands, has he, though, really, compared with the others. I mean, we're watching all the tables at once, and generally you guys at home are seeing wherever the most interesting looking hand is. But the reason you haven't seen much of Frank is not because we've been keeping him a secret from you. It's just been he's had a lot of trashy hands, basically. So he makes a standard open in late position. I guess he might get 3-bet here. He's he has opened the cutoff.
His image might be on the tighter side. Okay, isn't he's going to get 3-bet?
I think in this situation, I don't like to 4-bet the jacks. I think I just flat call. As you say, I mean, he may have a slightly tighter than average image. He has been 3-bet. If he does 4-bet and gets 5-bet, effectively he's turned jacks into 7 deuce offsuit, because he's never gonna put any more money in at that stage. So I think it's much better to call in position.
I had a chat with Frank before the broadcast. He's actually a hyperturbo specialist, on a high stakes hyperturbo specialist. He's not particularly used to playing very deep. I think he's much more comfortable playing 30 blinds or shallower.
Well, he said that to me as well, in a kind of a fairly kind of, not a defensive way, but in a almost as if to say, I'm bound to make loads of mistakes. And this is a man who's going for Supernova Elite this year. He tells me he has half a day off a week as a rest from poker and then plays 12 hours a day every other day. He's allowed 10 days off between now and the end of the year. I think he's playing enough poker to know what to do in an MTT, to be honest with you. I mean, like, you know, it's not rocket science, is it, a lot of it?
He's gone for the 4-bet here.
He has gone for the 4-bet.
Surprised.
I think it's a tricky spot.
Okay, we've got an all-in.
Because now he probably hates his life.
Probably not loving life.
You know, he's put 2.5 grand in off a 9 grand stack, and he's faced with having to put another 6.5 in, getting what on paper looks like quite appealing odds, but I think we've sorted out the range of the fella in the big blind, and I don't think Jack's plays particularly brilliantly against it.
It doesn't look like he's loving this spot. You inclined to call him?
Oh, I think I wouldn't have 4-bet. You know, I think I'd have just called in position, because I think effectively, if you do get 5-bet, you were bluffing with your jacks, and I think also, you know, I think he kind of had to call.
Oh, look at him.
Well, obviously, if you're going to hit that flop, it helps. Wow. I'm actually surprised he's up against a hand.
Suddenly one for the TV channel.
Great reaction from Frank there in the
No, it's just fucking nailed it.
players' booth.
Slightly surprised that he was up against a hand as weak as Ace King, though, didn't you think? I mean, players with an Ace King actually don't. You know, when there is a lot of, obviously no one's ever afraid to make big pre-flop action with Ace King, because unless you're up against aces, you're never really in bad shape with Ace King. Having said that, you know, when a player's played reasonably tight as Frank has, and suddenly he wants to 4-bet you, I don't know whether Ace King is as good as it ought to be.
Okay, I'm just going to bring you a quick update from the tournament lobby. Currently 927 players remaining, at 1,170 starting this event. First prize here will be at 92,000, 66,000 for second place. Currently 153 places going to get paid.
I can see Jay Thaddeus there in 13th place, former PokerStars Pro from Ireland. Wish I could remember his name now. Oh, how annoying is that?
Okay, got Jason Mercier, obviously, doing pretty well. 28,000 for Jason. To rename this scoop, the Spring Championship of Jason Mercier.
I think Chris Moorman was up there as well. In the
Moorman was one of the early chip leads, actually. He
is about 30,000, right?
Very quick out the blocks.
We're just having a look at the table of Mercier and Jay Thaddeus as well. God, that's so bad. I feel bad now that I've forgotten Jay Thaddeus' name, because I've played with him many times.
We get a bit of bonus action here from Jason Mercier's table.
If only there was a site called thehendermob.com that told you things like that. Let me have a quick
Yeah, that's what poker really needs. Some sort of site where you can just search.
I'm going to look it up, and then I'm going to say to myself, damn, I knew that all the time. Very nice fella from Galway. It's come up immediately with a picture as well. Jude Ainsworth, of course.
There we go. I had Laura Cornelius there, holding up a piece of paper.
She got it
with the words
quickly.
Jude Ainsworth there.
She got it pretty quickly. Sorry, Jude. Apologies to you there. I do like Jude Ainsworth. Haven't seen him for a few years, to be fair. He's got a good stack though here, 37,000. That's not too bad, is it? He's got Jason Mercier keeping him under control though, in position. He's a pretty experienced player though, Jude. He's playing MTTs every night, and you know, has been doing for 6 or 7 years now. So gets a pretty solid living out of the game.
Will Schill joining us on Twitch. Tell Sam I said hi. Hendon Sam Hayes, he's referring to, one of our very, very hard-working team at Hendon Mob. Sam's not currently on the broadcast. She was here in the office earlier today. I'll tell you, he said hi. Frank's got 7s here. I'm going to hopefully come to him. Call the raise from the under the gun player. There's a reasonable flop for 7s, but tricky to play here. I don't know.
So Frank raised under the gun, yeah, with the 7s.
Frank flatted a raise from the player under the gun.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
been checked to now.
I got it. I can see now. Okay. I guess then you just check behind, don't you? No, obviously not. Commentator curse. So he's gone for a bet, and it's check call from the under the gun raiser. The under the gun raiser checks again. What kind of hand does he have then? Middle pair of 9s, pair of 8s maybe?
Getting some feedback on Twitch that we may be slightly ahead of the action. I'm going to have a word with our team and see if we can get that fixed for you.
I guess if I had the 7s, the way it's played out, I definitely check the turn, and I feel like I'm winning now.
Okay, so a pair of 9s.
Yeah.
Nice read by Neil.
Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't value by the river the 9s, actually. I'd have been thinking I was winning with 9s there at that stage. I'd probably played it exactly as he played it up until the river, but by the river I think I would have maybe had a little stab at it, just to try and get value from exactly those kind of hands. But I don't know.
Anyone who's got any comments on the technical side of things, we do appreciate these comments. They're not wasted. We've got guys following the Twitch chat who will look to address any of the technical problems you may be having. So we're very grateful to those of you who are giving us constructive feedback on the way things are going. This is the first broadcast from the studio here at the GPI office. Going to be a few little things to iron out here and there. Any time that you think anything needs to be changed, let us know. Thank you, Typo3 on Creation, and anyone else who's come in with some feedback. Might come to Johan in a second or two. He's picked up King Queen. He's going to raise in fairly early position, under the gun +2. Gets it around to the button. He's got through the button. And that's raise and take it for Johan. Johan's having a pretty nice time of things at the moment, sitting on a very playable stack there, 16k.
Yeah, he's had quite a lot go right though, hasn't he? Actually?
He certainly has.
He might be thinking that, given he's had aces 3 times and he got it all in with aces against ace king and bust somebody, you might kind of feel like you ought to have more chips than that, really.
He might do, actually.
It's he's doing very well. I'm sure he seems a fairly relaxed guy anyway.
Okay, Frank's called the button raise in the small blind with Jack 7 of diamonds here, but he's been 3-bet by the big blind. Imagine he'll let go of the Jack 7 there. Kyle's all in. Hope he might come to his table. Pair of 5s.
Yeah, that's fairly standard, isn't it? He's down to 15 big blinds and he's got a pair of 5s in middle position. There's no other way of playing them, really, is there? It's an unopen pot. He can pick up a little bit of change to
get that one through.
And if he does get called, often he's going to get called by 2 overs there, and he doesn't mind a flip to try and get really back into the tournament. So, perfectly reasonable situation for him.
I've got Joe Novella on Twitch. Jason Mercier about to win another one, absolutely.
Maybe Chris Moorman win one for the Brits.
Chris Moore would be a very popular winner. Take down a scoop. Definitely want our guys to make a deep run here.
I'm going to give you another player in the top 10.
Okay.
Surinder Sunar.
Surinder Sunar is correct. Now,
Yes.
That was one of the ones I was hoping you wouldn't get.
No, I know.
That was.
Surinder's a good friend of mine.
Okay.
So we have quite a lot of banter on the subject of who's got the most World Series cashes, because he's about 103. and I'm a young fella by comparison. And you know, I only started going to the World Series in '97. I didn't play any events until 2001. I mean, he should have at least 50 more cashes than me, and I've basically left him for dust now. So I haven't seen much of him for a while. I saw him at the Irish Open this year. Hopefully, I'll see him in Vegas. But yeah, he's a bit of a legendary character as well. He kind of turns up at all kinds of things. His favourite tournament of the year was that one in Belgium that they used to have, where they had such a strange structure that it would take 11 days to get to day 3. And the tournament started with the first blind level was 10-20.
Okay, got a hand involving Johan here. Flopped a gut shot, but he's picked up a lot more equity on the turn with the backdoor diamond coming. Got a nut flush draw with the gut shot. He's going to bet it into Pierre Neville, who's going to fold.
And they've played a few hands together now, haven't they? Pierre might be thinking that this fella's getting at me a bit here. He's got direct position on him, and you know, they've been involved in 4 or 5 skirmishes. I think that might be an interesting developing dynamic, although Pierre Neville is a bit low on chips now.
Down a little bit low. Everyone in the GPI office is currently eating pizza. Everyone around our studio, other than...
Are you trying to say apart from us, Roland? Is that what you're
Me and
trying
Neil
to
are
say?
pretty much the only people at GPI right now not eating pizza.
I mean, I don't know whether it's time for you to like slip in a code word or two during the broadcast. You know, what is the code for extra pepperoni and no anchovies? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, if anyone wants to bring a sort of pepperoni and chili pizza to the desk, certainly wouldn't be rejected.
What would you say if you learned that your co-commentator was allergic to cheese?
I'd be looking to replace my co-commentator pretty swiftly if such a fundamental life requirement was an allergy that he suffered from.
Just feeling like I've suffered one of the worst bad beats of the evening.
A life without cheese.
It's
almost a life not worth living. But I mean, you've done pretty well to get to this stage. But
I can't pretend it hasn't been tough.
Does the urge to eat cheese inflict on your life a great deal?
Not very often. Not very often. I think.
The cheese specifically, or dairy, or
no, simply cheese. Luckily I've made up for it by eating extra chocolate, so cancelled it out.
If anyone here at the GPI studio is aware of a pizza without cheese in the vicinity of the building,
I mean, you know, you can always get one.
Let's get it over to the commentary desk.
You can always get one with a bit of ham, tomato, anchovies. To take a purely hypothetical example.
I think cheese is one of the fundamentals of a pizza.
I don't mind a seafood pizza, you know, if it comes to it. Now, if you're Kyle and you're sitting there with a slightly ropey-looking 15 big blinds, it must be fun when the button opens and you find the aces in the small blind.
Certainly does.
What a nice life. The only excuse for Kyle tanking on this is because he's got his hands absolutely covered in cheese at this point. He looks like he's trying to induce the big blind to do something by taking his time there.
Okay, very interesting call here from Carl. Are you a fan of this call? Would you like the three bet shove with aces?
He feels like he has to take a chance, doesn't he? He's left himself with a pretty much just over a pot size bet. He's giving an opportunity to the big blind to shove, which hasn't. The big blind didn't take the opportunity, but he knows all the money's going in. He just wants to make sure he gets his full double up. So now he checks and just hopes that the other fella's hit a jack or a king, which he may have done, but he may not, because obviously he can just stab at this one way or the other. I think I call again here, even though it's not the driest board in the world. Having played it this way, I call again. I check the turn, and if he checks behind me, well, then I just have to lead the river. But I don't mind the way he's played it either. And he did manage to let his opponent hit a king, so he got the full double up.
Just to fade the king or the 9.
Good job by
double
him.
Up for wee Carl 22, Carl Hendry.
He's got to be pleased about that.
And our viewers on Twitch who voted for Carl in the last long bet will also be pleased.
Absolutely.
Quite a bit of support for Carl on the last longer.
Can you still get involved in that, or is it? I mean, you know, I might if I hadn't gone for anyone so far, I might take a shot at Johan, given that he's got quite a few chips already. Luckily, I had him already. Frank's got the most of the three, though, yeah? Johan's got about 12.5, Frank's got about 16,000, and Carl's down on about 6,500. So
I think Johan might have 17.
you could be right, actually, yeah. It's an old man's eyes looking at that. It's small numbers there.
Joe Novella, pizza time. It's definitely a pizza kind of night, Friday night.
You've got to think that Domino's must love the scoop generally, I think, you know. And, you know, other pizza brands are available, obviously. But all of those firms have got to love it, really.
You love poker players generally.
A bunch of poker players that are too lazy to cook anything are forced to stay at home for 25 consecutive nights. So it's got to be good for their share price generally.
Okay, we're probably going to come to Frank now. He's picked up ace-king suited in the big blind, facing a raise from the cutoff.
I'm going to 3-bet this one, assuming no one else plays, just for value. I mean, you've got a good hand. I think if you call, you're keeping the pot quite small for such a strong hand, and the other guy's got a momentum in the pot. If you don't flop an ace or a king, you're going to check fold a lot of the time. Why not take the momentum in the pot, build a pot with a stronger hand, and you know whether you flop or not. He has actually flopped top pair, top kicker. So now is a question of whether he wants to be a little devious and go for a check raise. I think if he does check it, it'll probably be checked behind a lot of the time though. I think I'd just go ahead and bet him.
He says go for a decent pogo, very quick fold there. A few questions coming in on Twitch from Neil and myself. Questions for any of our pros playing in our player hub. Try and get those questions to them.
I didn't guess which number Surrender Sunar was. I guess he must be about 4th, maybe. Probably
Don't
about
recall
4
the
million.
position myself.
Probably got about 4 million.
I think it's around the 4 million mark.
Here's the last longer detailed. We can see, well, you can see it obviously. It's TV, isn't it? You can see. We don't need to read it out to you unless you have an inability to follow the numbers.
There you go.
It's Frank in the middle, Johan's on the left, and Carl's on the right. Just a wee Kyle, I guess you could have figured that one out for yourselves. We have a very smart audience, so they'll have known that. So we got Roland, we got Surrender, we got Devilfish, we got Sam Trickett.
We've also got Laura Cornelius eating pizza live on Twitch.
That should get the viewers up. So now we've got...
We get a surge in viewers after
and
that
I've got
little
Stevie
interlude.
444, so that was 5. I need a couple more, don't I?
Oh, you certainly do.
Okay, I'm going to give you another one, a bit of a blast from the past. Hasn't played a lot of poker recently. We've been talking a bit about the Hindenmob forum and
I
the
think I know who you're going to go for.
database tonight. So we'll go for a Hindenmob. So Mr. Ramverswan.
Mr. Ramverswan himself, the crazy horse, is
I
up
don't
there.
know where he is in the top 10. I guess he might be number 6.
I think he was 7 or
something
8.
like that. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, he's probably been a bit superseded in recent years. He's certainly someone that had results in the sort of early noughties, if that's what you call it these days.
Do you know what Ram's been up to in recent years? Hasn't played much on the live scene. He played in Dusk Till Dawn recently, didn't he? Played the WPT, was it?
He's slightly fallen out of love with poker, really. His brother is quite a successful sports gambler, and he's been helping him with that, I think. And I think he's not really looking to rush to play too many tournaments these days. Now I might struggle to get the other ones now. If you did GB in Ireland, I think there's a couple of other people ahead of me as well, but I need to not name Irish people. So we're very much thinking of English people, aren't we?
We certainly are. Well, there's one you should definitely get.
Okay. I've got...
Very well-known English pro. Signed to a major poker site.
Okay, so Jake Cody.
Jake Cody is correct.
Obviously. Yeah, Jake Cody overtook me, I guess about a year ago. I remember I first played Jake in Galway at the UK IPT, and I was very impressed by him then. Such a nice kid. And
I've never heard anyone say anything bad about Jake, so I'm going to assume he's a Pretty great guy.
Really good guy, really good player. He's got a young baby now.
He certainly has.
He's moved to London as well. Said he never really used to like the idea of London, but he's finally decided to settle there. So
I think he's a Rochdale lad, isn't he?
comes from Rochdale.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. Rochdale to London.
Him and Matt Perrins, both from Rochdale, both knew each other at school. Played £1 heads up games against each other for many years in the early teens, and then both won a bracelet within 6 years of that, or 10 years of that, or whatever. So pretty amazing. Yeah. How many have I got anyway?
You've got 2 more to get.
You counted me.
You're number 10, so we've been guessing 9.
Okay. I've got 2 more to get. Okay.
Tell me when you're ready for a clue. I think one of them is very gettable. The other one is the most difficult, in my opinion.
Okay, so I'm not exactly sure if Chris Moorman's overtaken me, but I think he has. I think Chris Moorman's in there.
Chris Moorman is correct.
Yeah. So he's not that high, is he? He might be number 8, actually.
Number 7,
Is he?
as far as I can remember.
All right. So we've got one more to go.
I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say you won't get this one. He's a character, colourful character.
Well, I'll tell you
Pops up every now and again, but not particularly
often.
often.
I'll tell you one who's quite close to me in the rankings. I thought I'd just overtaken him, but maybe he's still slightly ahead of me, and he'll be number 9 then in that case, and that'll be Mark Telcher.
Mark Telcher is correct.
Yeah, I actually thought I'd pegged him, but maybe he is still ahead of me. I'll have to double check.
Mark Telcher seems to always show up in a big way at the EPT Grand Final. He obviously made a deep run in the 2014 event, which was won by Antonio Bonanno.
And he won the EPT in London many years ago.
He certainly did. And he was playing one of the high rollers at the most recent one. He was playing might have even been playing the 100k. Get Mark Telcher up on Hendon, have a little peruse over his profile. Jonah Vella points out there's no dominoes in Malta. That story definitely checks out. Slightly.
To be fair, Joe, I've only been here a couple of days, and I am allergic to cheese, so it hasn't been a thing that's really impeded my ability to enjoy the trip so far.
A lot of good pizza available in Malta. Not the end of the world that the Domino's franchise hasn't chosen to branch out into Malta.
Yeah, he's got me by 75 grand, that Mark Telcher fella. I'll have to pull my socks up a bit. If you'd thrown Scottish people in, because you must have been doing just English.
I think we were looking at the English list.
Yeah. There was David Van Plu would have been on the top 10 English or British.
Kyle with a pair of 8s here. Sorry to interrupt you, Nick.
Yeah, no, you're allowed to. That's absolutely fine. So now Kyle's in a spot where he has doubled up, and he's got 100 big blinds. So 3-bet shoving is not 50. Has he got? No, what am I talking about? He's got 25 big blinds. So 3-bet shoving is still an option, but it's less profitable in the long run with a hand like a pair of 8s to be 3-bet shoving. It's one of those ones where, it's all very well when they fold, but the second they call, you're in big trouble.
So the 3
So
bets.
he went for the call on the basis that his hand was too good to fold, but not really good enough to 3-bet shove. If he had 16 or 17 big blinds, I would have advocated 3-bet shoving, but with 25 big blinds, I think that would be a mistake.
Now he's in a pretty tricky spot here.
Well, I think it's a fold now, and I think he's probably just slightly annoyed that he's kind of dribbled away a couple of big blinds, but I don't think he's done anything wrong. I think it's absolutely the correct way to play it. It's just unfortunate, I mean, if he had have had slightly less chips by maybe 5 big blinds less, I'd have said it was perfectly reasonable to shove, and he may well have got called by this fella in the small blind. But I think, given the way it's played out, yes, of course you can suspect that this is a squeeze play.
I think the table image of his opponent will be a factor here.
There hasn't been an enormous amount of squeezing. The guy was quite low on chips, and he's kind of got a few back now. I think it's a fold, and I think he's done the right thing. But I must admit, from a Hindenburg point of view, I've often kind of thought it would be quite nice to live in, or to be classed, you know, maybe if you're like Liechtenstein or something like that. You just have to win like a 30 grand tournament and you're number one in your whole country.
There are definitely advantages to being selective about the nationality that you choose to use.
It's quite hard to be in the top, to be the top guy in England when Sam Trickett's got 10 million in one tournament.
It certainly is difficult. They're a pretty diligent team at Hindenburg who check people's credentials when they request a nationality change.
How does that work? Do you get that a lot? Like people literally just email in and say, I've moved to Bolivia, can you put me in Bolivia now?
It happens with a fair amount of frequency, and that mainly due to people's taxation issues, I believe.
But it's a nationality, not a where I'm currently living thing.
We offer a degree of flexibility. If a player wants to prove to us that he's permanently resident in a particular jurisdiction, we will allow him to use the flag of that nation. There needs to be some evidential basis that the players resided permanently.
Basically, they have to kind of invite you over for a short holiday. You check out the place they're living in, have a nice barbecue, and then change the thing. It sounds great then.
I think evidence of a fixed abode is about as far as we take it. Okay, got a hand here involving Frank. Now, not a great run out after flopping trips.
I must admit, I am a massive fan of the old 7-4 suited. It's a hand I very rarely fold.
Got a pretty Neil Channing-y feel about it.
It's a pretty horrible run out, actually, as you say. I mean, definitely he's making a value bet here on the river, thinking that, you know, he could get called by ace high. Which I think is a reasonable thing to think. But if you do get raised here, the value of your hand can definitely move down as well as up. This situation is it's definitely one that I'd be tempted to kind of slam my fist against the desk if I get raised here. And I'm not a big one for slamming my fist against the desk, generally speaking. He got called though, and yeah, I think he was going to get called by ace high quite often there. So I think it was a reasonable spot to value bet, but also one where you do hate it if you get raised.
Okay, got a question coming in for Neil. Pretty specific question, Neil. So you may or may not recognise this subject matter, and you may or may not decide to answer.
Indian elephants have the smaller ears. That's the answer to that one.
What do you know about the Spanish players and the Palm Beach scandal with live bum hunting?
To be honest, I don't. The Palm Beach, just for people that are not familiar, is a casino in London. They have always been a kind of high-end casino in terms of encouraging, you know, people to come and play casino games of chance against the house. They introduced poker a while ago as a way of getting some more of their stopping their regular casino game players from leaving and going elsewhere. We should just break off slightly to say that Kyler's 3-bet shoved here. This time he's done it with a ace queen. The previous time I said he shouldn't really do it with a pair of eights because he had a bit too much. Well, of course he lost a few chips in that pot, so he's got slightly less, and the blinds have gone up in between. So I have no qualms whatsoever with shoving with this ace queen here. His stack size is perfect for that, and it's a good hand to do it with as well. You know, unless you're specifically up against ace king or obviously aces or kings or queens. You're not really in bad shape, and even against kings, you know, you're still going to win roughly 28% of the time. So it's not a bad spot at all, and I think there wasn't really much. I think it'd be a bit tight to fold here actually, and there's no way he could call. So
okay. He's got through the players behind him who he would have been most worried about from a calling point of view. He's got to get through the initial raiser, and he's going to take that one down.
Yeah, no, he did well. That was a good one.
Palm Beach.
Yeah, so they introduced poker as a way of, because they were a bit worried that some of their high-staking casino game players were going to other places to play poker and then finding that they had nice roulette and stuff as well. But I don't think they were ever really massively in love with it. They never put a lot of space aside in the casino for poker. It's quite a small place to play. Like the actual number of tables is quite low. And I think they were finding that the proportion of pros to non-pros in the games were very high. And you might say, well, why do the casino really care about that? They're getting money from each person on the table. What difference does it make to them whether they're pros or non-pros? But of course, if you've got some guys who are really nice customers that are going to lose money to you at blackjack and roulette, and now every single night they go and lose money to professional poker players, and possibly they don't enjoy it as well because maybe the professionals are not providing a fun atmosphere for gambling. I can see the casino being upset by that. We're over to
got Frank
in a
the King
big
Queen
hand.
suit.
Yeah.
He's flop top pair.
He's done well, hasn't he? When he 3-bets, he always flops top pair. So I mean, it's obviously it's a lot harder to play this hand if you don't flop. This is a much drier board than the last time he flopped top pair, and it's a different situation. I'd be more inclined to check behind. I don't think he's going to get 3 streets of value out of King Queen here. So it's fine to bet, but if you do bet, I don't think you want to go bet here with the anticipation that you're going to get called by a worst hand on all streets.
Very nice turn card.
As it happens, if you do turn your 1 pair into top 2 pair, then life gets a bit easier, and you can bet for the second time and the third time. I think it's fine to bet here, and I think it's fine to bet again on the river. The only thing where it gets tricky is if you get check raised here, but then you just go into call mode, I think. And, if you do get check raised, I think I just call. I reassess on the river, but I probably call a lot of the time. But we're presuming he's just going to take it down here. Yeah. So anyway, in answer to the question, I don't really know the specifics of it, but I understand that the casino felt that the money was getting sucked out of the room too quickly and falling to a bunch of poker pros rather than falling down the little slots in the roulette tables.
Am I right in thinking there's a weekly 1K buy-in tournament at the Palm Beach, or am I thinking of somewhere else, or is that something that's happened previously?
Certainly used to happen. I don't think that happens anymore. To be honest, I'm a little bit out of the loop with the Palm Beach. It's not a place I go very often. So I don't know whether that was a great answer to the fella's question, but
I think it was pretty adequate. Okay, we're on a break now. Kelly, going to take a look at the tournament lobby, give you an update on how many runners we have left.
I'll try and remember Jude Ainsworth's name this time if he's still on the board. He's probably busted now. I've bocked him.
So just to keep you updated, 816 players remain from our 1170 who started.
It's pretty good that all 3 of our guys are still in, really. You'd kind of think, on average, if we ran this tournament a million times, that at least one of them would be out by now.
I would have thought so. I think it's a testament to the structure of these scoops. Very long levels, lots of levels in there. Got the old 125, 250 level. I don't see that in live tournaments very often.
I don't recognise too many names on that first list. I don't know about you. There's a British flag early up there, Swansea FC. Sam Squid, 848. That's
Sam Grafton.
Mr. Sam Grafton.
I've got Sean Deeb, 17th in chips at the moment.
Yep.
Sean Deeb's had some pretty successful scoops.
Just underneath Sean as well, is that Mr. Calvin Anderson?
I think it might be.
Yeah.
Picked up his 6th scoop this week.
I did notice that.
The 2,100 stud, event 13.
Yeah, I don't recognise too many others on that first page, but certainly noticed those.
A couple of notables up in the top 20. So yeah, we're going to go over to Laura Cornelius now.
Thanks so much to our commentators, Roland Boothby and Neil Channing. They are talking through some of the action in one of the Scoop events. It's 38M. We've got our 3 players in the studio, in the player hub, playing along this evening as well. We gave you guys the chance to get involved in our last longer competition with them. So those 3, they're all still in. In fact, I just heard Neil chatting about the fact that all 3 of them are still going, and indeed they are. They're doing pretty well. So if you want to have a little guess at which one is going to last the longest out of Johan, out of Frank, and out of Kyle, just write the name of who you think is going to last the longest in the chat box, and we will draw the correct entries out of a hat a little bit later on in the show. You may have seen me eating some pizza back then. I was, in fact, having a good old munch of the pizza, and we thought it only right we let Neil and Roland go off themselves for a little bit of pizza too, although we didn't know Neil doesn't eat cheese, so we're probably in trouble there, aren't we? But if you have just joined us, we are live from Malta. We have a very brand new studio here in Malta. We're part of the Global Poker Index, and we're going to be coming to you live for tonight, tomorrow night, and Sunday night. We've got the last 3 days of the Spring Championship of Online Poker. It's been going on for just 14 days. Obviously we're on day 12 now, and we've got 2 days left, and that culminates in fact in the main event on Sunday. Obviously there's the low, the medium and the high, and that high one will be a $10,000 buy-in, and it's going to give out over $4 million in guaranteed prizes, and the winner of that main event on Sunday will actually take home over $1 million. So that is the one to watch on Sunday, and we're going to bring you exclusive live action from that here, from our studios here in Malta. We've got a fun game for you guys now as well. We're going to mix it up, bring you some fun interaction as we do the live show over the next 3 days. We're going to ask you, we're going to show you a picture in just a few moments' time, and all you have to do is guess the famous poker player in this picture. We have taken out their face. So let's see if we can have a look at that picture. There you go. That's Mustafa Kanat on the left. Whoever it is, obviously very funny, because he's in stitches there. I believe that was at the European Poker Awards, which was held here in Malta just about 2 months ago, and that was one of our guests. So if you can guess the pro, all you have to do is write in the chat box right now who you think that was, and you might be winning yourself €10 Amazon voucher. So guess the pro. I'll give you a clue. He's not a bad player. He's pretty good. We'll show that picture a little bit later on in the show as well, so stay tuned for that. Just to remind you guys, what we're doing here is watching some live Scoop coverage. Scoop is the Spring Championship of Online Poker. It's playing right now on PokerStars. All of the best poker players will be at the virtual felt this evening. We're looking at some hands from event 38M. That's a $215 buy-in. It's a no limit hold'em event. It's 9-handed, and we've got 3 players here in the studio in the Players Hub who are in fact playing along in that event, and we are analysing some of their hands as well. We will be a little bit later on, I think, looking at some of the hands from the higher buy-in event as well, which is the $2,100 buy-in event. So stay tuned for that. But our players at the moment are in fact Frank, and we've got Johan and Kyle, and they are all battling it out against each other in that $215 buy-in. I'm going to go back over to our commentary team now of Neil Channing and Roland Boothby.
Thank you, Laura. We are currently on break in our medium scoop. Our three pros taking a little pizza break, just leaving a bit of relaxation after the intense grind of that session. Going to take you through what's going on in the high scoop. We've currently got 221 players remaining in that from the 256 who started. Got, Kyle Julius is in there with a decent stack. Sean Deep. Mr. Neil Channing will cast his eyes over our list, see if he recognises anyone.
I would. Sadly, I can't see it from here. Sorry.
Got Elkie in there.
Let's have a look. You caught me by surprise, Roland.
And we're back in the action on our 215 scoop.
Sean D doing well in both. Then he's top 20 in the one we're watching, the middle, and he's in the top 10 in the high scoop at the moment. Formidable player, obviously.
So, Frank playing 26,000 now, which is very playable stack. Kyle's around the 6,000 mark.
Yeah, and Carl found a good spot just before the break to 3-bet shove that ace queen. He's probably slightly annoyed with himself having that tricky situation with the pair of eights, but I think he did exactly the right thing there. I'm sure if he thinks about it, he'll realise that. Well, he obviously thought that because that's what he did, and just call and then fold when it got squeezed. Yeah, it was a tricky situation if you've only just joined us. Kyle went down to 15 big blinds, and he's managed to kind of climb his way up a little bit now. The other two fellas are quite comfortable in chips at the moment.
Currently playing an average stack of 16,000 in this event. The chip leader is a Ukrainian player. Slightly offensive screen name. Probably not deliberate. It contains one of the 4-letter swear words in there. A version of it, should we say. Okay, got a couple of questions coming in. Got, Joe Novella, one of our Twitch viewers. What's Frank Ferris's screen name? That will be
Frank's Lions.
Lion Shark.
Yeah.
And a number. Our screen is
very small.
Pretty small at the moment.
Yeah. Lion Shark 05, I think it is. But yeah, our screen is pretty small actually. But yeah, we can just about see that.
Oh, Yo Viral. Fan of Laura Cornelius's pizza eating antics. Yeah, got Kyle Hendry here with the Queen 3. Looks like he's pretty disinterested, judging by our...
If you have just joined us and you're wondering how we can see the whole cards of 3 of the players in this tournament, it's because we're here in Malta commentating on the spring series of online poker, and these guys have actually come into the studio and they're sitting in a sort of separate soundproof booth away from us, playing the tournament. They're all on different tables, so they're not getting any kind of advantage of sitting together or anything. But they've kindly allowed us to see their whole cards tonight so that we can share that with the world. On a slight delay, of course.
We just lost a player from table 2, that's Frank's table.
If anyone is on their table, any of the 3 guys, feel free to hit us up in the chat, and it'd be interesting to know if anyone that's playing on the tables of one of our 3 intrepid players, whether they're keeping an eye out on the way the game's being played or the comments we're making on it. That would be fun to know.
Got a few guesses coming in on the caption contest. Keep those coming in. Those of you who are watching on break will see the obscured face of a well-known poker pro. Pretty tricky one, I think. Got to go with the small amount of information on the screen. Possibly dress sense. Possibly the company he keeps. Saw Mustafa Kani. You're not going to give any clues out at this stage.
Kyle just managed to pick up a small pot there, just to raise and take it. It's pretty important for him at this stage that he's got 6,000. We're playing 125 and 250 blinds, so he's got 24 big blinds, but he wouldn't want to really drop below sort of 17 bigs. It's nice to keep that 3-bet shoving stack if you can. Once you go down to kind of 12 big blinds, it gets a bit harder to get that through. The person's always got pot odds to call you.
So yeah, keep your guesses coming in for the obscured player. If you weren't watching during the break, just guess poker players. Confirm it is a poker player.
pretty hard to win it, really, on that basis, I would say. I didn't actually see the picture, so I guess I could have a guess, really.
Here we have our pros who are playing in our player hub.
Lion Shark 08, not 05.
Lion Shark 08.
There we are. That's the answer to what's Frank's screen name. Yo Viral, there is Johan, and Weak Kyle, or Wee Kyle.
Wee Kyle.
That'll be...
reference to his diminutive size.
and his Scottishness.
Very Scottish, our
The
Kyle.
combo of the two, I think.
Kyle's actually a pretty talented individual. He's an excellent footballer. One of the best footballers I've ever played against. Not that I've played against the greats of our game, but he's a regular in the five-a-side league here in Malta when he's not playing for slightly more professional outfits.
You told me he used to... Did he play for Rangers, did you say?
So Kyle, came through the youth system at Rangers. He's the son of Colin Hendry. For those of you who don't know, is one of the sort of Scottish football legend. Won the Premier League with Blackburn Rovers.
I was going to say Blackburn Rovers,
in the early 90s. And he also captained Scotland at the 98 World Cup. And Kyle was obviously a promising footballer as a youngster. Came through the youth system at Glasgow Rangers. Moved to St Mirren, I believe. Obviously came to Malta in seek of first team football for probably one of the Premier League teams here in Malta next season. Had a couple of games of Leah this season.
You live in Malta, Roland. Is football a big thing here? Do they, a lot of countries, people just follow the Premier League, don't they, in the UK football?
The local Maltese people here, they generally either support Italian teams or English teams. So they have their own teams here. One of the problems with Malta is not a whole lot of open space and not very much grass. Everyone's very passionate about their football. Yeah, a lot of
How many people would go and watch a top Maltese Premier game?
Less than 2,000. So I think around the sort of 1,000 to 2,000 mark. A lot of shared ownership or shared use of stadiums. Only 3 or 4 stadiums on this island. For those of you not familiar with Malta, Malta's in the Mediterranean Ocean, south of Sicily, north of Libya. Very small island, only about 26 miles long, I believe. About 8 miles wide. Got around 500,000, I believe, population. So anyone watching on Twitch, let us know where you're watching from. We've got much action with our pros at the moment. We're going to take a couple of questions for Neil, if anyone's got anything they want to ask him.
Yeah, I think they've between the three of them, they've barely played a hand since the break, have they? Carl nicked the blinds one time. I think they all filled up with pizza.
Okay, some more guesses coming in on the Twitch for our Guess the Player feature.
Now, Carl's got an ace in the big blind here. Now, oftentimes with his kind of stack, said it a few times now, he's got a 3-bet shoving stack. You might be thinking about a 3-bet shove if that raise had come in from the button or from the small blind or possibly from the cutoff. But, actually his stack has grown to slightly above an amount where you could profitably do that against a reasonably early position raiser. It's a little bit too much to put in, really. He's got about 6,000 now, and with the blinds at 125, 250, when somebody makes it 500, you can only win roughly 400 chips for pushing your 6,000 in. You've got to be right a lot of the time to make that worth it, and I think with ace-3, that's quite an easy fold. Yeah,
he let go of the ace pretty quickly there. I think there wasn't much to
I'm sure he did, but I just wanted, because before I was sort of saying, well, it's pretty important for him to be thinking about spots where he could 3-bet shove. I think at the moment now he has picked up one set of blinds. He's got a little bit too many to be doing it too loosely.
Might come to table 2 in a moment. It's like Frank's going to be 3-betting here with the ace-deuce suited, blind on blind. Perfectly reasonable, I think, no?
Yeah, I think very much so. Yeah, he's got. If he does get called, he's in position, which obviously helps. He's got an ace, which is a blocker against the other guy having an ace. He is suited as well, which is not going to mean that he makes a flush that often, but it does mean that sometimes he's going to flop a flush draw and feel very confident about pushing a few chips in.
Okay, so the 3-bet's been called here, and pretty bricky flop for Frank.
Yeah.
Do you continue here on a 6-5-9?
I think you have to, because it's a fairly dry board, and you did show aggression and take the momentum pre-flop. So yeah, I would c-bet here, and it should get through a lot of the time actually, and it does. He's had a couple like that, hasn't he? Where he's had a couple where he flopped top pair, the one where he flopped top pair and turned it into top 2 pair. But he's also had a couple where he's absolutely bricked, and it's been compulsory to make that 3-bet, to make that c-bet the absolute correct decision. And he hasn't been afraid to do it. He is. I don't know whether if people have only just tuned in. Frank is a hyper turbo player, playing reasonably high stakes, and going for supernova elite. He's a man who's seen a lot of hands of poker. He's not going to be making technical errors, I would guess.
Okay, got a bit of support from the Twitch for Kyle. WeKyle22, 4Flush. Thanks for joining us, 4Flush. Let us know where you're tweeting us or twitching us from. Anyone out there supporting their friends? Anyone who knows any of these players? Feel free to get in touch with any stories about these guys. Anything that might be interesting for us to know. We had a chat with all these players before we went on.
Now Kyle's, he's got just under 6,000 now, and he's in the cut-off. It's an unopened pot, and he's got an above-average hand in King Jack, so I think perfectly reasonable just to min-raise it. But when you get 3-bet, you don't necessarily have to throw it away, because it is a late position raise, and people do, obviously they do get a bit more fruity with the 3-bets against late position raises. It is a potential spot to 4-bet shove here, but I think the best thing to do is just fold, actually. I would never advocate calling in that situation, though. I think that would be a terrible mistake. I think it has to be one or the other. I think it's quite reasonable to fold. If you had a lot of history against the guy, and you knew that he was overly active in those situations, it wouldn't be the worst spot to shove as well. But as it happens, I think that opponent had not been at the table that long, and I hadn't seen him do too much like that, so perfectly reasonable fold.
Take a quick look at the lobby, see how we're getting on. 775 remaining. This is a 2-day event. See, these scoop events have very deep structures.
Let me have a look over your shoulder.
Look who's in the chip lead, Mr. Sean Deeb.
Sean Deeb, the chip leader. Oh, yeah.
60,000.
Wow.
So yeah, it's good evening so far for Sean Deeb. Decent stack in the high, and chip leader of the medium. He's just slipped down into second place behind Angel of Death. I imagine is a Lithuanian player. That flag isn't very clear to me. Okay, I got some corrections on my assessment of Maltese football from Will Schill. 6 teams share the Ta'ali National Stadium, capacity at 17,700.
6 teams share the same stadium, wow.
Okay, we've got Poker SNCI joining us, watching from Watford in the UK, Watford, Hertfordshire. Welcome to the broadcast. Played with Neil at the Vic a few times, great player and a great bloke.
Oh, there we are. The check's in the post, mate.
I was introduced to Neil for the first time yesterday, after many years of being a fan of his, so a huge honour for me to be in the booth with him.
It definitely is a huge honour for you. Who was the Watford fella? I want to know where we've played now. In the Vic?
Poker SNCO is from Watford.
Okay.
I know Watford pretty well, so if you want to chat about all things Watford,
does that make him a regular of the Luton Casino, I wonder? Lovely.
Luton might actually be a swear word in Watford. We'll see how it goes.
There's two casinos. Luton's a bit of a hotbed of UK poker for some reason or another. It's not a hotbed of much else.
Possibly because it's on the M1. It's accessible from the north and the south pretty comfortably. Played in Luton a few times.
That might be the only good thing you can say about it. Let's stir up the Luton.
Yeah, I've got nothing good to say about Luton, unfortunately.
I did once win a tournament in Luton.
Okay, we had a hand involving Frank, the previous hand, with the king-8 suited.
Now,
Catch the end of that hand.
Not much happened. Kyle decided to fold the sixes. I think that's actually a really good fold. The blinds are now 153. He's got 5,000, so he's got 16 big blinds. If you shove a pair of sixes for 16 big blinds from early position, you're essentially bluffing, because the chances of somebody calling you with a hand that you're dominating are so slim that you really, you might as well just have, obviously against 2 overcards you're in a flip, but you just don't really want that situation. So I think it's absolutely fine to fold that one, and I think it's quite a good fold. Going over to Johan, who we haven't seen for a while, he's got a pair of kings, and there's been a raise, and he's 3-bet, which of course with a pair of kings is not a thing you can criticise. He has actually lost a few chips since we last saw him, and he's hovering under the 10,000 mark now.
Okay, another top set for Johan.
Pretty good flop. Yeah.
Pretty adept at flopping top set.
He's had some superb hands actually.
Going to take that one down again. Slightly disappointed that such a small pot played out on that.
Yeah, he's probably a little bit annoyed because he had a lot of chips before, and he's lost a few back, and he might have thought there's a chance to get them back. Frank's got a hand. He's under the gun with a pair of 8s. It's perfectly reasonable to raise us with that hand. Clearly a pair of 8s is above average. For people who are not watching too much poker, have stumbled across this, I'm not quite sure how you do that, but you get dealt a pair and hold them at roughly 6% of the time, and a pair of 8s clearly is about halfway in the range of pairs you can have, so that makes it a pretty decent hand, really, in the top 3% of hands. And he did raise with it, and he did just take down the pot, so nothing very exciting.
If any of our viewers need any of the concepts that are being explained elaborated on, or anyone who is new to the game, stumbled upon this, please ask us your questions.
Just a quick thought I was having during the break. If you had to guess, would you think that the fact that these guys are in a kind of fairly forced situation, that we've made them come to the studio in Malta and sit in a room and they're getting exposed to the world's Twitter audience, do you think that's going to make them play differently? We were saying I was quite surprising that they're all still in at this stage. Do you think they're playing a little tighter than normal if we ask them? Maybe we'll get Laura to ask them when they get bust whether they played tighter than normal today.
We've seen some fairly snug plays. I think it's certainly conceivable that they don't want to bust with themselves exposed to the world in this way.
But they've had the pizza now. Maybe they were just waiting to get the pizza, and now they're going to loosen up and play aggressively.
Got Kyle in a hand here. We're going to come to on table 1.
Yeah, these are the tricky ones, aren't they?
10-4 suited, and he's turned a pair.
Yeah, and he flopped a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw and turned a pair, so he's got quite a lot of equity, but it's a lot of everything and nothing, isn't it, really? He's pretty much missed, and he's going to just check and hope that it gets checked behind, I would guess.
Feels like the form might be good here.
It definitely could be. The thing is, in the situations where it is good, he's going to be up against a bet quite often. If the other fella had a missed flush with an ace high, he might decide to bet on the river.
Okay, so he's going to be put to a pretty tricky spot here with the overbet.
I think he's going to fold, isn't he? I mean, it's half of his remaining chips. If he folds with the blinds as they are, he's still got a playable stack. He's got 15 big blinds, so whereas
it's a pretty gross bet from his opponent.
Yeah, and if he calls and he's wrong, he's left with seven big blinds, and that's kind of pretty terminal. He's obviously hating it, but I do think he's going to click the fold button eventually. Yeah, he has. That'll be one where he's kind of wondering what might have been, I should think.
Now, Four Flush is joining us from Guernsey in the Channel Islands.
Do you know, I've always wanted to go there. So.
I don't know too much about the Channel Islands. It
was near to France, basically.
Yeah, I know where it is geographically,
they're in the British
Isles.
Isles.
I don't know too much about what goes on there.
Well, they have actually,
Graham Lasso being.
It's kind of similar.
In
It's
Jersey.
kind of similar to Malta in some ways. It's a bit of a haven for the online gaming community. Alderney, as well as a lot of licenses are given out, and for tax reasons, lots of people live in Jersey and Guernsey, so full of rich people. You'd be doing fine there, Roland. I think you'd probably, hang out with all those. You might find yourself a nice rich young lady. Imagine. Or young man, I don't know, whichever you prefer, I guess.
Ladies at the moment.
Well, it's good to keep your options open.
I don't like to discriminate.
Johan in the big blind, and it's been shoved, basically. 16 big blind shove, and against that kind of action, it's easy to fold a pair of threes. I think if it had been an 8 big blind shove, he might have called it, but that's a bit too many to be punting on a pair of threes.
Poker SNCO chiming back in, also played at Luton, regular on the GUKPT and the UK IPT, which I imagine you frequent.
Played a few of those, yeah. The GUKPT, I think, had its 10th anniversary this year, which is that's the tour in the UK of all the Grosvenor casinos. They used to have 10 tournaments a year. I played the first 22 of them uninterrupted, went to every single one. Had all kinds of weekends in places like Bolton, Manchester and Newcastle and various Luton and Walsall. Not such a big regular anymore. I think there's one going on at the moment in Swansea, actually. So I don't know whether that guy's there. What's his name?
That guy's Poker SNCO from Watford.
Hello to him. Hello to him. If he is going to Swansea this weekend for the GUKPT, good luck in that one. What does the guy from Guernsey want?
I think the guy from Guernsey is a supporter of Carl Hendry. So.
Okay.
Favourite place to play in the UK, Neil? Dusk till dawn?
I think it has to be the Vic for me. I mean, I lived a short walk from there for many years, and I made that short walk most days. Yeah, I mean, from a point of view of travelling round to go to somewhere, I like it when it's a town that you can enjoy. I like Edinburgh. We've been to a couple of tournaments there, and I think that's a very nice town.
I got into poker playing in a little club called the Western Club on the A40 in Acton. Ever experienced the Western?
Yeah, I've been there a couple of times. It closed about a year ago, didn't it? I live quite near there now, actually. So.
It did close down, much to my sadness. It was obviously where I learnt the game, made some good friends down there.
Yeah, I live about 3 miles away from there now, so they closed before I moved there. So.
It's pretty much my neck of the woods. Shepherd's Bush, Acton, Ealing, my sort of stomping ground when I'm in the UK.
Me too. There you go.
There you go. Born and raised in West 12, lived in Ealing more recently.
I'm in Ealing. Are you living in Ealing? How weird. We were working together, we didn't know that.
Leopold Road, W5, before I moved to Malta.
Oh, I'm going to have to check that on the map. I haven't lived there very long. We have the same postcode though.
It's by Ealing Common.
Yeah, well, it's very close then. I'm not going to say my address for the world, but we can mention that later.
Yeah, big up to all the Uxbridge Road folks out there. Anyone living off that stretch of road, get in touch. Okay, Frank's got Queen 7 on the gun. Gonna let that one go.
What's your favourite place to play in England, anyway?
It was always the Western, I guess. In light of.
Have you been a traveller to tournaments there?
I haven't played much around the UK.
Uh-huh. I used to go to Blackpool every year. You said to me, Kyle, lived in Blackpool for a long time. It was a fun place to go once a year for a tournament, a few days away and stuff. And, the people in those games like to gamble. It used to be a bunch of guys from Liverpool and Manchester that would turn up with a plastic bag full of used 10s and 20s. Not quite sure where they all came from, but they were in action. They seemed keen for the money to change hands 2 or 3 times. They didn't seem too worried about winning or losing that much.
Yeah, Carl's from Lytham, which is a small town just outside of Blackpool.
Yeah, they have the open golf tournament.
Certainly does.
Comes from there every few years.
Royal St Anne's.
Very nice place. I think it's quite a popular place for footballers, actually. I can imagine his dad had moved there because...
Lytham is a nice leafy part of the world.
Yeah, and it's handy for people playing for Liverpool and Manchester teams and Blackburn as well, as you say, and Blackpool and whatever.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of clubs around there, Oldham. And
the super rich tend to congregate around Alderley Edge and the sort of Cheshire region. The next bracket of players definitely favour Lytham and some of the surrounding towns. American 2050, who I believe is new to the stream, is asking if that's popcorn in the players' room, and the short answer to that is yes. Players are being well fed by the GPI team.
They certainly are. Commentators, not so much.
Not so much. To beg for water while we go to Laura Cornelius, to sneak off the set, try and
maybe
get
Laura,
our H2O.
Maybe Laura will knock us up a bit of bacon and eggs or something later.
Laura may cook for us.
We'll have a word. Maybe you could, use your influence there.
Laura made some pretty nice pasta yesterday.
Really?
Didn't take any of it myself, but there was a nice aroma filling the office.
Well, Laura, if you're listening, I don't know, she's nipped out for a second. I mean, I wouldn't say no. We're going to be on air for how long here, Roland?
We're on air till we pass out, Neil. But I think the kind of rough conclusion of this stream will be at around 30 minutes past midnight Central European time.
So it'd be cruel, basically, to leave us, pasta free for that length of time.
If anyone's in Malta, enjoys cooking. 2 pretty hungry men. No cheese. Unless you want to poison Neil Channing.
There are people that want to do that, I can tell you.
I've heard some pretty good stories about some of Neil's enemies, some of the abuse he's taken. Probably leave it at his discretion which one he wants to go to. Worst abuse you've ever suffered at a poker table, online?
I've suffered a fair bit on the poker table. A lady accused me of cheating because another guy from England and I got three-handed with her in a one-table satellite. And she assumed that everyone in England knew each other and therefore we were obviously colluded. And I pointed out to her that there were 58 million people in England. As it happens, I did know the guy, but it wasn't like we were big buddies or anything like that. And she accused me of cheating. I had a bit of a go at her back. She basically got quite cross that we wouldn't chop it 3 ways. And when we didn't, she said, well, you must be colluding. And I had a bit of a go. I made her cry. That's terrible. That's really bad. She was very rude, though. That was probably among the worst abuse I've had from anybody. But she ended up crying. So who's laughing now? That's terrible. I don't think anyone's ever physically, threatened to kind of beat me up or anything at the poker table.
I think I threatened to take my head off once. He
it.
Didn't follow through with the threat.
When I had a poker site, I used to, if I played on that, I'd get a bit of stick in the chat box from time to time, and playing under my own name and stuff. That was quite frequent, actually. But I don't know. I tend to think people that do chat box abuse, they have some kind of thing missing in their life, and you should feel sorry for them, really. So I don't take that very seriously, really.
Me and Neil have had a lot of time to chat in Malta over the past 2 days. Tell me a pretty interesting story about a former main event champion. He didn't take too kindly to him. I'm not going to mention any names.
Actually, that doesn't narrow it down that much. There was I won't name names, but there was an Australian main event champion that doesn't like me much either.
Maybe the Twitch guys can speculate as to which former main event champions aren't Neil Channing fans.
No clue.
We may not reveal the answer. You can have fun trying.
Yeah. Bless. There's one or two other main event champs I'm a big fan of. I'm a massive fan of Chris Moneymaker, actually. I think he's a lovely guy. I think Peter Eastgate as well, he would be very high in my list of main event champs that I absolutely love. He's a very nice guy.
Okay.
I think our current world champion's a nice guy as well. He's and a very, very good player.
Mr. Martin Jacobsen,
Yeah.
or Jacobsen as they
Excellent
call him in the
player.
States.
I haven't actually seen him since he won it, although I did see Jorrit von Hoof recently. I thought he played superbly well in that final as well.
They all, well...
That was an exceptional final, actually.
Excellent
on
final,
a very
everyone.
high standard. We're going to go over to Kyle because he's found the Kings, which is nice for him because he is a bit low. He's with the blinds 153 now. He's got basically 11 big blinds. So what a perfect situation. Somebody's raised under the gun. He's got 11 big blinds. I think last time he sort of flaffed around, didn't he, when he had a really strong hand to try and sucker in extra value. I don't think he can really do that here. You know, I mean, where's the credibility in doing anything other than? I mean, you could just call, but it would be a little bit annoying if an ace came and you ended up folding and the other guy had 2 jacks or something like that. I think you just put it in because you're going to get called a lot of the time. Like exactly, you get called by hand.
No.
That's really unlucky. Oh dear.
And an 8 is peeled. That's going to be the end of
well,
Kyle
that is
Hendry's
the end
tournament.
of Kyle. But I mean, that's super unlucky. But you know, just in terms of the reasons that you shove there, you do get called by people with 7s and 8s and 9s there, and quite reasonably. The guy with 2 8s has not made a mistake there. He's up against an opponent with 11 big blinds. He's raised under the gun 2 big blinds. He's got to call 9 big blinds into a pot of like 15. He's getting roughly 6 to 4. And there's a lot of times he's going to be against ace king, ace queen. He may be against 2 7s, not very often, but you know, sometimes. No, I think it's you know, the hand plays itself, and Kyle's just unlucky. You know, he's a big favourite, and it didn't work out. Bad luck, Kyle.
Yeah, GG to Kyle there. Good game. Now, Kyle will be joining Laura Cornelius in our lounge pretty soon, so stay tuned for that.
I mean, it's bad news for us really, because you know, that's probably scuppered our chances of getting Laura out making pasta for us. Where she's going to have to come in and
Laura's
do interviews.
going to have to do some work.
Yeah.
It's bad news in a number of ways, Richie. Kyle Hendry's a friend of mine, one of the people I socialise with in Malta. Very disappointed for him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's many players in these scoop events, and you know, the most likely thing that happens when you enter one is that you don't win it. But there is an emotional investment in tournaments. I mean, generally speaking, I would imagine these guys who are all fairly proficient and regular poker players, if they're settling down for a session on a Saturday night or a Sunday night, they might play 20 tournaments. But here in this kind of slightly alien environment where we've invited them over to the TV studio, they're basically one tabling. So now your emotional involvement is higher. You really want to do well in that one tournament, and it's pretty frustrating when you get knocked out, especially when you're such a big favourite with, you know, 2 kings against 2 8s, a perfect situation to double up.
Now, for those of you who wondered why we hadn't mentioned Jason Mercier for a while, it's because he hadn't broken into the top 10 stack in this
I bet he has
but
now.
now he has. Now he's up into 3rd place, obviously.
It's about time he did, really, isn't it? It's a bit rubbish that he hadn't up until then.
So actually, the top 10,
He's 3rd, is he?
he's 3rd in chips. We've
How
got
many people?
Calvin Harris 5th in chips,
So
and
we-
Sean Deeb 10th in chips.
What do we got? 600 odd people left in the tournament at this stage.
673 left.
It's amazing, isn't it? And people say, oh, you know, it's all luck, it's all random, whatever. This guy is just, he's an animal, isn't he? Just consistently there every time.
Pretty star-studded top 10 in this medium scoop, 215 no-limit hold'em. 1,173 runners, 671 remain. Got Jason Mercier sitting in 3rd. See, Cal 42688. Some guys may know him, more familiar with him by his screen name, but he's also a pretty accomplished live player as well. Calvin Anderson. Playing in Mexico, it looks like. He's actually an American, as you're probably familiar with.
And Sean Deeb.
And Sean Deeb, also in Mexico.
Very funny guy. I do like Sean Deeb. One of my favourite Americans.
And I got a question from Poppy1000. Who's the best player from Leeds?
Oh, that's a good question. Little Dave Nicholson, there you go.
Okay. There you go, Poppy1000.
That was an easy answer.
That was a straight question with a straight answer. That's what we do here. GPI TV. Got a hand involving Frank on our second table. Let's see the action pre-flop. It's going to being bet into on the turn. 3 of hearts.
We're gonna. I think we're gonna leave that
to Laura
hand.
Cornelius.
Yeah.
Hello, I am now joined back on the sofa by Kyle. He is our first player out of the 3. Are you a bit upset?
I mean, it didn't go to plan. Like, I thought it'd go a lot better, but in the end, we ended up getting it in as an 80% favourite, and Kings v8s, we can't really do much. It was a bad start. Early on in the first level, we had queens and ran into 2 sets and lost a few thousand chips, and then since then, sort of dwindled. We doubled up. Trying to remember the hand. What was the hand? Anyway, yeah, I ended up doubling up. Oh, it was aces in the small blind, and the guy.
Aces.
Yeah. The guy had king
that
nine, but we couldn't get past 20 big blinds. So, but it was fun. And I'm gonna enjoy coming back and doing it again.
Yeah, I mean it's always hard, isn't it, when once you get short stacked and then
so
just trying to build it back up.
It's a battle. It's a battle.
And how was it in the Players Hub with your 2 new friends?
It was.
Are you NBFs now, or are you
well,
enemies?
they're both French, so I mean, I don't speak French, so I struggled to start with. But they were enjoying life. They were eating pizza and stuff. So
we did see you eat.
I saw you guys eating pizza as well. Actually, I didn't miss that.
We thought that we would let them have a little, like a 4-minute window to eat a little bit of pizza, but they only got 1 slice. That's fine.
I know Roland will have been definitely munching on the pizza back there. He definitely will have been enjoying it.
How was it playing in the Players Hub though? Like, did it affect how you played? Like knowing that people were watching your hands and analysing your play, or did you play it exactly as you would have played it if you were sat at home?
I'm not sure. I think it did affect it a little bit differently because obviously there's three minds in there, and we were kind of helping each other like in big decisions and stuff. We weren't too like being competitive, so. But it was different. It was different to playing back home online, with your headphones and stuff. Completely different like environment.
When you're playing online here at home, do you play like on your own, or do you get a?
Usually, yeah. Usually, I have. I just sit in my kitchen where there's a table. I've got 2 screens. I play on there. I have 2 housemates, but one of them plays sometimes. The other one's just like a gym freak. He doesn't. He just walks in and out of the gym every day. So I hardly ever see him. But yeah, when I'm playing, I'm usually on my own.
And what have you thought to the whole experience here?
Fantastic, yeah.
Do you think you come back again? Will you
definitely,
be our guest?
Definitely. I'll definitely come back.
Do you think you'll last a little bit longer next time?
I definitely hope so. I definitely hope so. Nice rub there, Laura. Cheers.
Sorry.
But yeah. I mean, I can't really do much, but yeah, I'll try my hardest anyway.
Well, if you guessed Kyle would last longest,
sorry guys,
then yeah, you're out of there.
Sorry,
you're not winning any prizes tonight. We've got 2 left now. Frank is battling out with Johan in the Players Hub. Hopefully Kyle will stick around though. I know there's a few pizza crusts going, so he can munch on them maybe. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And we will go back to our commentators now.
Thank you, Laura. That was Kyle 22, Carl Hendry.
He looked pretty pleased that he made the pizza bubble though, didn't he? I mean, that was a good thing. He managed to last just in time for the pizza to arrive. Stuffed his face with pizza and then couldn't bust quick enough after that. Did you notice that?
Pretty great value there for Carl.
Yeah. No, he did very well. He's unlucky. I mean, from what we saw, there wasn't much different he could have done, really, was there? I thought he made a good fold with the 6s, where he might have decided to shove those a few hands earlier. And obviously he doubled up with the aces, but yeah, he was always on the back foot, really, wasn't he, with kind of 20 big blinds, looking for spots to just shove over the top of someone. And a lot of times it comes down to that, doesn't it? If you don't get a good start, you're ducking and weaving, looking to get that double up.
Yep. Anyway, those who plumped for Frank and those who plumped for Johan in the last longer, you're still in with a chance. Going to come back to the action as soon as possible. Be some tea action taking place at the commentator's desk.
So good. Laura bought me a cup of tea. How lovely. Do you think she will go to the kitchen and rustle something up? Do you really think that'll happen, Roland, or not? I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder.
I think the chance of happening are below 50%.
Oh, okay.
But above 1%.
I mean, you said to me that she didn't mind, sometimes a nice bit of pasta, something like that. No?
There was the aroma of pasta that filled the office yesterday was quite delightful. So hopefully that will occur in the future. Not sure whether he'll still be around by this time, Neil.
I'm encouraged to find that she knows the way to the kitchen, so, fingers crossed.
For those of you who are just joining the stream, we're covering Scoop Medium 38, 215 no limit hold'em, 1 rebuy, 1 add-on. Yeah, currently 642 players remaining. See, 1,170 started, and Jason Mercier up in 5th place.
Slipped down to 5th.
He'll be back up, don't worry about that.
Yeah, he's having an incredible scoop though, isn't he? Really, I mean, he managed the final table yesterday in the mixed event that he won the year before. But he's yeah.
What I like about Jason, he just clearly plays all the games to the highest level possible. I mean, people might have thought that the first 2 scoops he took down were kind of smaller fields, big buy-in mixed games, and then follows it up with a win in a large field no limit hold'em, proving he's absolutely at the top of his game, and the top of the poker world. Any experiences with Jason playing live?
Great player, yeah. I played when the World Series of Poker Europe was in the Empire in London. I think the second year it was in the Empire. I played the 5K PLO, and he was on my table quite early in the tournament. Then we broke, and I can't remember what happened to him. I think he finished 4th in the tournament. But I came away, and I remember saying to one of the really good PLO players in London, this bloke was incredible, because I think it was fair to say at that stage that he was more of a no-limit hold'em player. But he proved to me something that day, which was that it didn't matter. Poker tournaments are about being good at tournaments. It doesn't matter whether you're particularly good at PLO or good at hold'em. If you know tournaments, you're going to do well. And I think players that are like really good cash game grinders in PLO don't do that great in PLO tournaments compared with people that are really good hold'em tournament players that play PLO tournaments. That's what I felt at the time. Obviously, since then, he's become amazing at PLO as well. But I just remember that was the first experience of him, and I was blown away. I was very impressed by him. And I kind of went quite deep in the tournament, so I got a chance to see him at close range for quite a long time. And he's to me, he's close to the best player in the world. Yeah.
It's interesting with Jason. He's not a player who chooses to share a great deal of strategy about how he plays. There's other players, who are at the top of the game often choose to share a lot with their fans. I mean, someone like Jason Somerville, for example, even someone like Ike Haxton, when he commentates on the EPT, gives away a lot of in-depth kind of views into it. Now, Jason doesn't do that. He's quite open about this. He says he chooses. He's willing to analyse the game, but he's not willing to sort of reveal what makes him think. And do you think
that's definitely
part
true.
Of the advantage.
I have played quite a lot of live poker with Jason over the years, and he's not one for commenting. People, often solicit his opinion during hands, and I've often seen people say, "Oh, do you think that was a good fold or whatever?" Even if they weren't involved in the hand and he wasn't involved in the hand, and they're just trying to make conversation with him just to kind of bring him into things, because he's quite a kind of a fairly shy person in some ways, and he's always non-committal. Somebody will say something, "Oh, that was a good hand, wasn't it? Would you have played that?" Yeah, maybe. Might have done. Would you have folded? Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, I could have done.
He doesn't go for sort of drawn-out, flowery answers when it comes to.
I think he's lovely,
strategic.
actually. I'm actually a bit of a fanboy of Jason Mercier, but I think he's gone off me. I had a thing where I got quite drunk one time and told him that, I don't know whether you remember, there was an episode of The Simpsons. Itchy and Scratchy in The Simpsons?
Yep, absolutely.
Do you remember they brought in an extra character to Itchy and Scratchy to make it more amusing? It was a dog.
I think you're going to have to go with this one.
Okay, well, there was a dog. I can't remember what the dog was called, but they brought it into Itchy and Scratchy because they thought that Itchy and Scratchy needed an extra character. And for a while, the dog was super popular, and then the dog didn't become popular. I'm going to Google in a minute when we get a break in the action, and I'll get you a picture of that dog, and you can tell me that I'm right. That dog looks like Jason Mercier.
Ah, okay. Finally, we get the link to Jason Mercier.
Unfortunately, when I was drunk, I told him that once, and then I told him like 3 other times in the next 2 years, and now he just thinks I'm just a weird guy that comes up to him and tells him he looks like a dog on The Simpsons. So I don't think we're not really friends anymore.
Tell someone they look like a dog. It's very hard to like get them to take that with huge enthusiasm.
I'm kind of wishing I hadn't done it now, but he does really, you know, like with the whole backwards baseball cap thing and the kind of surfy look with the kind of sort of baggy shorts and stuff. That was the way the dog looked.
I think people don't like being compared to animals in general.
I think you're right.
It often gets taken the wrong way.
In retrospect, I kind of wish I'd never mentioned it to him, but you know, it's done now. You can't put the genie back in the bottle.
I was finding telling people they look like anyone actually doesn't normally elicit a particularly positive response unless it's someone incredibly good looking.
I noticed that actually. I did see on Twitter, Christoph Van Halle contacted to say that I look like an aging hippie. Thanks, Christoph. Cheers if you're listening. I appreciate that. Nice to hear from you though, anyway.
And while we're on the subject of Jason, I don't think we can avoid the story of Phil Ivey at the PCA giving an interview in which he tells Poker News that Jason Mercier taught him the min race.
I do remember that video. I do remember that. Yeah, I did watch that. Yeah.
One of the best Jason Mercier stories, teaching Phil Ivey the min race.
I did like that actually. Yeah, that was quite good. I'm a Phil Ivey fan as well actually, like a bit of a fanboy. You know, there's several players I'm a fanboy of. Not many. I'm not really in awe of too many of them generally, but those two, definitely. Yeah. It's hard to not be an Ivy fan, isn't it?
It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard.
I was in an awkward spot once, actually. How would you deal with this one? I'm in Australia, and I'm just getting in the elevator, and a guy comes out of the elevator with his friend, and it's a guy who I've played with that trip twice on my starting table, and sat next to him one time, and we'd had a really good chat. And I've played with him before in Vegas, and I've played with him in other places. But I wouldn't say we were like massively matey. It's just we've played poker together 6 times in the preceding year and we've become chatty in that way. And he gets out of the elevator and starts talking to me and we're having a chat. And about a minute and a half into that chat, I'm realizing that his friend is waiting there, being a bit like you're the friend, kind of half looking at your watch, we're going somewhere, why are you talking to this random stranger? And I haven't introduced myself to this friend, and he hasn't made an effort to introduce me to his friend, and so his friend is left there being a bit of a spare part. The friend is Phil Ivey.
Oh.
What would you have done though? Because I didn't want to sort of say, oh, by the way, my name's Neil, what's your name? Or something, because it's Phil Ivey. So I just kind of left him hanging there.
I think when it's Phil Ivey, you can go with a, you're Phil Ivey, I know you, hi, nice to meet you.
But I never really got, because the other guy was like engaging in quite a kind of long conversation, there wasn't really a break to sort of say, oh, hi Phil Ivey, you're Phil Ivey. And also like, he knows he's Phil Ivey, like, he doesn't need me to say you're Phil Ivey. It's kind of weird. And I don't know, yeah, I've never really spoken to Phil Ivey that much. He probably, after that, he thought he kind of blanked me that time, you know, I'm not speaking to him. I thought the English were polite and well-mannered, but not that guy. That's probably what he's thinking. I doubt it. Now,
Isaac Digg has a bit of love for the blonde member of our team. Now, whether they're referring to Laura Cornelius or Neil Channing remains to be seen.
I think he's talking about me, isn't he? Let's face it. What did he have to say?
There is something that narrows it down, which I'm not going to read out on air.
Okay, don't do that. Actually, we were talking before about Roland de Wolf, and you were sort of, I get the feeling you'll like this story. Roland de Wolf had a bet with Phil Ivey, 100 grand. This is a great bet. He bet Phil Ivey that he couldn't go a whole year without having a haircut. And Phil Ivey took the bet, 100 grand, and then it got to about March, and he realised that if he just didn't have a haircut for the year, he was going to look like kind of the Jackson 5 in the early 70s or something, and he might look a bit stupid. So Roland made him give him 25 grand to cancel the bet. Isn't that a great story?
I remember when Ivy I'm just going to get back to the action here. King Queen for Frank. Come to his table on table 2. He's in the big blind here. Now imagine he's going to at least see a flop here with the under the gun raise.
Yeah, I think it's, you're out of position with King Queen, which is a hand that can easily be dominated by the range of hands that people raise under the gun with. On the other hand, it's a bit tight to be folding King Queen for just one big blind more when you're getting pot odds, and there's implied odds if you do. What he's almost done here was just to flop a straight. He didn't manage it, but he's got the 2 overcards and a gut shot. I wouldn't mind check calling a bet there. He didn't have to. He got a free look at the turn, so that's good. Obviously, his equity is down now because there's only 1 card to come. But he, if he does hit a king or a queen, you've got to think there's a good chance that's good as well. So he's got quite a lot of outs here, really. He's about 20%. He's about 20% to hit a king, a queen, or a jack. So I think it's okay to have a stab at that.
Imagine he's probably going to give up on this card. Doesn't
yeah,
it
but if he gets called there, he can hit a king, a queen, or a jack 1 in 5 times. So I think it's not a bad spot to have a little bet. He's also kind of setting his price on the draw by betting quite small. If he'd have checked and the other fella bet bigger, it's more likely the other fella's bluffing, so he's kind of got to call in some ways, and B, he has to pay a bit more to hit his draw.
I'm surprised he decided to follow through with the bluff on the river.
A little
got snapped off by top pair.
A little bit. I might have just had a go at trying to hit a 10 jack or a queen. A king, queen, or jack, and then given up if it didn't come. Yeah.
Okay, players are going on a 5-minute break. See, got a little bit to look forward to on our 3rd table when we come back. We've got, George Danza has joined Johann's table. George Danza, I'm sure many of you will be familiar with, PokerStars Pro from Germany. Incredibly successful year at the World Series last year. So he followed up with a similarly great showing in Australia. Now, George playing 22,000. George picked up the Ambassador Award at the European Poker Awards. Going to go to Laura Cornelius now. Going to give you an update from our lounge.
Thank you guys, I am here still in my lovely chair in the lounge, live from Malta. We are looking at coverage from one of tonight's Scoops events. It's the 38 medium $215 buy-in. Obviously Neil and Roland there, they're commentating on some of the action on some of the guys that we have. Just 2 left now. Kyle unfortunately bust just in the last level or so. He's got some pizza and on his way home, I imagine. But it's been a great evening here so far, looking at some of the action from those Scoops events. If you don't know what Scoop is, the Spring Championship of Online Poker. It's a 2-week online poker festival that's been running on PokerStars, and we're going to be here tomorrow evening and Sunday evening. Sunday is the final, and we're going to be hopefully looking at hands from that big main event. $4 million worth of guaranteed prizes in that $10,000 buy-in on Sunday evening. And now we asked you a little while ago to see if you could guess who the poker player was in the picture. We wanted you to name the pro. Let's take a look back. Sat next to Mustafa Kanit there. It was a German poker player. It was Ole Chemion. In fact, a record breaker. He spent a record amount of weeks as Global Poker Index #1. Just been taken over, I think, by Scott Seaver just lately. But Ole Chemion there, undoubtedly one of the best poker players in the world. He played at the Global Poker Masters, which was back here in Malta just 2 months ago as well. We did have a few right answers for that. Surprisingly, I thought that was quite a difficult one. Maybe if you know Ole's style, you might know he likes likes to wear shirts like that. But yeah, we had a few correct answers, so we will be putting those names into a hat or something similar that we can find, and we'll be telling you the winners of that one a little bit later. We've got a new one for you. Hope you're listening. We've got a new quiz called Beat the Pro. So we're going to give you a poker scenario. Here you go. And you've got to try and work out what it's best to do. You're playing in a super high roller, in the money, with 9 left at one table. Blinds are 25 and 50k. Patrick Antonius is playing 750k. He raises in the hijack. You have ace of hearts, 10 of hearts in the big blind. You call, playing 1.1 million. The flop comes down, ace of diamonds, ace of clubs, queen of spades. Patrick bets 60k, you call. The turn is the 3 of hearts. Patrick bets 125k, you call. The river is the 5 of diamonds. Patrick bets 250k. Do you A, fold, B, call, C, min raise, and D, raise all in? So have a little think about that one and let us know whether you would do A, B, C or D. Maybe we'll chat to the commentary team and see what they think they would do. Obviously, you've got to factor in a lot of different things to that. Patrick Antonius, he's a Finn, you know. They kind of play quite aggressive, those Finnish players, I believe. So think about that, and we'll be offering another prize a little bit later on, and we'll announce, I guess, in the next hour what actually is the correct answer, if there is one. Right, we're going to head back over to our event. We're still looking at the $215 buy-in event. It's event 30. It's the medium buy-in. So yeah, we've got 2 players left still playing in that. Johan is there and Frank is there. Frank, I believe, is got more chips out of the 2 of them. So if you guessed Frank in that last longer, you may be a winner in that competition too. So let's head back over to our commentary desk.
Thank you, Laura. Now, currently got 2 minutes left on break, so I'm just going to take you through what's going on in the high. The 2,100 high scoop, no limit hold'em. Currently 189 players remaining from a starting field of 256. So top prize, 186,000 in that one. Now, True Teller, who I believe still remains a mystery as to his identity, a Russian player, currently chip leader there. Got quite a few big names up on the top 20 stacks. Got Jack Z Yang, who's the UK player Jack Salter, very accomplished player, rising up in the game each month that goes past. He got a runner-up finish in the WPT High Roller in Amsterdam. Got Sean Deeb up there, 11th place, 23,000 chips. Got Elke, 15th. I don't think anyone would be too sad to see Elke make a nice run here. A lot of love for Elke in the poker world. Hasn't been running particularly well live lately, but you know, had a couple of good showings in Scoop. Now, got a minute left on break. Just going to go through the numbers that we're looking at in the medium Scoop, the Scoop which our 2 remaining pros are playing. Currently 594 remaining of the 1,170 who started. So we've got the Angel of Death still in first place in chips. Got Jason Mercier sitting in 4th on 71k. A couple of other names up there. Calvin Anderson sitting on 60,000 in 12th place. So yeah, going to resume the action in about 1 minute. I'm joined by Neil Channing. And Neil, you enjoying the action so far?
Well, I was enjoying it, but now I can't think of anything else other than what I would do with the Ace 10 of Hearts against Patrick Antonius. That's a difficult one, that one. I'm not sure. I think it depends is the answer. All poker questions, the answer is it depends. If anyone writes in and says it depends, I think they should be put in the hat, basically.
Now, we did ask Simon Dedman what he would do. Simon Dedman, for those who don't know, is a British poker pro. Very nice chap. He represented UK in the Global Poker Masters. Now, I'm not going to tell you what Simon Dedman said.
Whatever he would do is correct. I want to do whatever he's doing.
You're not technically right, Neil. The reason being that is a hand that played out in a tournament, and there is a correct answer.
Okay.
I'm not going to say who the hand involved, but you'll find out at the end of the competition who the hand involves, what he chose to do.
Was it Simon Dedman?
It was not Simon Dedman.
Oh, okay.
Simon Dedman was asked what he'd do in the situation. I'm probably not going to say what Simon Dedman said. What I'll tell you is Simon Dedman got it wrong.
Okay.
So he's not perfect. Perfect in many ways.
When you say got it wrong, I mean, it wouldn't have worked out for him on this occasion, or...
He got it wrong in that the hand that with the hand that Patrick had and the bets he made, the decision that he would have made would have been the wrong decision.
Let's face it, Simon Dedman's got hundreds of thousands of pounds in cashes in the last 2 years, a gorgeous fiancée. He's having the absolute life of Riley. How can Simon Dedman have got anything wrong?
Simon Dedman's doing pretty well in life. I've got no, absolutely
He's winning.
Nothing
He's just
bad
winning
to
at
say.
life, basically.
Nothing bad to say about Simon Dedman whatsoever. And yeah, I'm just going to bring in Hippie80, who was a big fan of your stories, Neil.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
And he also helped you out with the name of the dog from The Simpsons, which I believe was Hooch.
It was.
Does that ring any bells?
Yeah, it definitely was. Yeah. He's right. Pooch, was it? Or Hooch? I think it was Pooch.
Possibly Pooch.
Yeah, it was Pooch. Yeah. Which is more of a dog name than Hooch.
Certainly is.
Yeah.
Hooch
I noticed
is,
that.
very much,
by the way, I wasn't surprised that Laura gave the viewing public a quiz, the answer to which was a prospect of looking at a large picture of her beloved Ole on the screen. I mean, did she set all the questions?
She certainly did. It's no coincidence that the Ole Shemian was the subject of our mystery poker play.
I'd like to bet he was the guy with the ace-10 as well.
I'm not going to reveal that at this stage. We will find out in the fullness of time.
Probably just be like, when we go back to Laura's den, there should be like posters of Ole on the wall, shouldn't there? It's
going to come back to the action here because it's been at least 20 minutes since Johan picked up aces.
I was just going to say, it does feel like some time since he had the old boots. He's
pretty nice board here. Don't think he's worried about too much.
I don't think he is too worried, is he really? He could be sitting there thinking, God, I really wish I could hit a 4 here. So, no, it's going well for him.
As we mentioned before the break, he's playing on the same table as George Danza.
He hasn't really kind of, for the hands he's had, and no disrespect to him because it's not really his fault, but the way it's worked out, even though he's had aces quite a few times, he hasn't absolutely cleaned up with them. And he's been raised now.
Okay.
Actually, that is
a feeling about this spot.
Well, I'm not
a
loving,
little bit gross.
I'm gonna call, but I'm not loving life. Well, it's kings.
Picks up a kings, and it's going to be a huge pot for you.
That is a huge pot, and it's absolutely fantastic for him. But if the other fella had turned over a set, you wouldn't have been that surprised, would you? Really? I mean,
it had a horrible feeling of a set.
Yeah. I mean, obviously he's got kings, which is a very strong hand, and he's going to play it.
Obviously played unconventionally. The fact that not that much of the money went in pre-flop is a slightly unusual spot there.
Well, Johan has, a couple of times where he's had the aces, he's just called in position, hasn't he? And, it's kept the pot smaller. And then, in other situations, he flopped top set one time. And same with the kings as well. But, yeah.
I'll have a little chat about George Danza. So George Danza, obviously well known to most of our viewers, I think. Very good mixed game player. Currently reigning World Series of Poker Player of the Year and represented Germany here in Malta at the Global Poker Masters. Now, he's a player who gets a lot of love in the poker world. Does that love come from you as well?
Actually, remember him from quite some time ago. He used to travel around Europe with a fellow called Jan Heitmann.
I know Jan
from Germany, and they're both excellent players. And this was pre-EPT, I think. They would come to London and play the tournament that later became the London EPT, that was called, I don't know, maybe the London Poker Masters or something in those days. And I think they both final tabled it and won 2 side events between them that week. And that was the first time I came across them. I remember having a conversation with them along the lines of, can you just stay in Germany and stop coming to London, please? We're not happy about you invaders coming over and picking up all our money. But they took it all in good spirit. They're a couple of good lads, actually. And like you say, very big with the mixed games now, and does very well with that, yeah. People tell me he's super good at the draw games, the single draw, particularly the big bluffing, no limit draw game. I don't know how you get super good at that. It's not a game that, they don't have that in a lot of local casinos, really, do they?
Like Dan's is going to open the action here. Not going to get much action from Johan with the 10-4 off. So Dan's is playing 20k, which is a little bit below average at the moment, but plenty of room for manoeuvring here. Blinds are currently 250, 500 with a 60 ante.
And you're right, I mean, he is below average, but I think for people that are playing these big field scoop events, you can get a bit hung up on where you are relative to the average. I think as long as you've got a decent playable chip stack relative to the big blind, 30 big blinds or more, if you're below the average, it doesn't really, obviously it's better to be above the average, but you shouldn't get too depressed by being below the average. We saw before with Kyle that he dropped down to below 20 big blinds, and that really starts to stifle the potential for, you haven't got all your options available to you at all times. But George here has got, he can, at any stage, he can 3-bet, 4-bet, and have chips behind to play the hand. It's not a problem. I'm sure he won't be panicking too much at this stage.
Well, you've got to hand it without any hold cards. I'm certainly panicking. Hopefully Neil's going to be able to talk us through this one a little bit. It looks like we've got a bit of action on the flop. Okay, George's going to let this one go.
Yeah, just check fold the flop with the ace high.
Keep your answers coming in for the poker scenario. Desmond Tutu chiming in with a bit of an explanation. Let us know what you think.
I think you picked a good hand, actually. It was quite a tricky situation. Quite interesting.
I had a lot of fun on Wednesday afternoon looking through the archives for interesting hands. Appeals to the poker geek in me. I watched a lot of poker footage over the years. Now, to answer the question of Desmond Tutu, what were the options again? We're going to try and get the graphic back maybe next summer on break, but I think the options were call, folds, min raise, or raise all in.
That was basically it, yeah.
Right on cue, GPI Poker, telling us that they're going to be displayed shortly. There we go.
Do you want to read it out?
I think I will. You're playing the super high roller in the money with 9 left at one table. Blinds are 25k, 50k. Patrick Antonius playing a stack of 750k. Raises in the hijack. This is a min raise, I might add. You have ace, 10 of hearts in the big blind. You decide to call. You're playing 1.1 million. You both go to a flop of 8 of diamonds, ace of clubs, queen of spades. Patrick bets 60. You call. The turn brings the 3 of hearts. Patrick bets 125k. You call again. Now, the river hits the 5 of diamonds, and for a third time, Patrick bets 250k. Now, Patrick only started the hand with 750k, so take all these factors into account, and the options are A, fold, B, call, C, min raise, and D, raise all in. So, there you have it. Keep your answers coming in on Twitch. An answer coming in from American2050. Guessing it's the all in. Make sure you have a look at the stack sizes. Take into account the opponent as well.
Patrick started about 750. He's put about 585 in now at this stage. But you've already put in 60, 100, and 125. 245, is that right?
Perhaps.
Wow. I think it's quite difficult. I'm not going to say what I think at this stage, but I think it is quite hard.
Maybe you were the pro. Do you recall a hand
I don't
against
recall
Patrick Antonius?
Do you know what? I think I have played Patrick Antonius before, but very rare. I think I might have only played him once ever. He came to my table in Monaco in the grand final of the EPT. It was kind of near the bubble. He had 20 big blinds, and he dominated the table. That's hard to do, isn't it? And it wasn't like they were really not good players. There were some very good players. Sean Deeb was on the table for a short time. Your man, what's he called? Menlo or whatever he's called. Isaac Barron.
Oh, Isaac Barron, yeah.
Yeah. I can't think of what his screen name is. Anyway, whatever.
That's eluding me as well.
And yeah, there were a few good players on the table, but even with that stack, and he sort of willed people to fold. It was like he has a big aura about him at the table, and I think it's quite hard to match up against.
Probably a contender for the
most intimidating player.
Indeed. I was going to say probably a contender for the next Guess the Player contest, given that Laura Cornelius has been.
Is she a big Patrick fan?
I think she's a Patrick fan.
Is she? It would be funny if next time we go over to Laura, there was a poster of Ollie and a poster of Patrick on the wall, replacing the football jerseys or whatever. I would find that amusing personally. Maybe with like "I heart Patrick" written on it or something like that.
I'm going to come to a question on the Twitch from Grant Gates even. Whose cards can we see face up? Now, the two players you're seeing now are the two pros in our player hub here at the GPI studio.
So basically, we're here in Malta, and these guys live in Malta, and we asked them if they'd fancy coming into the studio, bringing their laptops and playing their tournament here. We've got them in a separate office away from our commentary situation. They don't get any benefits of that other than the fact that we're getting to see their whole cards, which they've kindly allowed us to do. It's not like they're getting to see anyone else's or learn any other information about the tournament that no one else is getting. So they've just kindly come in and said, okay, we'll hook ourselves up to your software so that everybody at home on Twitch can see the whole card. So that's good of them to do that.
It's very good of them. We've given them pizza in return. Everyone's winning in this scenario. I think anyone's losing out. Got a bit of popcorn there as well. Although, looks like the popcorn may have been removed from our player hub.
I mean, if you are a professional poker player and someone offers you free food, I think you should take it, really. You can have ups and downs in this life. It's not all gravy.
Not a huge amount of action to talk you through at the moment. Frank's got a hand, but it's in the big blind. It looks like he's going to fold to this race. Got a pretty piece of trash. Anyone got any questions for Neil on Twitch? Ask away. As many of you will be aware by now, Neil has a huge number of stories.
A few. I've run out now, actually.
I don't think that's accurate. I think it's pretty much a lie, but I think plenty more. If anyone wants to press him on any of the stories he's told already, or ask him.
I think the Phil Ivey haircut bet, at the time when he told me he'd had that bet, long before Phil Ivey bought out of it, I said, well, why are you doing that? Like, it's not a physical thing, so of course somebody can go a whole year without having a haircut. Look at my hair now. I mean, it's not that difficult, really. I'm not even getting paid 100 grand for it. But I never thought about that. Like Ivey's image and stuff. Of course he wouldn't do it. Like, why did he accept it in the first place?
Well, I remember Ivey accepting a bet from Durr, and it was involved not eating meat for around about a year, I think.
That's
he ended
right.
up buying out of that one pretty quickly as well.
Yeah.
I think it might have been a straight million, that bet.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
He didn't last very long at all. I think it might have been even 2 weeks.
Well, Howard Lederer, who, I don't know whether we're ever allowed to mention that name again in poker circles, but not everybody's favourite guy, but he's a vegan, and somebody bet him 20 grand that he wouldn't eat a Big Mac, and he did. Because, 20 grand's 20 grand, isn't it? I think it was 20 grand. It might have even been 10, actually.
How much for you to eat a lump of cheese? Big, solid, thick wedge of mature cheddar.
It wouldn't do me much good, but, I could probably...
5k? Risk? You take the risk?
I'd probably suffer it for that kind of money. I mean, there's people sleeping on the streets of, well, maybe not Malta, but there definitely are in London. And if somebody gives you 5 grand just to not feel very well for a few days, I think you'd have to take it, wouldn't you, really?
We've got a hand in action on our table 2, which is Frank. Now, he's flopped pretty well here, I think.
Yeah, and it's blind on blind hand, so obviously you don't expect, ace high would probably be good. Oh, I'm sorry, I do apologise, it's not blind on blind hand. There was a raise from
Imagine he'll call here.
Yeah, he's up and down, he's closing the action, so I don't think you would want to not call. I don't advocate raising here. I think he's also got the backdoor nut flush draw, so if he calls and picks up a club, he's got some more equity. The ace, if he hits an ace, that could be good, but obviously not. That's not a brilliant card for him.
And they're all pretty deep here, so I think it's.
I think it's probably check and reevaluate. If the bet comes from this fella, who was the original early position raiser, you're not closing the action when you call. So, you know, and obviously just with one card to come, it's not so interesting. I think you might let it go. He's bet 5,000, it's 25% of your chips. If you call and the other guy shoves, how sick do you feel then? You know, you're not enjoying it, are you? And the implied, oh, he has called. I don't know whether I'm in love with that. I mean, obviously there's quite a lot of money in there, but it's not that likely that the other person behind raises, but it is a possibility, and that might be enough to put me off. Anyway, as we can see, he's missed, so it's you know, I'm presuming he can't really tell a credible story of doing any more action in this pot. So yeah, that was the end of the pot. But yeah, I don't know. I think I might have folded on the turn. I know it's easy to say now. We've seen how it worked out, but I would have probably played exactly the same as him up until the turn, and then probably just given up on the turn. It was a bit frustrating when you flopped up and down, and you want to get a chance to try and hit it, get to see all 5 cards.
Going to say a thank you to Desmond Tutu, who's got some kind words for the team here at GPI. You guys rock. Thank you, Desmond. Now, you're seeing Laura Cornelius, Neil Channing, myself, Roland Boothby. There is actually a huge number of people working behind the scenes here to put this all together. We don't deserve nearly as much credit as the guys who've been working round the clock to get this studio together. I'm going to mention Lewis Boltodano, the executive producer here at GPI. This guy's been working harder than I've seen anyone work in the last month. He deserves a huge amount of credit for bringing this all together. Max Rabinovich also helping out. Carlos Murray, got JP Stiveler. This is all the team here at GPI, the Malta office. Not forgetting the boss, Alex Dreyfus, and the production guys, Philip and his team from France. Also work with us on the Global Poker Masters, an incredibly professional team. So big thanks to all those people for bringing this together. Huge credit. Sometimes the unsung heroes of these kind of broadcasts. We have things pretty easy, don't we, Neil?
Well, I mean, you didn't. I'm surprised you didn't mention the pizza guy, really, because
pizza guy deserves a mention.
He really does. Personally, I think the on-screen talent should get all the credit. Really, I think you know, the three of us are doing an absolutely fantastic job in, you know, very tough circumstances. And, I'd like to pay credit to both of you, really.
If I missed anyone out on my list of thank yous,
I don't
come back to you.
I don't think Laura heard me say that, because she's off to the kitchen making the pasta, I think.
She's making us a pasta as we speak.
I think so.
I don't know if we're going to eat this pasta, Neil. Very labour intensive, this little stretch for us.
You get a 5-minute break every hour, I believe, so that's good.
How much pasta can you eat in 5 minutes? Probably not as much as you'd want.
You'd be surprised.
Okay, Desmond Tutu chimes back in. Have you got a Tony G story, Neil?
Tony G. No, actually, I can't really think of a particular. I'll have a think, but no, I find Tony G quite amusing. I like all that, you know, the thing with, you know, send on more Russians and whatever.
What?
I loved all that, but no, I can't think of too many Tony G stories. He's a funny guy.
He's definitely taken on a sort of more serious side to himself after being elected to the European Parliament for Lithuania.
Yeah, my good buddy Warren Lush, that was at Party Poker for many years and was basically put in charge of looking after Tony G. He tells me he's now working for him as like a political analyst or something in the EU, which is I just find quite amusing generally.
Desmond Tutu, if you want any sort of Tony G content, far and away my favourite Tony G moments all occurred on the big game. If you want to see some classic poker footage, big game, Tony G, Phil Helmuth, they're the keywords you need.
Oh, there's definitely some good. Yeah, I remember a couple of hands, Tony G and Phil Hellmuth, that I've seen on TV. Yeah, excellent stuff. I'm trying to remember the name of the fella in the Send Me More Russians thing. Ralph. It'll come to me. He made a final table of the World Series main event once. I don't know whether you knew that. The guy with the King Jack against Tony G. You know that hand I'm talking about. When he says, you know, this is not how you play this. Don't applaud. This man's not a professional poker player. You know?
Oh, yeah.
And all that, yeah. That was so funny. Cracked up. I can tell you a story about that man. He is kind of Russian, but really he's American. He lives in Vegas. He's lived in Vegas a long time. He has Russian ancestry, and in that particular event, I think they were struggling for a Russian team, and he got to play in the Russian team. He's a kind of a grumpy guy called Ralph. And he's very Vegas kind of veteran, battle-hardened type. I was playing a World Series event a few years ago, and there was about 60 people left. And this lady had been on the rail pretty much the whole day watching our table. And there's one thing you always know, that if somebody's standing on the rail, you know, some way away from the final table, watching for a long period of time, it's pretty much guaranteed. Oh, hang on, we better go and talk about Johan, because this is developing into an interesting hand. We haven't had any good ones for a while. So Johan's opened with the Jack-10 suited from middle position, and there's a 3-bet shove for I think it's 6,900.
He's probably going to let this one go a little
He's
bit
going to
on
have
the
to
larger
call
side.
5,700, which is about 20% of his stack. And
He's let it go.
He did fold, yeah.
Might see a bit of action involving Frank on table 2 now. He's picked up King 10 suited in the big blinds, facing a raise from the hijack. Okay, this is probably going to kill the
There's
action.
now a 3-bet, so I'm sure Frank's going to fold that one now. It would have been quite interesting to know what he would have done actually if it had just been a simple open.
Possibly a flat there with the King 10
I
of
think
hearts.
possibly a flat because he's suited, and you know, it would have been interesting actually on this flop. Anyway, so there's this lady watching our table, and she's been watching for hours and hours. And of course, if you're an experienced player, you know that if someone's watching for hours and hours when you're miles away from the final table, it's because they're related to one of the people on the table, or very good friends. I mean, there's no other thing it can possibly be. Poker's not that interesting to watch with no hole cards, you know, so far away from the money. And anyway, this lady was very Vegas. She had a kind of revealing Vegas clothing and enhanced body parts. I mean, there was definitely the work of several plastic surgeons had been, I mean, they were huge. And the people on our table decided to comment on that after a while.
Okay.
And one guy said, well, I've never, you know, look at that, like that, you know, look at that. And then the guy next to him was like, you know, I've never seen, you know, this lady has incredible chest. And then the third guy, I didn't say anything because I was wondering which of these people is this lady close to. And it was Ralph, they bring on more Russians guy. And he let it go. They discussed her chest for a good 10 minutes. And then he just went, that's my wife. It's like, suddenly everyone was just, oh, she looks like a lovely lady, you know, I didn't mean any disrespect, you're a very lucky man, and all this kind of stuff. Like, but why do you let them, he really let them carry on for quite a long length of time before he said anything. I would have said something straight away, I think. Like, as soon as the first comment was made, I'd have just said, excuse me. It was weird. It was like he wanted to hear them talk about it. It was very strange.
I think
I was
think
very
there was probably an
amused.
element of pride in the
He was quite proud
situation.
He was quite proud. I mean, he paid for them and he wanted to hear people talk about them. So, you know, it was, yeah. I was struggling not to burst out laughing, obviously.
I've got a hand here involving Frank.
Now
he's
Frank,
run 9s into aces.
Well, yeah.
And he's drawing to a gut shot on the turn. Now, this is going to be the end of
That is the end of Frank.
Frank.
Yeah. I mean, it was the same guy that he got involved in a couple of pots with earlier. Now, obviously, 2 9s is, you know, it's tricky because it's a way above average hand, but and you know he had history with that guy, but it's a difficult one. It's one of those ones where if you bust, you're like, oh, maybe I've been a little bit rash there. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, you're gonna be in a flip quite a lot of the time. You're not going to be dominating the other person very often, and they're going to be dominating you some of the time. So and there's money in there already that you've invested, and you're getting odds. That's a tricky one.
So Frank will depart then from our player hub. He'll be in shortly to talk to Laura Cornelius.
I'll be interested to hear. I'll be interested to hear his take on that hand, because I don't think that was the easiest situation in the world actually, and I think he might be thinking that he could have done that one differently. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, you should never get too down on yourself over one tournament. It's you know.
Now, I've lost access to the Twitch chat, but the last question I saw, which is arguably my favourite question of the night, very direct. Neil, do you know Argentina?
I've never been there. I've been
have you heard of Argentina?
I've been to Uruguay. Maybe Argentina's a person.
It was, the ambiguity was part of what made it the perfect question. You can sort of interpret that question in a number of different ways.
I played with some Argentinians before in Uruguay, and I thought it was great. I think we haven't got time for this right now, though, because I think
we can get back to the subject of Argentina while Laura is interviewing Frank.
to talk to Frank.
Now, just before we go to Frank, just going to keep an eye on Johan. He's playing 25,000, so he's around about the average. Now, those of you who opted for Johan in the last longer bet,
I believe I did.
And absolutely, I did too. Going to be happy because you've won the last longer bet, and in a minute we're going to talk to Frank about what went wrong. Frank's seated and ready to go with Laura. We're just going to keep an eye on the action here because Johan's on the button with a raggy ace. Facing a pretty early raise. Again, that's not going to.
Well, there's been an all-in shove, so that's probably going to end that hand from Johan's point of view.
Followed by still got George Danza at our third table. It's actually our only table now, so we're going to see a bit more detailed action from this table. Okay. Potential for action here with Johan playing the ace-8 of hearts. Are you going to open if it's folded round to him?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and why not? You know, it's a decent hand. He's got quite a lot of chips in terms of thinking about getting it all in with this hand pre-flop, but it's definitely a hand that you can steal the blinds with, and it is a hand that you might even decide to call in position with the implied odds of having a suited ace.
Okay, yeah. We're going to go to Laura Cornelius, who is sitting with our second player to bust, Frank, and over to Laura.
We are now back in the wonderful lounge here, live from Malta. Frank joins me. He has bust out. He's one of our players playing in the Players Hub this evening in a Scoop. Tell us what happened.
So, well, first of all, I just want to say I had a lot of fun. It was really exciting. Of course, I just ran like God, and then and it was fun to talk with the guys and get to know them. And I played a couple of hands really badly. One hand which, with the pocket jacks, I even felt like I just didn't, the guy 3-bet me and I was just like, can I 4-bet fold here? No, and it's just really awkward because I'm used to playing 25 big blinds deep. I've done a lot of study in that, and this spot was just awkward. But yeah, it's also really cool because I got to learn about what to actually do in that spot, which would have been to call. And with the ace-7 suited, well, I don't know if you've seen that yet, but yeah, potentially, I made a few mistakes there as well in the one hand.
Out of the three of you, you were the one that was storming ahead.
Yeah, I was just getting lucky the whole time. I had like boats twice and then like set, I think once or twice, 3 of a kind once or twice, and then top pair of quick, just pocket aces is just ridiculous. So it was fun, you know. It's always fun when you're running good.
Did it have any effect on you knowing that people were watching you play? Would you have played it the same? I generally am quite an aggressive player. I possibly would have played a bit more aggressively. So with the last hand with the ace-7 suited, I was very tempted to shove on the flop. I had it with a backdoor flush draw and an open-ended straight draw and an overcard, but turns out I was probably too deep and probably wouldn't have been a good shove. But on the whole, I played pretty much as I would have played anyway. Okay. And what was the final hand? What was your bust-out hand?
So I had a 7 suited under the final bust-out hand. Okay. So there was this regular who opened from under the gun, and he was opening really wide. I saw him open with 10-8 off in that spot in a hand before. So I 3-bet him with pocket nines. I was like 30 big blinds deep, and I wasn't really going to fold if he 4-bet shoved, and he did, and he had aces, and yeah.
And that was the end.
That was the end, yeah.
Are we going to see you play any more? We've obviously only got tomorrow and Sunday left of Scoop. Are you going to play the
I really would have
late
liked
Sunday?
to be honest, especially after the experience today, but I've got a holiday planned in Gozo, and I've been grinding really hard for the last 3 months, so I'm very much looking forward to that, and I unfortunately will not be joining.
For those that don't know, Gozo is a small island. I mean, it's not far to get
It's
there.
a gorgeous island. It's like an hour.
An hour on the ferry.
Yeah, it was an hour by car, and then it's like, I think even less than an hour on the ferry, probably half an hour. It's definitely, a lot of famous people have property there. Apparently George Clooney and a bunch of, I don't want to say any wrong names, but there's...
So not playing the Scoop main event on Sunday, but you may be hanging out with George Clooney and Gozo.
Exactly.
Well, that sounds like an all right deal, I would say. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah.
I hope you had fun.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
And I hope you got some pizza earlier as well.
We did, yeah, it's very good. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for chatting with us.
Thank you.
And that was Frank. And if you are the one that said Johan was going to win the last longer, well, you were right. Johan is, he's still in there playing, right?
He is. I hope so, yeah.
I hope so.
Hope
we
didn't
hope he's
bust
still
too.
in the players.
He's a very good player. He's got a lot of
Did you make some new friends, by the way?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So Johan is still in the tournament. It's actually a 2-day tournament, so he could well last until tomorrow. He could be back here and playing tomorrow too. We'll announce the winner of that last longer. Obviously, there'll be more than one of you that got that right, so we'll pick out of all the people that got it right, and we'll announce the winner a little bit later on in the show. Thanks for joining us, Frank, and we're going to go back to our commentary desk now. Over to you, Neil and Roland.
Thank you, Laura. We're back with myself, Roland Boothby, and Mr. Neil Channing in the commentary desk. We are following the Medium Scoop Event 38, $215 no-limit hold'em. We've got one player remaining of our 3 pros who are sitting, grinding away in our player hub here at the GPI studio in Malta. Neil?
That was interesting, wasn't it, listening to Frank? He basically identified the 4 kind of key hands of his tournament, and you know, we sort of had some reservations, didn't we, about, for example, the jacks, where, you know, I sort of questioned whether he should 4-bet, given that he was going to more or less be forced to call, but the range of hands that he was going to get 5-bet by was pretty narrow, and jacks wasn't going to be too good. He knew that, you know, it was a tricky spot, and that maybe he'd made a mistake, and yeah, I think that kind of being honest with yourself and being able to analyse after a tournament. So many people focus on the hand that they bust out, and they don't necessarily think about some of the things earlier that they could have done. And I think, if you know, people often say, well, how do I improve at poker? I think looking at your tournament and thinking about 3 or 4 key hands that maybe led up to that one, where you know, people often, you read on forums and Facebook and such, like, you know, oh God, I'm so unlucky, I always seem to get, you know, outdrawn in the last hand and whatever. But you know, I think Frank's tournament was much more about the hand with the jacks against the aces, or the hand with the ace-7 where he's up and down or whatever. And those are the ones where they were tricky. They were tricky spots, and you know, he can go and discuss them with other poker friends and whatever. Anyway, look, it's not. We don't need to feel too sorry for him. He gets half a day off every week, and he's going to spend it on holiday. I don't know, what does he get? 5 hours holiday, or how does it work? I don't know. It sounds nice though. He's going to go to George Clooney's house and live there for 3 hours.
Luxuriate with George Clooney and Gozo.
It's pretty good.
Now, just to recap the situation, we've lost 2 of our pros from the player hub here at the GPI studio. So all our hopes are now pinned on Johan Viral.
They very much are. If he lets us down, we are going to be very upset. You know, I mean, no pressure, Johan. He can't hear this, I don't think, so it's all good.
Obviously, one of the saddest factors in the departure of Frank would be my inability to make a joke about him making a 5-high straight, or I was going to call it a Ferris wheel. It's Frank Ferris.
Oh,
I thought I'd get that one out there anyway.
Wow. You could have saved that in case he ever came back, but now you know he's on holiday for, you know, several hours that you probably can't, I guess. So you might as well chisel the joke in. I think you did a good job. Is that the reason he was invited tonight? Because he had a potential for jokes surname?
Well, we're a big fan of puns here at the
Nothing wrong with that.
GPI office in Malta. A lot of pun opportunities were created as a result of picking a player called Ferris, but wasn't to be on the night.
Glad to hear it.
Just going to answer a question from the Twitch in relation to the last longer. Now, the winner of the last longer has now been established. What will happen now is the team here at GPI, our moderators, will pick a random winner from all of those who gave the correct answer.
And by the way, we both
and me
gave
and
the
Neil
correct
are both
answers.
entered into this.
Hopefully we're in the hat. And then they're just going to pick it out and someone's going to get a prize, basically. Is that what you were going to say?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank God for that. I was wondering what you were going to say there.
Okay, got a hand in progress, which isn't going to be commentated on by me and Neil because of a connection issue.
Oh, okay.
Looking to get this resolved as soon as possible.
We were taking a look at the same time at the table of Jason Mercier, weren't we? We were just keeping half an eye on that because, we are down to one of our three amigos. And we thought we're action junkies. We like to watch 2 or 3 tables at once, so we bunged up the Jason Mercier table.
Now, looks like we're back in the action. We have a brief connection difficulty. The chat's still coming in on Twitch, so I believe you guys can still hear us. Anyone who can't hear us, let us know on the chat. But I think things are running pretty smoothly.
How does that work? I can't work out how that could work.
That doesn't work at all. Probably one of the least intelligent comments I've ever
It's
made.
all good. It's all good. You did a great job. I think we're back now. We can see what's happening, so that's good. And I don't know.
Another change we've got in the studio is we've now got Johan in our lounge, which has to be a good thing.
Well, it's good for him. He gets to relax on the sofa, put his feet up.
Gets to chat with Laura Cornelius. Gets to look at Neil and myself.
Well, it's not all good for him, is it? Really, let's face it.
Well, if he takes a bad beat, you could always look up and think, life could be worse. I could be one of them.
Yeah, he's hanging out in the lounge with Laura, surrounded by pictures of Patrick Antonio and various German poker young dudes.
It looks like Jason Mercier's table has just broken, so we're going to be probably keeping up with him when his new table emerges. I'm going to take you through the main stories of the 215 event so far. Currently got 457 players remaining from the 1170 who started. We're sadly down to one player in our studio. It's Johan Vira of France. He's currently playing 24,000. There he is, if you can see him waving. He's currently playing 24,000, just slightly below average, but nothing to panic about just yet. You've got a player called Noel Hayes, I believe is Irish, playing a stack of 113,025.
Is it Noel Hayes? Did you say?
Absolutely.
Oh, I wonder if that. I don't know whether that's someone. There is a guy I know, a gambler in Ireland called Noel Hayes.
I think we can safely assume that.
Well, he's kind of quite well known. It might be somebody kind of messing around, taking his name in a kind of a jokey way. But anyway, if it is Noel, and if he's listening by some remarkable feat, hi to Noel.
Okay. Currently, Jason Mercier still going pretty strong. 17th or 18th position. He's playing 64,000. Just going to take a little scroll down the list. See if there's anyone we want to keep tabs on. Calvin Harris. Calvin Anderson even. Calvin Harris is not in the Scoop Event 38, as far as I'm aware.
Calvin Klein might be.
Possibly.
I'm having a look over your shoulder now, because I couldn't really see from over there. Sorry. Makes for great TV.
Neil's got a pretty good eye for online screen names.
Sometimes. If I put my glasses on, I have.
Let's take a quick check on the Scoop High, the 2,100 no limit hold'em event. Currently down to 156 runners in that event. From the 256 who started, got True Teller still at the top of the chips. This tournament's progressing at a slightly slower pace than the other one. Obviously, I got 30-minute levels in that one. Players are still very deep. Got Sean D in the top 10. Jack Ziyang, currently 15th place on 27,000. Jack Ziyang is Jack Salter, represented the UK during the Global Poker Masters alongside his brother Louis. So the UK were fortunately the first to bust, much to the disappointment of many, including myself. I think they'll be back next year, ready to try and capture the title of the reigning champions Italy. Those of you watching the stream may have seen the huge picture we have of the Italian team holding up the Global Poker Masters trophy. They were very popular winners.
DJK123, was that? Do we know that guy? That kind of feels like a familiar screen name to me. Dan Kelly, is it?
DJK is a very well-known player whose name is eluding me at the moment.
Dan Kelly, is it?
That would
Dan something. Anyway,
would make sense.
Sorry, I need to probably search. But if you know that one on Twitch, please let us know. It'll save me looking it up.
So Kobo111, that was horrible, Roland. Shame on you. Now I'm hoping that refers to the pun.
Must be the pun,
which was indeed horrible.
By the way, there's good news for fans of that particular pun, because even though you were thinking you wouldn't have a chance to repeat that joke, the table that Johan's on has got a new player on it whose name is Ferris243.
Okay. Oh well.
So if he was to make a wheel, you would have the opportunity to repeat your excellent joke.
Could be pun o'clock sometime soon.
Let's just hope he gets it straight. It could happen.
Kobo111, if I've upset you in any other way, other than my shameful puns, let me know why. Try not to offend any nations or groups so far.
I don't know whether you noticed that one. Johan went for a fold from under the gun +1 with a pair of 4s. I think a lot of people would just think, oh, I've got a pair, I should open. But those small pairs from early position can get you into a bit of trouble.
You were a fan of Kyle Hendry's fold with 6s in early position in a sort of slightly similar spot. I think he had less chips at the time.
Yeah, with Kyle, it was his choice was to shove or fold. So, and he had kind of 26 big blinds, so it was a bit too many to shove. I didn't really like the idea. Actually, he didn't have that many. He had 20 big blinds, and I just thought, well, you don't really want to shove 20 big blinds with a pair of 6s under the gun. You don't want to open too many hands with 20 big blinds with the intention of folding if you get 3-bet. So I just thought his was quite an easy fold with a pair of 6s. And I think with a pair of 4s as well, Johan's got a few more chips relative to the big blind than Carl had at that stage. But I think it's a bit of a leak in a lot of players' games to kind of feel like, oh, it's exciting, I've got a pair, I haven't seen a hand for ages, let me raise. And, it's not always as easy as that.
Thank you, Nascos9, for letting me know that Elke's still in on 20k. Have anyone got any questions about the GPI? If you're watching and wondering what we're all doing here, we're in our Malta office. A lot of projects going on at the GPI at the moment. A lot of projects have happened in the past. Responsible for the European Poker Awards and the inaugural American Poker Awards that took place a few months ago. So any questions on that? Any questions on the Hendon Mob? Often when I'm on my travels, I get players coming up to me telling me about the mistakes that are on Hendon Mob. Best thing to do if you see a mistake on Hendon Mob is support@thehendermob.com. Lots of players choose not to and choose to tell me when I see them. Anyone got any questions about anything related to the GPI? Fire them in on Twitch.
I guess that with the Hendon Mob, the most common thing is probably people having their name misspelt or being in twice, or for that reason, because they have an unusual spelling, is it?
There are duplicate profiles is something a kind of issue on the Hendon Mob. The results can be sent in often with misspellings. Yeah. The software is pretty good name recognition software that finds the closest match, but doesn't always always work out. So we get players, duplicate profiles, players with missing caches that they want.
And changing nationalities must be
another changing nationalities. Got to be careful on the changing nationalities. And obviously there's the ongoing issue, saga of players who want to be removed.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that happens a lot as well. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of casinos in the UK that they list people in their results as anonymous.
Yeah, Dust Till Dawn. So certain players as
Dust Till
anonymous.
Dawn have been doing that for a while, but other places are doing that as well, which I just find that quite strange. Like, it's a bit hard, isn't it, when especially if it's like a UK IPT or even an EPT. Well, they don't really have an EPT at Dust Till Dawn, but you know, when it's a big tournament where they're having coverage, it's awkward, isn't it? You know, there was an anonymous made a final table in a big tournament recently, and they're trying to do coverage of it. Anonymous raises. Anonymous gets it through, you know, anonymous 4 bets. It's like, it's unsatisfactory.
It's very much, I mean, at odds with the ethos of GPI. You know, we're trying to kind of promote poker as a sport, and it's when you have players opting to not reveal themselves, it kind of acts to the detriment of that in many ways. You know, players at the pinnacle of any other game or sport don't have the option to sort of opt out of media coverage or media reporting. So I think it should be the same in poker. Obviously, there are cultural factors that you need to take into account.
I think the difference is that people would argue, well, you know, in other sports, they're not having to pay an entry fee, and therefore, if you're playing for your own money, you're entitled to have some
It's a
kind of
factor.
rights.
It's definitely a factor.
It is tricky though.
Thank you for the update from VBP Pothead. Mercia still going strong in the mid and high horse as well. But that's not surprising news, but it's useful news because we're not covering the horse at the moment. So thank you for that update. Obviously no surprise at all that Mercia's, he's got a decent stack in the medium, no limit. He's got a decent stack in the high. And he's also doing well in both horses. So yeah.
We're just looking at Johan here. He's got the ace-jack of hearts.
And there we go. Boom.
Wow. Well, he's got to be pleased about that. I was just going to say that when you dealt a hand like ace-jack suited, and he's got an interesting hand straight away in the next hand. But
nice to be Johan.
When you dealt a hand like ace-jack suited, you're kind of thinking to yourself, I'm quite pleased when the under the gun folds. I'm pretty pleased when the under the gun +1 folds. I'm sort of pleased when the under, and you get slightly less pleased as people fold. When it gets round to the button, you're like, I'd quite like this guy to raise now because his range is much wider and ace-jack plays much better against the range of the person in the cutoff and on the button and in the small blind and in the big blind.
Interesting flat call with the ace-king here. Choosing not to 3-bet. He's picked up a...
Well, he's out of position, obviously. It adds deception to his hand if he does flop an ace. And, you know, playing inflated pots out of position is generally a bad thing in poker. Having said that, ace-king is an above-average hand, and putting more money into pots when you've got an above average hand is a good thing to do. So the two things play off against each other, and I'm generally in favour when you're quite deep like this of not getting too carried away with ace-king pre-flop. But
okay, so I'm guessing I was pretty comfortable value betting ace-king on this river. He's been raised. So probably tanked for a while here. It's not
the easiest spot in the world, is it? Really? I mean, you know, when the board does pair on the end, you're thinking, well, that's handy, because if for some reason I was up against, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's actually I find this is quite hard.
Are there any monsters in Papin's 9's range there? Check back flop, possibly.
He could have easily flopped
any full houses in his range.
He could have easily flopped top 2 or you know, ace jack. But I don't know. He could also have an ace and think, we're splitting it and I'm going to get him off a split. That's possible as well.
Now, thank you to the person on Twitch who confirmed that DJ, that's Poker SNCO, confirmed that DJ K123 is Dan Kelly. Furia, going with a George Danza pun. Hold me closer, Georgie Danza. Great pun. Not original. I believe that's the property of Joe Stapleton, as far as I'm aware. I certainly heard Joe Stapleton say that first.
And fold was the decision in the end on that hand, which I think, you know, that was a bit messy, wasn't it? It was hard to know what to do there. That'll be an interesting one. to find out about later if Laura gets a chance to ask Johan what happened or what his thinking was.
We'll try and get Johan's opinion, what he put his opponent on there.
That was very hard.
Very tricky spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally speaking in poker, if an average player is pretty aggressive towards you on the river, you should be very wary of that. If you always folded to people showing massive aggression against you on the river, I think generally speaking you'd do better. But on the other hand, Johan had a big hand, so yeah, it was awkward.
Got a all-in confrontation here with the ace-king outdrawing the kings.
Yeah.
Comments coming in on Twitch. VPB Potted. You guys are underestimating Roland's humour. Thank you very much. Got a pun and a compliment in one. We like that. There you have our scenario, our real-life scenario. I'll get Neil to read this one out in his ever so tuneful
how
voice.
Sweet. So we're talking about the quiz question from earlier. Put yourself in this position if you can. You are playing in a super high roller. You're in the money. There's 9 left at your table. Blinds are 25.50, and Patrick Antonius, who's playing 750, has done a min raise to 100. It doesn't say on our caption a min raise, but that's what he's done. He's made it 100,000. You have the ace-10 of hearts, ace-10 suited in the big blind, and you decide to call 100,000. Patrick's playing, it's 750 as effective stacks. Patrick's playing 750, you have 1.1 million. So you call the 100,000. The flop comes ace, queen, 8 with no hearts on it. It's a rainbow flop with no hearts. And Patrick bets 60,000, which you call. The turn is the 3 of hearts, so all 4 suits are represented on this board. There's not going to be a flush. And Patrick bets 125,000, and you call. The river comes the 5 of diamonds. Patrick now bets 250, so he's made it 100 pre-flop, he's bet 60 on the flop, he's bet 125 on the turn, so 285 you've called so far, and now he bets 250. You're getting nudging 3 to 1 odds. You've invested a fair chunk of money already. But Patrick started this hand with just 750 and he's not quite putting it all in. What on earth are you going to do? Are you going to A, fold, B, call, C, min raise, or D, go all in? If you'd like to answer that one on Twitch, I think there is a prize for people that get that right. Not for all of them, for one of them.
Now, our tournament's just gone on a 5-minute break, so what we're going to do, I'm going to talk you through the situation as it stands in this medium scoop. A quick rundown on what's going on, and going to try and get some questions on Twitch, and then we're going to talk to Neil. So, 402 players remaining of the 1,170 who started. Currently got an average stack of 33,000. 153 players will get paid tonight. 92k up top. Going to take a look at the prizes down the bottom. Okay, got 803 for the min cash. Players are finishing 117th or higher will make 1k. And obviously, as people who are familiar with online tournaments will know, all the big money is up the top.
That's the same in all tournaments. Actually, one thing I would say while we're on a break, I don't know whether Laura can hear me or whether she would like to, I don't know whether it's the done thing, if Johan's still in the tournament, whether we can ask him about that hand. If he's obviously gone for popcorn, or he's gone to get us a pizza. I think that's what he's done actually, Roland. But I mean, maybe he might want to tell us what his thought process was, and that was a pretty tricky hand.
Now, there's a chance we're going to go to Laura, but we're going to carry on with Neil and myself for the moment. Going to try and get Johan's view on that hand. We do have him back in our lounge, so there's a chance we'll be coming to him. But in the meantime, just going to ask Neil about his experience in the online poker world. I know you're an ambassador with Sky Poker.
I am. Sorry, yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Is that your site of choice? Are you tethered to Sky Poker? Do you play on the other sites?
No, I think they prefer me not to play on any other sites. But as it happens, I've been doing all right there, so I quite like it there. Actually, it's they have 6 max. All their games are 6 max. There's only 6 seats on the table and the tournaments and stuff. So it makes for fun action games. A lot of recreational players. For a long time they were tied to Sky Television in the UK, and so it was good from that point of view. But yeah, I play probably once or twice a week online, and I always have. I had my own poker site for many years, and Skin of the Eye Poker Network, and I used to play on that a couple of times a week, 3 times a week. I did have one really big cash online once actually. I had a 100 grand cash in a tournament, but so I'm ahead lifetime on tournaments online. Noel Hayes doing well still, second I see, looking at the old leaderboard.
I'm going to go to Laura Cornelius now. She is in our lounge and she is going to have a little chat with Johan on break, and over to you, Laura.
Back in the lounge here with Johan, break of the tournament. Now the commentators were talking about a specific hand. We're going to talk about some of the hands that you've played, because was it the Ace King one? I think the Ace King one was what they wanted to know about basically. So talk us through that one.
Yeah, Ace King one was a very difficult hand. I played like 10 minutes ago. Where my opponent opened early position and I defend on a small blind with Ace King, because I was like more than 60 blinds deep, I think. So we can 3-bet, but we are not happy to go broke before the flop with that hand in this kind of position. So I prefer to choose the flatting option, because when you flat here, you under-rip your hand. So on Ace High board and King High board, you're gonna take a lot of value on your opponent is gonna value cut himself a lot of the time. So I just flat. Flop came Ace Queen Jack Rainbow. I checked to let him c-bet and he check back. Turn is 9, which don't open flush draw. I think I'm not sure about that, but it doesn't change a lot. And I decide to lead pretty big, 65% pretty big for MTT, because I think he has a lot of showdown value. He's gonna almost always call the turn, or he has give up, or he gave up with like pocket 4, and anyway I don't need to put another sizing because he's not gonna call. So he called, and river is another 9, which is interesting. He has not a lot of 9 in his range, because he raised under the gun +1, because he called the turn, and some of the 9 could just fold the turn. He can have in 9, he can have 9-10, maybe King 9, because it's a gut shot or an open-ender with the 9. So I think I have a lot of value here, but I cannot value too much because I rep Ace Queen, Ace Jack, so 2 pairs, and so I value like 35% of the pot, and he raised me. So speaking about, he repped the 9 clearly, or some straight, but straight like King 10 just c-bet the flop a lot of the time. Straight like 10-8 just c-bet the flop, because it's a double belly buster on the flop. So the full house he can have Ace 9 as a full house, because Ace 9 can check the flop to pot control and catch 2 pair turn and just call, of course, because there is no value to raise my bet on the turn. So yeah, he has almost always value hand, and in bluff he can have like King Queen turning in bluff and something like that. But I thought he would have raised more on the river, and not that sizing. He raised pretty small. I think I put like 3.8 and he put like 9 something. So I thought definitely I folded, because I thought he was raising way bigger with a bluff, with an end turn in bluff.
So how many chips are you on right now?
Now I'm with 27,000 chips on blinds, 350, 700, and the average is 33k.
Are you happier playing here now? We've got you on the sofa.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Oh, you liked it in the players?
It's cool. It's
in
fun.
the players hub.
Yeah, I'm very happy. No, it's better here because there is the sofa, there is you, so it's better.
Are you just happy that you've beaten the other 2?
If I am happy for what?
That you've lasted longer than the other 2.
No, I won it.
Yeah, you're
yeah,
happy.
yeah,
that you
yeah. I'm
beat
happy about that. Yeah, of course. I want it. A lot of money for me.
Yeah.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks. Thanks a
So
lot.
there you go.
Yeah.
Johan is here, obviously playing. It's a 2-day tournament as well. So
Yeah. Hopefully we're gonna
not
be
sure what time
here
you'll be
tomorrow.
playing till tonight.
Till 3.
Till 3 a.m.
Good
and
luck.
then- yeah, good luck with that.
Because
Whether
I'm
we'll
gonna-
be here
I'm gonna try
with
to
you,
stay,
I'm not sure.
Sorry?
Whether we'll be here too then, I'm not sure.
Okay.
We will if we can. And hopefully we'll see you back here tomorrow for
Yeah,
day 2.
of course, of course.
Okay,
I
best
hope
of
so.
luck carrying on. I guess you're going to be going back to it soon because the break will be over. I've got to do a quick shout out actually because Rick RPM is in 5th position in the $700 horse. So go you. I got a little message there. He wanted a shout out. So well done. That's a good one to be doing well in, and we're going to be continuing showing the coverage from the 38M and maybe a little bit of the 38H, the $215 buy-in and the $2,100 buy-in events on Scoop this evening. Now, we asked you that strategy question earlier, if you were playing against Patrick Antonius. Now, this was actually a real scenario. Quite a few of you got the correct answer. We put you, let's take a look first at that question again, if we have it, if we can show the scenario. Not sure if we're going to be able to show that. There you go. So you were playing the super high roller in the money, 9 left at 1 table, blinds 25.50. Patrick Antonius playing 750k, raises in the hijack. You have ace of hearts, 10 of hearts in the big blind. You call playing 1.1 million. Flop, ace of diamonds, ace of clubs, queen of spades. Patrick bets 60k, you call. Turn, 3 of hearts, Patrick bets 125k, you call. And the river is the 5 of diamonds, Patrick bets 250k. Do you fold, call, min raise, or go all in?
Call.
Well, you're saying call, Johan?
Yeah, I saw the end. I think I call, but I don't really remember. But I think I call. I think I call.
Well, Johan says call. We put you in the spot, in fact, of Christopher Vogelsang in the EPT London Super High Roller, which was season 10, I believe. So let's go and take a look at that video and see exactly what Christopher Vogelsang did.
Fold. He's a nit.
He's saying fold now.
Antonius is a nit. He's a nit. Fold.
Guys, check this out. Patrick's a perfect 10, but with food in his mouth, he's more like a 9.8.
He raises, makes it 100,000 total. Tobias Reinkemeyer, one of the 4 Germans at this final table, has king 6 suited in the small blind. He folds. Christoph Vogelsang, another German, ace 10 of hearts in the big blind.
This could go either call or re-raise. With Patrick's stack, you'd expect he's going to be raising super strong and super weak, but probably shoving his super marginals.
Vogelsang defends.
Christoph's ahead, but I think in general this is one of the weakest hands Patrick would open, so I like his call.
Top pair for Vogelsang, second pair for Antonius. Vogelsang has checked. Antonius continues for 60k.
And I think this is some unnecessary bloating of the pot. Patrick's in a heck of a pickle if he gets jammed on, and these chips mean a lot when you've got a short stack like his.
It is a pretty small continuation bet.
I'm sure he just thinks he has the best hand, but if and when Vogelsang calls multiple streets, he's almost always going to have an ace.
Vogelsang called the flop, he checks the turn.
Maybe Patrick slows down now, tries to control his pot a little.
Nope. He bets 125k.
And when he gets called, he's going to have far less in the pot for river.
Sure enough, he does get called. 635,000 in the middle. Antonius has 450k behind. That 5 is a brick. Vogelsang checks the 3rd time.
And after getting stationed twice, most folks are going to be pretty tempted to wave the white flag here.
Patrick bets more than half his stack, 250,000. Is this a bluff?
I'm almost certain he thinks he's value betting, and most of the time, if that were true, this would actually be a fold.
Might be able to.
This is a spot where it's really hard to be bluffing, especially with Patrick's small bet on the flop.
Vogelsang calls.
Vogelsang calls. You're right.
It's good call. What was the end of Patrick?
Patrick had king, queen. Yeah.
It was not. It was a good call. So
It's a good call.
It's a good call. It's a good call.
It was a really good
I said call.
You said call first.
Yeah,
We'll
I
go
said
that
call.
way. We will
Then I
pretend
don't
that
say.
you didn't change your mind.
I didn't change. I said call.
When you knew it was Christoph.
It was a call. Check call. Check call. Check call. Yeah.
We had quite a few players, or quite a few viewers guess the correct call answer. So we're going to pick one of those shortly and tell you who has won the Amazon voucher. Also, I'm going to announce the Who's That Pro winner. A few of you got the correct answer was Ole Shemion, and we're going to give that one to Time Hunt. And the winner of the last longer competition as well, who guessed correctly that Johan would last the longest out of our three players, was Nasghost9. So congratulations to you. We've got another little fun competition for you out there as well. This time we're going to do a caption competition. So you're going to take a look at the photograph that we're going to show you, which was actually taken at the Global Poker Masters, which was held here in Malta just 2 months ago. And you're going to have to think up the best caption for the photograph that we are about to show you. So there you go. So we've got George Danzer, Philip Grissom, and Marvin Rettenmeier from Team Germany. George looks ever so happy with himself in that one, doesn't he? I'm not sure that the other two do, but whatever George has done, he's very happy about it. Think up the best caption you can for that photograph, and we will be giving out another Amazon voucher a little bit later on. Right, we are back firmly in the action in the Scoop 38M and the 38H. We've got Johan sitting right beside me, playing along. He's looking very in the zone in the action in the event. So we're going to head back over to our commentary desk. I'm sure they're going to have lots to talk about that hand and also about Johan's hand that he discussed as well. So let's go over to there and see Neil and Roland.
There's a lot to talk about there, but first of all, I think there's a lot going on in this hand right now that we ought to look at, really.
Absolutely. Got Johan with the ace-king. Looks like he's 3-bet or 4-bet the 3-better.
Yeah, so there was a middle to early position raise to 1400, 3-bet to 37.85, and Johan found himself with ace-king in the big blind, and he went for the cold 4-bet, and he gets it through. First of all, I want to say I don't want to play Johan ever at poker. His analysis of the hand with the ace-king, I thought was superb. Some of the best poker analysis I've heard for a long time. So if you can just never put me on any tables where he's, or even in the same room actually, I think. I don't want to play poker with him. I think he's going to win this tournament actually. If he plays as well as he analysed that hand, he's got a good shot.
I actually played with Johan myself. Can't remember exactly when it was, but as soon as he came in, he looked familiar to me. Obviously, whatever tournament it was, he obviously did a lot better than me. Neil and I wanted an explanation on that hand, and we certainly got that. We were both incredibly impressed with the analysis there. So we'll look to come back to Johan whenever there's a big hand that needs going over. Now we're back in the action, as you know. We're currently live streaming from the GPI studio here in Malta. I'm joined by UK poker legend Neil Channing. Any questions for him? Get him in the Twitch. Now there was one question for Neil. Neil, as some of you may know, is a huge horse racing guy. Now the question
you were
was
going to say huge nit then. I felt sure you were going to say that.
Huge horse racing guy.
Yeah, you might want to pause this one for a second.
Okay, yeah.
I just noticed Johan's hand coming up.
Okay, so Johan's got queens on the button here. Can think of worse situations to be in.
Yeah, obviously, if when you get the queens on the button, when you get any good hand on the button, people generally discount the fact that you might have a good hand when you raise from cutoff or button, and when you've actually got a monster hand like queens, that's a great spot to be in. He's up against an opponent with 30 big blinds, which means that if you get it all in with queens in this situation, you're absolutely not doing anything wrong.
Pretty happy with that board?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get 3-bet. He probably was hoping he would get 3-bet pre. Given that he didn't get 3-bet, it's probably going to get checked over to him, and he's going to lead, I presume, this flop, because there is a possibility of a straight draw and a flush draw there. It's a fairly wet board, so I'm guessing he's going to bet somewhere in the region of 1400 or something like that. Maybe a little more, actually. He's gone for 2,000. Yeah,
Around
kind of
half
half pot kind of bet. If he does get raised right now, I think because there's plenty of draws available and he's got a much stronger hand than people would normally have in this situation, he should be pretty happy to get it all in.
Okay, just going to take that one down.
Anyway, go on.
I think
you were
before
going
we
to
come
ask
to
me
horse
something.
racing, actually, I think before we come to the horse racing, I know you probably have a lot to say on that. What I wanted to
Actually, I was going to quickly say one other thing, which is that were you at all surprised that Laura managed to chisel in yet another competition that just involved her staring at a picture of some German men? I mean, does she pick all the competitions around here? I mean, how does it work? You know.
Laura's been here for about 2 weeks now, prepping these competitions. 9 hours a day in the GPI office.
Yeah, I noticed she was Googling a lot of pictures of German poker players.
Booklet of quiz action.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it is. I see. Okay, no problem. Sorry, anyway, go on, you were saying.
Okay, no, I just wanted to ask your opinion, Neil, on the hand that we saw in our competition. Patrick Antonius, 3-barreling middle pair with a short stack. Slightly peculiar hand, not sure he's supposed to have king-queen there in that spot.
Yeah, I mean...
Unusual hand there?
Well, I mean, you know, it wouldn't be right if you were Patrick Antonius and you had a reputation for being solid, you know, fairly tight. For a top player, I mean, he's obviously a top player and has been around for a long time playing games at the absolute highest level. But generally speaking, if you ask people what's your opinion of Patrick Antonius, they would say he's pretty snug. And if you never took advantage of that image, well, what's the point of having it? Like, I mean, you know, if you put yourself in the position of that guy and assume that he has, I don't know, pocket jacks or something, would you ever think, or not, maybe not, and say he has pocket kings in that situation, the other guy, and it comes ace high, would you ever say to yourself, well, Patrick's definitely got a queen here, he hasn't got an ace? No, I would say every time, well, I'm going to give it up because Patrick always has an ace. I mean, the fact that it was a tricky quiz question and most people kind of assumed, let's watch this hand of Johann's first and I'll expand a bit more on that.
I think Johann's opened here and he's been 3-bet by the player to his direct left, and he's peeled a flop, and I'm pretty sure that's going to go check bet fold. It's definitely not the flop he was looking for.
Yeah, but he's obviously peeled a flop because he feels like, you know, he's raising. He happens to have a hand that's way above the average hand of a person raising at this stage of the tournament with his stack from the cutoff.
Floating
from the hijack.
2 overs, not much else.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit overly carried away to take that hand any further. What a card rack. He just picks up hand after hand, actually. He's got a pair of sixes now, which he's probably going to open to, I guess, 1600 with. He likes the old 1699.
Okay, we're going to follow this hand to its conclusion, and we'll come back to the Patrick Antonius and Christoph Vogelsang hands. I think there's a lot of people on Twitch have been giving their opinion on that one. Just wanted to see whether you agreed with the commentator's analysis, but I'll come back to that to see how this hand plays out for Johann. 6, isn't it? He's going to take that one down.
Well, the first thing I would say is if I was the other fella with the ace-10, I would call on all streets, but I wouldn't be loving my life on the river when I'm calling. I would kind of hold my nose and put the money in and not be that surprised if I got shown a better hand. Which means maybe I should consider folding occasionally. I didn't know the answer. I hadn't watched that hand before, and we had the caption come up 3 or 4 times, and I sat and thought, well, what would I do? And every time we saw the caption, and I thought, yeah, I would call, but it would be a reluctant call. So for that reason, it's probably quite a good bluff because, and I think on the river when Patrick bets, he's not value betting. He's turning his hand into a bluff. I think. He may have thought he was value betting earlier on in the hand, but I think once he's been called twice, he's starting to think this guy's got exactly the kind of hand he has, kind of a not brilliant ace. I don't know, is that what people were thinking on Twitch? I'm not certain I'm right about that, but that's what I think.
Yeah, I think. I think from what I gather about what you've said, you probably disagree with Joe's assertion that Patrick thought he was value betting on the river. After getting called twice, you don't think that Queen's
I don't think he thought he was value betting, but I mean, I think Patrick, you know, to be successful in poker, there's no point having an image of being a slightly tight player if you play tight all the time. Like, definitely, if you ask other professionals what they think about Patrick, they'll generally say good things, but most people would say he errs on the side of being a bit tight. So, you know, he must know that. He's very aware of what his image is, and he's going to use that, and that would have been a good example of a spot where he could use it, I would have said, but it didn't work out on that occasion.
Okay, I'm going to come to the question that we had on Twitch that was non-poker related, but I know it's a subject that you
horse
would
racing,
like to talk about.
Yeah.
If I can find the tweet. Okay, question for Neil. I noticed on Twitter you were on the front page of the Racing Post after Persian Punch won the Goodwood Cup. Dare I ask why? And that's Two Anchors. Thank you for your question, Two Anchors.
It was because I was a bookmaker on the course.
Okay.
And there was a photograph of the horse crossing the line, and you could see the bookmakers. I can't actually really remember now. A friend of mine reminded me the other day that you could see me in the picture. I'm guessing I was looking depressed. I think we just lost a load of money on it. I think they were just showing like all the punters jumping up and down and celebrating, all the bookmakers looking depressed. Yeah, I was a bookmaker on the racetracks of England on a sort of part-time basis, while not really, you know, I kind of played poker. I might play 25 times a year in the kind of early 90s, and I was probably a bookmaker like 20 times a year, going to the races for one day, and then yeah, it sort of both things grew actually. But yeah, that was I remember. I mean, I had a lot of fun times being a bookmaker and a lot of grim times. But I do remember one time going to Goodwood, and we laid every favourite and we lost all the money that we'd taken for the whole week, and it was the first day of the meeting. And I thought, well, I could go back to London and pick up some more money, but we're down in Sussex. Let me call the casino in Brighton and see if they have a poker tournament. Maybe I can win enough money to not have to bother going back to London. So I called them up and said, what's your poker tournament tonight? And they said, well, it's a £10 beginners tournament, £10 rebuy.
I think we've all been there.
So I said, well, that sounds easy to win. You know, they're all beginners. You have to. How do you tell whether anyone's a beginner? Can anyone enter it? And they said, no, it's fine. Anybody can enter it. So I turned up and played the £10 beginners tournament, and I won. I came second. I got £800 for coming second. So I said, well, that's good. I don't need to drive back to London now. I'll use that £800 the next day. And I lost it all on the first race. I had to drive back to London after that. But yeah, it was quite good fun. It was a lot of work to lose. I think it took me 6 hours to win it and about 8 minutes to lose it.
Welcome back to Desmond Tutu, who's rejoined us. Thank you for tuning back in. Anyone new to the stream, let us know. Let us know you're here. We'll answer any questions you may have. Give you a little shout out. Currently following the Scoop medium.
And we can see, we're watching Johan. You can see the cards are face up because Johan's here in our studio, and he's kindly sharing his whole cards with us, and he's picked up a good hand here, ace-queen suited. So he's going to quite rightly raise. He's in late position, and he could raise with a lot worse hands than this to try and steal the blinds. And I should think he was he had that little frisson of excitement that you get when you're actually raising with a hand where you don't mind if you get action, but you're not in love with putting the whole lot in. I'd imagine anyway. But anyway, it didn't matter because he won the blinds. He might as well have had 9-3 offsuit.
As you can see from Johan's screen, he's currently 158th of the 351 remaining. The next blind level is going to be 500 at 1,000. So he's sitting with a comfortable stack.
I'll tell you what, Johan must be quite pleased because this tournament does actually break overnight, and he must be quite glad that we've moved him into the room where there's a sofa, so that at least he can get some sleep before playing tomorrow's tournament. I'm assuming we're not going to allow him to leave the building at any stage.
He'll be locked in the building tonight.
Yeah, yeah, quite right too as well.
Okay, so going to just have a little look at the chip counts of our chip leaders in the Scoop High. Currently 132 players remaining there. Got Yeah, Buck 21 and Pistons 87, both of Canada in the top 2 positions. Now, just going to scan down the list. True Teller still in with a reasonable stack. Jack Ziang still going strong. That's Jack Salter. Very, very good player. Sean Deeb, playing from Mexico, sitting on 27,000. Might be bringing you a bit of action from that tournament as the evening proceeds.
Dan Kelly as well, we pointed out before.
So every now and again we have a little feature where we say how long it's been since Johan last had aces, and it's now that time to delve back in.
I think it's a new record actually. It seems to be the longest period
Almost
of
went half an hour,
non-aces. Yeah,
it's half an hour. But he's picked up the aces again this time.
Is this actually seriously? Is this the 5th time?
Only flopped top set this time.
Well, he did flop top set once before with them. He's raised and he's got called in 2 spots. So I think he
he's going to check. He likes to play deceptively with his big hands.
You know, obviously, not too many people are going to be looking at any kind of straight draw here. They've got a flop pre-flop. They've got to raise pre-flop, so they shouldn't really have a straight draw or a straight. Possibly somebody could have a flush draw, but I think if you check and there's 2 people behind you, there's a good chance that one of them's going to bet. And he's gone for the check raise. It is a heads-up pot now, and he's got called. That's not the best card in the world for him.
Probably didn't want to see a heart, but probably going to check call here and see what the turn brings. The river even.
Well, obviously it does increase the chances of his opponent bluffing on the turn, given that a flush card comes, which means he probably, for 2 reasons, he has to call. One, because the chances of them bluffing is increased by the fact that a heart has arrived.
And could be facing a decision for his tournament life here, which is pretty gross, and he's going to let it go.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a call on the turn because it might pair up, and obviously he can win a big pot if it does. That's
if we
that's pretty unlucky.
Back to Johan, I think we're probably going to ask you about that hand. That's obviously one of the biggest pots
that was
of
a
the
tough
session.
Tough situation, but I think he played it. I don't think there's any other way to play it really. I mean,
pretty discipline laid out.
Yeah, I mean obviously he could have just let out on the flop, in which case he'd have probably just got called. Might have got raised, I guess, but probably, if the guy did have a flush draw, I think if Johan had led the flop, he just calls him, and then on the turn, maybe Johan just check calls. Possibly it's a slightly smaller pot, but it's not much different you could have done there, I think.
I mean, just speaking as an amateur player, it requires a huge amount of discipline to fold top set on a. Often players will make, including myself, will make frustration calls in those situations. You flop top set, you've got a pretty bad turn card. You're slightly tilted that your top set not looking very nutted.
Well, I mean, you can still be frustrated and not call.
Absolutely.
And still have some money left and a good chance to win the tournament. It's a frustrating game. I mean, I'm certain when that 9 came down and he faced some action, he wasn't absolutely loving life, and he was calling because he can still win because it can pair up. But pretty painful.
There you see our caption contest. For those of you who may have not been with us on the break, we're asking you to find a caption for this photograph. This was taken at the Global Poker Masters. You've got 3 members of Team Germany there. Got Georgie Danza on the left, looking pretty happy, and got Philip Gruson, Phil Bort in the middle, and we had, there you go, and Mad Marvin, who was looking very svelte at that particular event.
Are you saying he doesn't normally look svelte?
In his younger days, he had a slightly different look about him, longer hair, a bit more to him, but he was looking very sharp. Keep your caption ideas coming in for that. I'm not sure we've had too many yet, but anyway. Got a bit of material to work with there. Got 3 Germans. Okay, 2 anchors coming at us on Twitch. I live near Goodwood. I'd had my shirt on Persian Punch that day. Can't recall if it was with Neil or not. I'm sure Neil won in the end though.
That's not a certainty. It's a lovely part of the country though. Down on in Sussex and near Chichester, very nice. That's Sussex Downs, gorgeous part of the world. If you've never been
big
there.
fan of Sussex. Big fan of Sussex. Spent last Christmas in Chichester with family down there, Petworth.
I know it well.
We had a question. Poker SNCO. Neil, did you see Luke Schwartz won his third scoop title the other night in 5-card PLO? Now, we talked about this before we came on the show. We did see this.
I did, yes. I noticed that. I'm a big fan of Luke, so I was very happy
Full
about
flush
that.
fan?
Yeah, I hadn't been following what he's been up to recently. I haven't seen him for 6 months or so. I know he's been playing live poker in the Victoria Casino in London. There's quite a decent, I think it's 100, 200 pounds limit mixed game. And I think he does very nicely in that when it runs.
You a fan of his playing style?
Yeah, I'm a fan of him generally. I think in that game, I don't really play those mixed games too much, the people that I speak to that play them regularly tell me that he's very proficient in all the games.
Okay, so Johan's slipped below the 20k mark, so currently playing 400, 800, but not too long till we get to 500,000.
Yeah, this is a tricky one because the last few times he's been raising from late position, he's had hands that are well above the strength of hand you might want to raise from late position with. Ace-6 is one where if the big blind here chooses to do a squeeze, then Johan's probably going to have to throw his hand away. The ace acts as a blocker against people 3-betting him, but obviously the 6 is a slightly dodgy kicker if somebody does 3-bet you. Having said that, in these situations you do get 3-bet from the blinds. Often they do have quite weak hands that they 3-bet you with. Anyway, he got caught in 2 spots and completely missed, so quite reasonable to just throw the hand away and move on to the next one. And 2 players.
There's a lot of action here between the 2
well,
blinds.
I mean, our big blind here doesn't really have that many chips, so although it's an all-in for 51,000, the effective stack was only 10 grand after the flop. So
you're going to be going to 500,000. So Johan, in a few minutes, we'll be playing a stack of 16 big blinds, which is going to leave him in not the ideal spot. He's going to have to start looking to 3-bet shove with that stack. So
I mean, he's actually, he can 3-bet shove in the last couple of minutes of this level and feel that he's got plenty of fold equity. It gets a bit trickier in the next level because, if somebody has open to 2,000 and Johan perhaps drifts down to kind of 14,500, then pot odds might dictate that a wider range of hands are going to call him, and therefore he's going to have to be quite careful with the kind of hands that he does 3-bet shove with. He may choose to wait a little bit, blind down a little bit more, and just open shove perhaps, and see if he can get himself back up to a more comfortable 3-bet shoving stack. And of course, the beauty of poker tournaments, in amongst all of that, is he may just pick up a hand. It could happen. He hasn't been afraid to pick up a nice hand up until now. Where are the aces now when you need them? It's a funny old game.
If anyone wants any terminology explained on Twitch, let us know. Me and Neil slightly take it for granted that the words and phrases that we're using will be understood by our Twitch. But if anyone wants to ask about anything terminology related, don't hesitate to get in touch. We don't bite. We answer questions of all levels of proficiency. Rum Cake has joined us on the Twitch. Only 329 left in the tournament. Now, probably a bit early to start talking about the bubble. They will reach the money tonight. Obviously, the tournament will play to a conclusion tomorrow. Just going to have a little look at the numbers as we stand. Currently, 327 left, so 153 getting paid. So, I mean, the players, not getting closer to the money. It's not something that's a factor in the next 2 or 3 levels, but as we progress into the night.
It's definitely a bit early for them to be, playing differently in any way, shape or form because of it. Although, if you can have the people that have a decent stack are going to have a big advantage around the time of the bubble, particularly in these, a lot of these scoop events where there are quite a lot of satellite qualifiers and possibly quite a lot of people in these fields are in for not much money playing a bigger tournament than they're used to and might be quite tight around the bubble. And I think somebody that's got 2 or 3 times the average, that's not afraid to throw their weight around, has quite a big edge on the bubble in these things.
So lost my Twitch feed for now. We're just going to have to call the action this hand without any hole cards. Got a player with 61,000 here. Looks like he's defended in the big blind to under the gun open. Okay, back on Twitch. Pretty straighty board developing. You see a...
Yeah, that's a funny one, isn't it, when somebody bets in position on the river like that.
Because the under the gun raiser pretty legitimately represent an ace in that spot.
You kind of feel like it's very, very likely that they just had an ace there, though. I don't think they're going to be bluffing too often there.
Okay, we've got some entries coming on the caption contest. Emergency at dial 999. Thank you, 2 anchors. You're in the hat. This competition will be judged subjectively by our team here at GPI. Make them laugh, and you're going to win. Have a little check in on the high scoop once we get the lobby open. Currently 126 left in this event. Neil will scan our list for players he's aware of. Jack Salter doing pretty well for the UK in 20th position. Sean Deeb's still going strong, along with Dan Kelly. George Danza, Team Pro, sitting on 27,000. Blinds are much lower in that one, still at 153. This is an exceptionally deep tournament. Jason Kuhn, currently sitting on 28,000. Might bring you some tables from that tournament in the fullness of time, if any interesting tables emerge. Got a Maltese player, the Malta flag. Playing 36,000, Mexican 222. Not all players playing under the Maltese flag in these events are Maltese themselves, a bit like our situation with Mexico and potentially Canada as well. A lot of the US players migrated to countries more conducive to their lifestyle as online poker players. We've got Mr. Ike Haxton amongst those who migrated to Malta. Now, a couple of hands between 2 of our bigger stacks at the table. Looks like got an open from the player under the gun +2 and a 3-bet. Okay, we've got a 4-bet from our original opener.
Yeah, it's pretty aggressive, isn't it? You open from early position and a guy on your immediate left 3-bets, knowing that you're the biggest stack on the table, knowing that there's a whole bunch of people behind, and knowing that you raised an early position. You kind of feel like Crystal here ought to really have a hand, but you're hey Alison, the big stack, and you still choose to come in with a 4-bet, and then you get instantly called. Kind of feel like Crystal's going to turn over some kind of pair here.
Got the king high flush for hey Alison.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, I don't know, Crystal might have had a pair
Huge
of 10s or something like that. The king queen offsuit was pretty lively, wasn't it, really? Early position raise, you get 3-bet, you come straight back with the 4-bet, and you know.
Two of the bigger stacks now. We're going to
Against
see
somebody
Johan
that could
all
do
in
some
here, so
proper
this
damage.
could be
Yeah, I'm sure Johan will
Okay,
be...
Johan's found is actually in a great spot.
Well, he's
to,
in an absolutely
four-bet
great
shove.
spot because, yeah, I'm sure he was going to open. He was going to make a normal open with the intention of calling it off, I'm presuming. But then somebody did open, so that made me think he was going to 3-bet shove. He seems to be thinking. I think maybe he was hoping to sell the idea that it was a tricky one, and maybe that makes it more likely that somebody with ace queen or ace jack will call him rather than throw their hand away. But
now, whether he gets looked up by 7 tray will depend largely on whether 7 tray is liking his price here. I'm pretty sure his hand is less good than ace king, the fact that he hasn't called yet.
well, he went for, it was a kind of a middle position open from Crystal, or Christie, and he went for a 3-bet. It was quite a large amount of his chips to call, and he knows that that was a shove from a player with no real fold equity, so it must be a hand, and he didn't feel that his hand could match up to that.
Now, interesting question coming in from in through the window. Now, make of it what you will. Neil, after Vicky Corrin's news today, will you be next? Now, this baffles me, so over to you.
Vicky had a baby. So
I wasn't aware of that. I've been on Twitter today.
Yeah, Vicky's had a baby. Congratulations to her and David. They've had a baby girl, Barbara. I'm trying to remember. Barbara Elizabeth June Mitchell. I can't remember the weight. She did text me that. It's supposed to be something girls remember that, blokes don't. It seemed like not very big. I saw a picture. It looks very nice. Wrinkly, babyish, that kind of thing. Will I be next? I don't believe I'm going to get pregnant and have a baby. I guess it could happen. Probably not. I'm delighted. They're both very nice people and a lovely couple, and the baby looks lovely, and I thought it was quite nice that she's called her Barbara. I know she's a big fan of Barbara Windsor. I actually, no, seriously, I sent her, that Barbara Windsor was on a radio thing the other day, and about a week ago, and I happened to notice it, and I sent it to Vicky, and she was very pleased about that. And then just a few days later, Babs is the name she's gone for, so I was very pleased with that. Congratulations to her. But she did say, yeah, she tweeted today and said that she'd been working on a new project, and there'd been a major development in that project or something like that. I thought that was quite funny way of putting it. She did make a new series of the quiz show that she does, Only Connect.
I'm a big Only Connect fan, big Vicky Corrin fan.
She filmed, I don't know how many episodes, I can't remember. She did say something like 20 odd, about four weeks ago or something like that. She said she sort of stood behind a desk and tried not to look pregnant, but so that was, I'm sure people will know about it or notice it or whatever.
So yeah, hands up to 24,000 now. A bit more comfortable than he was after that 4-bet shove gets through. Now, question from Poppy 1000. I have a business proposal for you. How do I get in touch? The man you speak to is Mr. Alex Dreyfus. He can be found on Facebook, amongst other places.
I'm glad it was for Alex and not for me.
If your business proposal is for Neil Channing, get it Neil Channing. Sensei Channing, I believe, on Twitter.
Absolutely. If it involves borrowing money, let me introduce you to Roland.
Somehow Neil's picked up the wrong impression of my net worth somewhere along the line. He's been fed some misinformation somewhere. Now, technical advice from American 2050. On the 3 screens view, you should make the table screen a little bit bigger. That will be taken on board by our technical team, who are locked away in a room out the back. They can hear us, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
Now, I'm going to ask Neil about staking. So I'll give a quick background. Neil obviously was the founder of Black Belt Poker, which was a training staking poker room. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, basically, slightly. I mean, more kind of, basically, yeah.
Do you still stake people?
Not very often. I mean, we did black belt poker for like 6 years, and you know, for 6 years I offered people the opportunity to play some online poker, prove that they were capable of winning at that, and have the opportunity to work up through a very carefully thought out and schedule of play, and as they moved up through, they would get staked. Very, very few people ever did that compared to the number of people that inquired about staking. In my experience of staking, it's like a 250 to 1 ratio between people that quite like the idea of you giving them money to play poker and people that are prepared to put any actual work in. And
I mean, I guess the very nature of the game dictates sort of if you just take a random sample size of those who request to be staked, you're going to get all the full spectrum of poker ability,
sure,
like amongst those
But
people.
I kind of feel like I had a site where there was a very, very easy, not easy, because there were things we put hoops there that you had to jump through. But plenty of people never took the opportunity to do that in the 6 years. But they quite like writing to me now saying, will you just give me some money, because I'd quite like to go on holiday and play a couple of poker tournaments while I'm there. I don't see a lot of value in me doing that, and I kind of feel a bit like you had a long opportunity to do that with me and you didn't take it, so you missed your chance, really. I have staked a couple of people, generally people that were quite loyal to black belt poker and played on black belt poker over the time that we had it. If they contact me and say, you know, I'm playing this, I'm playing that, would you like to buy a small piece or whatever, then I do that. And occasionally I might write to somebody and say, you know, so maybe I played on somebody's table and I think they're quite good or whatever. Like if Johan ever comes to me and says, you know, he doesn't mind somebody putting a small bid in, I've seen enough and heard enough tonight to know that he's got a shot. But generally speaking, random strangers contacting me on the internet wanting money, particularly when they say, I don't really have any kind of Hendon mob and I don't really have any kind of online experience.
People who just want money.
They just quite like...
They like poker.
They quite like playing poker, but they've run out of money. That can happen, you know. There's often a reason why that's happened. So no is basically the answer, although occasionally, with all those provisos. No. I mean, it's a tough game, staking. I mean, like, you know, I was a generous staker. I would pay people very good deals from a player point of view, because I quite like gambling, and you know. But I think
if you were to feel comfortable mentioning names, would you say there was any players you would always stake if they came to you? I mean, feel free to.
No, it's good. I mean, I staked James Aikenhead for many years, and he made the November 9, so he's kind of got a season ticket now. You know.
What's James been up to recently? I haven't seen him much of him on the live scene around.
James decided to open a pub and restaurant, a massive operation with huge numbers of staff and logistical problems. Having not really had any experience of doing that, it was a lovely place. It served amazing food and everything was great about it, but he's recently sold it to somebody else, I think, and returned to playing online poker, actually. Yeah, I'd imagine he might well be in these tournaments tonight, although I haven't managed to see we haven't gone right down the whole leaderboard to see if he's in. I was keeping an eye out for him, though. I'm pretty sure he's playing this tournament, or he has been playing this tournament. So he's around. Yeah, people like that.
Slightly slipped off the radar from my point of view, mainly following the sort of European scene.
Well, he sort of
he had some huge results.
Well, during the time he had the pub, he just basically couldn't play. Like, he was just, it was a 7-night-a-week job, and he was working very hard on the business for, knocking towards 2 years. So, yeah, he basically hasn't played any poker in that time. But he actually told me he won a little online tournament recently, and for about 15 grand. So he's kind of, a bit more into it now and quite fancies it. I think he said he'd done okay in one of the scoops last week. So,
were you on his rail during the I mean, one of the most famous hands that comes to mind when I think of James Hinkle is the hand against either Blair or Grant Hinkle, 10-4 against Ace King. I presume you were around that table.
I definitely was. That's quite a long story. It'll be awkward if Johan finds a hand in the middle of it. I can tell you what happened there, though. I'll give you the long version, seeing as we're here for hours.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to hear any snippet about that story.
Okay, so
one of my favourite hands or not favourite, one of the most interesting hands in World Series sort of history, I think.
Okay, well, there's a whole bunch of things about that hand and the whole lead up to it. So I'd been staking James for a while, going into that World Series, and he'd gone to Manchester, I think, to play a GEKPT, and he'd done okay in the main event and possibly won the Omaha event or something like that. So between the two things, he got a few quid together. You know, maybe, I can't really remember, but maybe like 30 grand or something like that. And he sort of said to me, well, you know, you've been staking me for a while, but I've been doing all right, and now I've built up some money. I'm going to go to Vegas, but I don't necessarily need like that much staking in Vegas. And like, maybe, how are we going to do it? And I said, well, why don't you just go away and sit and think about which tournaments you want to play, and we'll have a look, and I'll have a think about how much money I want to invest over the whole thing, and we'll decide what proportion that gets me, and I'll just buy a piece of you in each of those tournaments. And he said, so he went away and he said, well, I'm going to play whatever, 40 grand's worth of tournaments, I think it was. And I said, well, that's great. I'll put in 15 grand. And you can just tell me what you think is a fair percentage. He said, well, if you don't mind, what I'd like to do is I'd like to play some tournaments on my own, and then some other tournaments you have a share in, 50-50.
Okay, were you happy with that arrangement?
I said, fine, okay. Well, so there's my 15 grand. Just tell me which of the tournaments were 50-50 and then which are the ones that I don't have anything in. So he said, okay, I said, well, email me a list. Anyway, he's a bit useless at kind of admin and stuff like that, so he didn't email me. And, you know, it was getting closer and closer to Vegas. And I said, well, just at least like write a list out. I think I got to Vegas. And I was very preoccupied by, it was the 40th anniversary of the World Series, and they had a $40,000 buy-in tournament. And this was long before the one drop. You know, we're talking about, I don't know, 6 years ago or something like that, five years ago. So they'd never invented the one drop. Like, 40,000 was a ridiculous...
Yeah, and slightly before the explosion
it was
of
before the super high rollers.
Yeah,
they were the biggest buy-in tournament that I'd ever experienced anywhere in the world was like £10,000 or 10,000 euro. I don't really think there was even a 25,000 anywhere there. No. Maybe one or two, but not really. And I said, you know what, I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this for 40,000 tournament. I quite fancy it. So I bought in, and there was 200 people played it. People were saying, oh, there'll only be 50 people in it. There's not 50 people in the world that want to pay $40,000 to play a poker tournament.
Got a nice graphic on your screen showing the chip leaders.
Aha, that's good.
Apologies for interrupting you.
No, it's good, it's good. 'Cause I told you it'd be a long story. So I'm wondering now, Noel Hayes seems to come from Brazil, but he's definitely from Ireland. I think it is my friend Noel.
Particularly Brazilian.
I'm very much hoping it's my friend Noel. Noel, good luck if you're listening.
I think we can safely say that it's...
I think he just overtook the other person who's from Brazil, and they swapped the names but not the countries, maybe. I don't know.
We've got a Neil Channing lookalike, and I'm going to have to read it out because it's actually pretty good.
Is it anything to do with football management?
It doesn't.
Okay.
Kobo111, in my bad eyes,
yeah.
Does Neil kind of look like the older British version of Leonard from the Big Bang Theory? No, I actually think
I
really
what
actually.
What is the Big?
Is
that an American TV show?
Big Bang Theory is a US sitcom about.
I've never seen that.
Four kind of geeky 20-somethings.
It sounds good.
To try and kind of form relationships.
Okay.
Despite their many sort of social
that's
shortcomings.
Apart from the fact I'm older, that's pretty much me anyway.
I think what we'll do for Neil is get up Leonard on.
Okay.
Google Images and see what he thinks.
People say the Dortmund manager.
Klopp, Hans Klopp.
Klopp, yeah.
Or Jurgen Klopp.
Jurgen Klopp, that's his name, yeah.
That's not a bad shout. I think this shout of Leonard is pretty good.
I used to like it. I used to like it like 15 years ago. People used to say, what's his name? The guy, Val Kilmer. But I don't. Nobody says that anymore. I think I must be too fat-faced now for that. Like that was when I was leaner, maybe. But
he's called Leonard Hoff something. Hofstadter, that's it.
Let me have a look.
There we go.
Actually, don't you think he looks a bit like Mike Mattisau in some way?
Potentially.
A little bit.
I think if we're going to invite lookalikes from the Twitch audience, this is a decent starting point.
Yeah, no,
I think it's something to build on now. Anyone?
I can sort of see the Klopp people actually, although I think he's got a slightly fatter face than me.
So yeah, if anyone wants to come chime in with any lookalikes of our team here, we've got Laura Cornelius over there. We've got myself and we've got Neil Channing. So anyone who you think any of us look like, it's always fun to have a little play around. I won't be offended. Neil won't be.
I might be. Anyway, so I entered this tournament for given my 40,000, and there's only 200 people in it. So obviously I'm very focused on the tournament. It's a very big buy-in, and you know, I think it was. I don't know, it might have been $1 million to the winner or something like that. I think it was $1 million. And it was a very high quality field, you know. You had to be kind of concentrating quite hard. So I'm playing away and, you know, we're getting down to like, I don't know, I got through day one and we're down to like, I don't even know, 120 people maybe or something out of 200. And I'm a bit below average and I haven't really had any great hands or anything much has happened. So I go back for day two, and the other tournament that's running concurrently is a 1,000 buy-in, and obviously most people are not playing the 40 grand tournament, so the 1,000 buy-in is huge. It had 4,000 players in it, and I'm sort of vaguely aware that James is playing it, but not that aware. And I'm also staking at least 6 other people in that tournament. Not some of them I'm just having, like maybe I bought.
It's safe to assume you're fairly cash rich at this time.
Yeah, I might have
buying
bought
into a 40k, staking.
I actually sold some pieces of myself in that. I don't know, somebody who hadn't seen me play decided to buy some of me. By the way, the players in the scoop are on a break at the moment.
Okay, you're on a break here, so we're going to carry on chatting. We're probably going to go to Laura and Johan at some point, but let's just stick with Neil's story for now. I'm going to ask Neil one more question, hopefully, before we get to Laura.
You're going to be lucky because this is a long story.
Okay.
So anyway, we played day two, and now I'm very much aware that James is in the tournament. I'm down to the money bubble in this 40k tournament. But we got the leaderboard up, but maybe we should look at that. Maybe I should. I'll carry on. Well, you tell me if you need me to shut up, though. Anyway, so now we get to a situation where James is going very well in this tournament, and I'm kind of aware that there's about 150 people left out of 4,000, and he's got like 3 times the average. He's like 3rd in chips or something like that. But you know what the hell? I'm going to win $1 million. I'm much more focusing on me. Anyway, there's only 18 paid in our tournament, and I'm kind of short stacked around the bubble. And I didn't really get any situations or anything, and eventually I got bust. I think Ike Haxton bust me and went on to come 2nd in the tournament. I'm talking about Malta. And so I finished playing. I'm like 15th or something. I can't even remember. I got like 70 grand. That was the min cash, 70 grand. So now I thought, well, I better go and have a look at this tournament. And I see Carl Morenholtz, who's sharing a place with James that year, and I said, how's he doing? And he said, oh, he's doing very well. Yeah, I think he's 3rd in chips. There's only 60 people left. I said, well, that's pretty good. I said, can I ask you something? I said, he gave me a piece of paper with a list of tournaments. I've left it in the hotel. don't actually know if I've got a share of him in this tournament. Did he mention anything about it? And he's just roaring with laughter. He said, I can't believe, it was 256,000 for second, and I think, 256 for second and 600 and something for the winner. And he says, you don't even know. And I said, no, I haven't got a clue. So when you said, did you watch the hand? I went back the next day and I watched the final. I think it was actually the next day when I was watching the final. That was after I busted 15th. So I'd been playing for like 12 hours and it was 1 a.m. And now I know I've got half of the action. And I'm running back and forward from my small stack in my tournament to just have a look every now and then. But I've got to focus on my tournament. It's a big tournament. As soon as I bust, I went to watch. And they were four-handed. By the time they got to heads up, I'd fallen asleep. The guy who was doing the announcing, they have a guy live with the microphone kind of saying, oh, he's moved all in or whatever. He said, some of the people in the crowd are going wild. We could almost hear the snoring from here. And I was literally snoring in the crowd. And I did wake up to see that hand. If anyone doesn't know about it, it was an amazing poker hand, actually. The blinds were 50,000, 100,000. And they'd just come back from a break, and Grant Hinkle was playing James Aiken heads up, 600,000 to the winner, and whatever it was, 250 to second. And James had, every time Hinkle had 3-bet, James had 4-bet, every single time. And they'd had a confab on the break, the Hinkles, and he came back with a new plan. The new plan was, if he 4-bets you, you're going to 5-bet shove. So the hand, immediately the first hand after the break, they both got 6 million chips, 50, 100. They've almost got an exact stack. And it was raised 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet shove, call. And James called with ace-king. And Hinkle sheepishly turns over 10-4. And he
flop came 10-10-4.
10-10-4, yeah. And
that was that.
That was that. But he's a great player, Hinkle, actually. And I like the Hinkle boys. They're both nice. And their younger brother, I don't know whether you've ever seen on any Vegas coverage, the guy who dresses up, he has a character, I can't remember what he's called, but he dresses up in a kind of a ridiculous costume, and he shouts out, oh yeah, like that. Have you seen that? There's a guy that he does that. That's young Hinkle, their younger brother. And he was, when I made the final table and came second, the big heads-up match, he was cheering for the guy in third place, James Mackey. And so he was there the whole time doing his whole oh yeah thing. So funny. He's a very funny guy, actually. I do like the Hinkles though. And I do remember that hand very clearly. Sorry, that was a very long story.
It was a long story. It was a great story, actually. A couple of people on Twitch were furious that I interrupted you at a couple of points.
It's all right, you're allowed. It's fine. I can go on for days.
Randall Flag 11 wasn't happy that I interrupted you.
Oh, well, I don't blame him.
Randall Flag, top quality co-presenter.
You're right.
I don't even know who the co-presenter is here.
Klopp did step down, didn't he? Actually,
he did to succeed Arsene Wenger. Thank you.
I thought he was. People were saying he was going to go to Liverpool, weren't they? I thought.
Pothead.
Yeah.
Now, there's one question. I mean, it's quite a specific question, but it gets me onto the more sort of general subject of coaching.
Yeah.
Neil, I won a ticket for the Scoop 1K main event on Sunday. An amateur that needs some help. Would you consider coaching me?
Oh, I'm here.
This is Poppy 1000. We are shackling Neil to this desk. Neil will not be doing any coaching in the next few days.
I can tell you actually, my good friend Jamie Burland, who...
I've got a story about Jamie
Burland. He used to play a lot on Black Belt, and we used to stake him for that reason. He's doing some poker coaching. You could do a lot worse than getting him to coach you if you really want to. I think you can find him on Facebook. I don't think he's going to charge an absolute fortune. And that would be my advice.
Okay, we've got a couple of lookalikes coming in. I think Laura Cornelius will like this one, Kobo111. Laura has a bit of Kirsten Bell from Forgetting Sarah Marshall. I'm presuming that's the blonde girl from
I think she's liking that. She seems.
I think she like.
Well, she's not grimacing. It's more smiling than grimacing.
Because she looks content.
Yeah.
Trying to make out she gets that one all the time. Yeah, she's saying that story checks out.
Yeah.
Now we've got one of Neil. Neil looks like Ralphie from Christmas Story. Now I don't know what that is, but
I haven't seen that. Who plays Ralphie
knows
on a
who
Christmas
Ralphie
Story?
from Christmas Story.
You have to give me the name of the actor.
I'm a bit fed up with Google Images on this.
It's a bit slow on this machine.
Withering computer that I'm on. Keep your lookalikes coming. A lot of fun. We are back in the tournament, I believe.
Also famous poker player lookalikes. I mean, I can't think of any off the top of my head. But there must be some.
I think the tournament's restarted. I'll just give you a quick update on how things are going. Currently got 262 players remaining. Got 153 will get paid. Just to remind you that this is the medium scoop, event 38M. 215 no limit hold'em. 170 runners even, creating a prize pool of 535,600.
Can you go through listener?
I'm going to open up the lobby for Neil to have a little eye. Cast his
I want to see if Mr. Aikenhead's
so
in
knowledgeable eyes over this list of players.
I'm worse than I used to be at recognising screen names.
Dutch players up the top of our leaderboard.
Who's that Brit? Luckbox for Life. That rings a bell.
Luckbox for Life certainly rings a bell.
I don't know. I can't think of who that is. If anyone knows, feel free to let us know. Or if Luckbox for Life is watching, feel free to get in touch. Or anybody that's still in the tournament wants to get in touch.
Darren Elias, still going strong.
Oh, he's a super strong player, Darren Elias. I have a lot of respect for his game.
I'm a big Darren Elias fan.
Yeah, I've played with him a few times. Nice guy. The Crow, by the way, nobody will know who that man is, but I can promise you that he is a fantastic poker player. Excellent, excellent poker player.
Yeah. Justin Bonomo, spotted him.
I won't give
Jason Mercier, obviously going strong.
I won't give away the Crow's identity because he likes to be quite secretive.
Okay, we're going to be jumping back into the action as soon as possible. Just going to wait for Johan to return.
I think we're going to go to Laura, aren't we? She's going to...
Just heard a little word that we're going to go to Laura Cornelius.
Hello, back in the lounge here, live from Malta. I've got Johan playing alongside me here. It's been a little bit quiet though. I haven't seen or heard that much from him the last hour, so I'm not sure that there were that many interesting hands. Don't worry, we won't interrupt you too much while you're playing along there, unless there's something you want to tell us.
No problem. No, there is no problem. I just play one table now, so it's okay. Because when I'm home, I play a lot of table, more than 15. So
just give us a quick stack update.
Stack update is 20 big blind after we lose the pocket aces on ace 5 deuce with 2 hearts. Then it came a heart and it's very he has a flush most of the time, so we just fold on the river. And that's it. We have 20 big blind. I hope to make the money because 259 left.
How far away?
100 left. 100 left from the money, so it's not far away.
Right. Fingers crossed for you then. Now, we showed you a photograph earlier on where we wanted you to make up the caption for our shot of 3 members of Team Germany. And yes, they do keep going on about how much I like those German guys. I do like Team Germany. They're a strong side, I would say. We've had a few funny entries in. We're going to say the winner of that one was 2 anchors. And the caption they came up with was emergency, dial 999. We like that one. I was nearly going to go all out and do a really bad German accent, and I just got a little bit scared about it, so couldn't quite do it. Maybe tomorrow if I get another one like that. And Kobo 11, yes, I do get the Kristen Bell all the time actually. It's weird because she's not that well known, but people do stop me and tell me that one quite a lot. You can carry on those looky-likey, and if you think any poker players look like any famous people as well, let us know about that, and keep them coming in about Neil Channing because they're quite funny. We like that Big Bang Theory one as well. We also had another winner to announce. It was the Grant Gates was the winner for the Beat the Pro. That was that strategy question that we asked earlier on, and they were one of the viewers that said cool. So we picked that one out of the hat. Grant Gates, congrats to you. All Amazon vouchers coming your way for all of those winners this evening. We've got one more competition to announce, and this time it is poker player anagrams. So we're going to give you a mixed up word. You're going to have to jumble the letters around and see what poker player name you can spell, okay, with the letters. And we're going to start quite easy. We've got a lot of these, to be fair. So we're going to start very easy. There you go. Vile hippie is your anagram. What poker player does that word spell? Vile hippie. Don't think they'd be too pleased with that description of themselves. But see if you can jumble the words around and find the poker player name from that one. It was a pretty simple one, but we've got some more difficult ones coming up a little bit later. If you've just joined us, we are analysing hands from one of the Scoop events this evening. I've got Johan. We actually had 3 players start the action earlier on, and everyone had to bet on who they thought would last the longest. Well, there is just one player remaining. Johan is our one remaining player still in the studio, and we're going to keep following his action until, well, either he wins or he busts. But if he keeps going, this is a 2-day event, so he will be back tomorrow and playing along. We hope to see him. So that event that we're following is from the Spring Championship of Online Poker. It's event 38M. It's a $215 buy-in, and we're checking out all the tables that he's playing. There's still some good names in amongst the field. We've been seeing all different sorts of tables, and we've been seeing many different poker players crop up on those tables as well. Right, we are going to head back to commentary desk with Roland and Neil. They're going to guide you through the next few levels of play in that event. So back to you guys.
Thank you, Laura.
I'm suffering now. I can't. Vile hippie. That's all I can think of now. I can't speak.
This was supposed to be the easy one, Neil. So
I know.
Keep working
Is it a screen name or a real name?
It's the name of a real poker player.
Oh, okay.
I'm surprised, Neil.
Vile hippie.
You've disappointed me.
I've disappointed myself. I've let my family down slightly, I feel.
Slightly surprising that Laura Cornelius didn't attempt a German accent during our last little interlude.
I thought she did.
I've never seen her refuse to attempt an accent. So it's definitely a first for the GPI office in the last couple of weeks. We are going viral here in Malta, and I'm talking about Johan Viral, our player on our feature table in the 215 medium scoop. Currently playing a stack of 31,000. Blinds are at, well, blinds are about to come to 714, so I imagine we're at 612. Now, keep us entertained on the Twitch. If anyone who's been listening, anyone who's new to the stream, keep coming in with your lookalikes. Any poker lookalikes you want to give to us? Anyone you think Neil Channing looks like? Anyone you think I look like? Anyone think Laura Cornelius looks like? Going to keep an eye on the action when our featured player is in the hand. And keep an eye on the big pots. Going to bring you updates from the high no limit scoop, the 2,100 high. Going to keep an eye on the big names in that, and also the big names out in the field in this medium-sized scoop. Currently 243 players remaining. Keep your questions coming on Twitch. We cater to players of all levels of experience. If this is your first time watching a poker stream, certainly don't be shy to come in with questions about the terminology, about the GPI as a whole, about the project we have here going in Malta, any of the upcoming events taking place in Malta. Malta's obviously been announced for another season on the EPT, which is going to be taking place in October. So we're going to have 2 EPTs in Malta within a year. Kobo 111, Roland has a bit of James Buckley in him. That's probably more the character that he plays in the in-betweeners than his actual appearance. I'm guessing that means J.
Yes.
From the in-betweeners.
Yeah.
Never had that one before.
I can't see that at all.
I've certainly been known to make crude remarks. I'm certainly not averse to inappropriate language when the situation merits it. So hoping more to do with my personality than my look. Can't really see it myself, but I guess it's not for me to decide. Okay, got a bit of a pot developing here. Got an open under the gun +2 by Gualdi. Looks like he's been 3-bet 7 tray. See, only following the whole cards of our featured player here in our studio here in Malta. So with the other players, we're just going to be guessing. You can see a pretty decent pot here. 16k in there.
It's an interesting situation because with Johan being one of the shortest stack on the second shortest stack on the table, it slightly, not massively, but slightly increases the chances of his big blind being picked on by people, and it slightly brings around the table. You know, people will attack his blind from a slightly earlier position than they might do somebody that's got a bigger stack, and perhaps with a weaker hand. So, you know, possibly 7 tray 3 here, or whatever it's called, 7 tray, might have picked up on that and felt that this was a good opportunity to 3-bet an early position raiser, because if you do 3-bet an early position raiser, generally you're representing a lot of strength, and he may feel that this was an opportunity to do that against perhaps a slightly weaker opening range. But I don't know, we're just surmising. Obviously we're not going to really necessarily see these hands at all.
Okay, well, when Neil casts his eye over to the Twitch chat, he's going to be kicking himself pretty hard once he sees the guesses that are coming in on the anagram contest. Keep an eye on this hand first, and then
I'm already kicking
Neil
myself
will get the
about
disappointing news
Absolutely
in a
killing
moment.
me. I'll normally get the conundrum in like 3 seconds. I can't believe I haven't managed that one.
Okay, we've got a monster pot here. Decision for 7 trays tournament life on the river on a very wet board, a very straighty board. What's your feeling here now?
Well, you know, I said it before.
What hand is a tank here? Which hand?
Well, in terms of which hand shoved, I mean, I said it before that people generally big
pretty
action
polarizing
on the
this.
river.
Pretty polarizing
yeah.
this. 49k into 35k.
Yeah, a big action on the river like this is often going to be a strong hand. Yeah, they're not kind of. It does rather depend on the, like if we're watching the high scoop, then it's much more likely where it's kind of a reg fest that people are doing such things as balancing their range with, you know, a medium strength hand in this situation. But I don't think that's happening here. I think you're right, it's a polarised one. It's either a missed flush that's going for an all-out bluff, or it's a very strong hand, and I'd lean towards a very strong hand, you know, a straight or even possibly a set.
So Gualdi takes down a nice sized pot there.
I guess we'll never know.
So, Neil, kicking yourself over your failure to even come up with a guess on the anagram contest.
You see the poor, isn't it?
You see the bad
news.
news.
What was it again? Vile
hippie.
Vile hippie. God, it's terrible. No, go on. You'll have to tell me.
Not sure if we're gonna give away.
Oh,
the answer
you don't want to give it
right
away. Oh, I'm gonna look over your shoulder and see what people guessed.
You've missed the influx of correct answers. That's the correct answer.
Oh, vile hippie. Yeah.
Now, in through the window has come up with a poker lookalike. Simon Aces Trumper of Dust Till Dawn and Steve Bolt. I can see that. Not the worst suggestion.
Well, actually,
by any stretch of the imagination.
I think it's quite well documented, and you may say that this is an old story, but when I first met Simon Aces Trumper, which was a long time ago, he had hair.
And he had no hair in the entire duration of my knowledge.
He was getting regular work as a Robert De Niro lookalike.
I'm not sure if I'm being trolled here.
No, it's very seriously.
Just nod away.
We're talking about the early 90s, that would have been. Yeah.
I can't take the story particularly seriously at the moment.
Absolutely true.
Hard to picture it.
Absolutely true. I actually
got
would have
that
been
kind of mean face.
This was 25 years ago, so it would have been about 89, 90, something like that.
Okay, I've got a question.
I never thought he really looked that much like him, but it clearly doesn't now.
My question is, Does anyone still call you Neil Bad Beat Channing?
People kind of ironically do sometimes, and people that have known me, people that are close friends of mine call me it. At least 10 people that I can think of, pretty much that's all they call me. Yeah. In terms of people I don't really know very well, it doesn't really fly.
Poker player nicknames, other than sort of online screen names, slightly fell by the wayside when the hand nicknames sort of started diminishing in popularity as well. Bad Beat has the Cowboys here.
Do you think that?
Don't hear that so often.
Do you think hand nicknames have gone now? People don't say. I don't know.
You still say the Bullets?
I never ever said the Bullets or the Cowboys.
Couple of snowmen.
I used to sometimes say snowmen in a kind of ironic, humorous way, and the walking sticks sometimes.
The old walking sticks.
I might say sometimes. So Johan had a good hand here, ace 10. It's above average. He hadn't opened for a while. He probably felt like he had a slightly tight image at the moment, and he's got a decent above average hand, and it's worth a raise. He got called, and on a paired flop, obviously there's a good chance that nobody's hit anything. So very reasonable to make a C bet, and took it down.
Minor explosion in the studio. No one panicked.
It's okay. Where there's blame, there's a claim.
Now, if anyone wants to put forward suggestions for a new nickname for Neil Channing, feel free to do so. I've been called Bad Beat for a long time. Now, if anyone also wants to put forward some suggestions for new nicknames for poker hands, other than the ones that have been around for many years, let's see what you can come up with. Or if anyone wants to come up with a nickname for me. People around here call me Roland the Accuser. That's after the character Roland the Accuser in Guardians of the Galaxy. Now, I'm not a huge film buff myself. I haven't actually seen the film, but I just go with it.
That one whooshed me. I couldn't even guess what kind of film that is. Action adventure of some sort.
Action adventure sci-fi, I believe.
It's
kind of. I think it's spacey, a little bit futuristic.
I've got a list of films I want to get round to. Anything action adventure sci-fi is going to be quite low on that list, probably.
Unfortunately for the film fanatics out there, slightly down the list of things that I sort of show expertise in. There's one or two things that I'm pretty knowledgeable. Poker is probably one of them. English football is another one. Films is slightly down the list, as was displayed by my performance in the GPI quiz team last night after our rehearsal.
Films was a big part of the thing.
Well, films tend to come up fairly frequently in quizzes, regardless of the location or the.
But you can throw a kettle over the top of the pub, can you?
I've never attempted that.
I think it was a reference to The Office.
Oh yeah.
Was it a kettle? I can't even remember now actually.
Anyone on Twitch remember what they threw over the roof of Worm
They ended
Park?
up throwing what's his name, Shoe, didn't they? But I think he said he could throw a kettle.
Poker Staples has joined us.
Do we know that guy?
Yeah, that's Jamie Staples.
Oh, okay.
One of Twitch's finest broadcasters. Welcome to you.
This fella's a bit of a legend on Twitch.
He's a Twitch.
He has gazillions
heavyweight.
of people.
He is a Twitch absolute
him.
Heavyweight of the Twitch world. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Staples.
Well, we should ask him for some advice.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, how do we cash in on this, good thing?
And how do we be better?
I mean, I'm not thinking GPI. I'm talking about me and you, Roland. We must be quite, big deals in Twitch now. Surely.
Oh yeah, Twitch legends. We're
developing
developing
there must be a way to get a lot of money out of this. Really, I mean,
we'll We'll ask.
Have a word with him. So get him to send us a quiet
Jamie
message
Staples
about
monetising our success.
How many people are watching Jamie Staples these days when he does a Twitch thing?
I think it's almost in the tens of thousands.
Really? And Jason Somerville, he's like...
Jason Somerville gets up towards 10,000 for most of his broadcasts. I think weirdly enough, though, Elke broke the record
How many did
this
he
week
get?
on his final table. Something pretty big.
What, like
20K? 20K, I think.
Okay.
Could be wrong. If I'm wrong, correct me, please.
And I think Jason Somerville has like 100,000 followers on Twitch, does he? I'm quite new to Twitch. I'm a big Twitter fan, me, generally. It's my preferred method of communicating.
That's fair. I'm a bit of a Twitter freak. Lord_Boothby, if you want to tweet at me. I was explaining to Neil the origins
you're just
Lord
begging
Boothby.
for new Twitter followers now, are you?
I got the follow. Actually, I didn't get the follow from you. I'm just waiting for the follow from.
You got it. You got it. I did
Neil
it.
Channing,
It just took me a second.
After which my life.
I did it.
It's complete.
No, I did follow you. I'll probably quietly unfollow you next week.
I wouldn't blame you. I was explaining to Neil the origins behind the Lord Boothby alias. Unfortunately, it involves a lot of things I can't say on air. This is a family show, of course.
You got to love Twitter, though. It's a very good medium, generally, I think. I'm learning Twitch. Twitch is quite new to me.
Thank you for joining us, Sukai Mello, who is actually leaving us, but thank you for joining us, and yep, you're going to be back. Hopefully we'll still be following Johan next time you come back, because Johan is still in the tournament, and there are 173 remaining. He's got a below average stack, but he looks pretty calm over there. He's in our lounge with Laura Cornelius, keeping an eye on the action.
Now, I don't know if there's any inexperienced or novice players watching, but I think this is a leak that people have in tournaments. I mean, in this particular hand, there's been a raise under the gun, a min raise to 2,800, and somebody's just flat called for 2,800. Johan's in the big blind with 1,400 invested. He's got a rubbish hand, 3-6 offsuit. But it's so tempting to say, well, there's 2,800 plus the blinds and antes. You're getting a massive price. You know, why don't I just call 1,400 and it could come 3-3-6 or, you know, 4-5-7 or whatever. And this is a bad way of thinking, because you can just dribble away chips so quickly like that. And you'll notice that Jonas didn't fall for any of that nonsense. Johan, sorry. He immediately threw his hand away. He wasn't tempted by those sucker odds. And of course now, he was rewarded for that, because it's been some time since he's had the old aces, and it must be nice for him, because the only worry he has is, will I get the black ones next time? Maybe there'll be the red ones. Maybe it will just be one of each. So let's see what he does with them this time. Well, I mean, there's been a raise under the gun, so he can assume that with his short stack, he'll get some action from this guy. The guy that's raised under the gun is also fairly short stacked, so you might think that they would have to have some kind of hand to be raising under the gun.
Now,
having waited a lap to play a hand.
Does shoving look weaker in this spot? Because I imagine making it 7 or 8 looks incredibly strong in this spot off of insta fold.
That is true, but then, you know, if you shove, you are costing the person their tournament life. And if someone does have a hand like a pair of 10s or something like that, they may think, oh my god, I don't like to fold, it's too good a hand. Let me peel a flop and see if there isn't an ace or king, and then I'll stick the rest in if there isn't, or whatever. Maybe you can just coax somebody into making that bad call in that situation. I don't know. It's a tricky one. I mean, I totally get the argument for saying if you shove, people might think you've got ace king, and they might call you with a pair of 9s or something. Yeah, probably just found a time where that guy just was raising a bit light.
Okay, so he's up to 36,000 now, and looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Nothing too dangerous at the moment. Going to just give you a little update from the Scoop High event. I know a few of you were coming in on the Twitch with a few updates from that one. And let's see how we're doing here. We've got 95 players remaining from the 256 that started. Sean Deep, second in chips with 59,000. Also got Georgie Downs up there, up into 5th place in the Scoop High. He's got a nice stack, 43,000 there. Okay, just going to have a little look down the list. Obviously, Dan Kelly's going well. And Jack Salter up into the top 10. Jack Ziyang is his screen name. Elke's up there. Elke's playing 31,000. Jason Kuhn playing 33,000. Okay, and Neil has cast his all-knowing eyes over our list of chip counts in that one.
Didn't work very well that time. I didn't recognise, apart from the people you mentioned, I didn't really know anyone too much.
So yeah, they're playing for 186,000 first prize in that tournament. Presuming
maybe if you go a bit
Jason
lower,
Mercier's still in, he's going to
one or
lock
two.
that one up.
Yeah, we got Nig Dog, I can see there. Amac.
Darren Elias going strong.
So what's
Carl Julius, a bit of a short stack.
Yep.
And I presume D. Peters 17 is David Peters, who's a regular on the high rolls and super high rolls.
Very good player, that David Peters.
Doesn't perhaps get the recognition he deserves. Not one of the.
He's very quiet. He's quiet at the table,
softly spoken,
and he doesn't have a lot to say off the table generally. Ike Haxton, hanging on in there,
hanging
flying the flag of Malta.
9,000 with the Maltese flag.
One for the locals.
See, if you're watching, Ike, try and make day 2 so you can come and join us tomorrow. So we've already committed to your taxi fare and your
how many did Nig Dog have? I'd like to know.
Okay.
Is he doing any good?
It's the wrong lobby.
He was a bit higher up. You skimmed past him a bit. He was in the kind of middle rung. Have we got him? I can't see him now. I think you went past him. Looking for a Brit flag. Oh, I saw him there before. There we are.
41 place.
41.
24,834.
Chris Brammer.
Chris Brammer. Excellent player. Yeah. Okay, so back to our feature table. We are following the fortunes of Johan Viral of France. He's currently playing the medium scoop at the GPI studios here in Malta. He's currently sat in the lounge. Started the night with 3 pros in our player hub, all grinding the same tournament, taking part in the last longer bet.
Yeah, for people who joined late, basically we managed to persuade 3 players to come down to the studio and make their whole cards available. So they're playing it here in our studio, and yeah, that's why you can see what they've got in their hands.
A lot of love for Jamie Staples on the Twitch chat, as you can probably imagine. He's obviously one of the most popular players on the Twitch community, one of the real pioneers of poker twitching. So I'm going to come back to a subject that me and Neil touched on earlier on, and that's the subject of coaching. Do you ever get asked for coaching? Do you ever offer coaching services? I mean, in the sort of post kind of black belt era, do you accept or
to be honest with
opportunities?
I kind of have quite. My views on coaching are quite. I mean, I think in terms of coaching the kind of technical aspects of online poker, I don't think I'm the best person to do it. My main experience in playing poker is the most hours I've logged are in live deep stack cash games, and the games that I've played in are not bearing much relation to short-handed sub 30 big blind, 40 big blind stacks online. Obviously principles of poker are similar and all, you know, whatever, but I kind of also feel like there's so many people doing it so well. Why do we need an extra person doing it? You know, I don't particularly want to compete offering my services with some people who are great at doing it. And in terms of how much money you can get paid for doing it, if I wanted to dedicate an extra 10 hours a week to poker, I'd probably make more money playing it than coaching it. I quite like what Nick Whirlpool did. He came up with the idea that, you know, poker training sites and videos and stuff was all very much a niche of a niche, that they were aimed exclusively at expert players getting even better. Whereas most players are not expert, and the people that really need training are keen recreational amateur players.
Yeah.
So he's aimed his series of training material at people who, you know, are just regular people that have jobs, who are kind of, you know, semi-okay at poker, but could do with getting slightly better, and they might enjoy their poker more that way. And actually, I think that's quite a big market, and I think he's done quite well with that. And
Yeah.
I'm surprised that other coaching and training people don't really go for that. I know that two of the guys that we used to stake with, Black Belt Jamie Burland and Kevin Williams, do some coaching, and they've kind of aimed at those kind of people.
And they've got a new project, haven't they?
Jamie's doing this
I
thing.
remember seeing him talking about it quite recently.
He's doing this thing, Bear Hug Poker, which is a staking thing. Basically, he's got a group of players that are playing middle-sized MTTs online. I think he's looking to get more. If anyone does want any kind of staking in that realm, contact him. But I think he does kind of mentoring and coaching of his players. But I mean, we used to do with Blackboard, we used to do kind of sort of more like open days, like training seminars. And actually, it's really hard to get people to pay just a fair amount for it.
Yeah.
We'd sort of say, well, we'll charge you 100 quid to come for a day, and I'll be looking to get like 20 people to turn up, and maybe there might be 3 presenters on the day. So by the time we rented a room and done the preparation beforehand, and we weren't really making anything, and often we couldn't sell 15 tickets, and that might be because people think, well, I can do all that online and I don't want to travel and whatever, or they might just think, well, he's just some old guy who doesn't know anything about poker, and I can go to some young kid that's made a training video. And I think there's a lot to be said for that. Like, a lot of those training sites, they're quite cheap, really. You can subscribe to any number of really good sites and watch so much material online. It kind of makes me feel like the individual training might not be a great way to spend your money. I think if someone wants to improve, and they haven't already gone through, whatever, it doesn't matter which one it is, Deuces Cracked or Run It Twice or whatever, there's so much material out there.
There's a lot of free material, which I guess
loads of free stuff. Yeah,
partially why a lot of people are probably quite reluctant to pay. I just want to come back to the hand. If you remember a while ago, Johan had aces in the small blind, because Jamie Staples has been commenting on the hand as well. He obviously agrees with you that it was obviously a tough spot. I'm guessing the kind of deciding between whether to 3-bet and whether to shove.
I think I probably would have shoved, but I can see arguments either way, and I don't know whether I'm right to say I would have shoved. I think I would have done, but I'd have been kicking myself when the guy snap folded and thinking, oh God, I wish I made it 8,000.
Yeah, Jamie said a lot of it depends on the kind of your perception of what the under the gun player is playing like.
Yeah, the prior history as well, and but the under the gun guy only had about 30,000. 20 big blinds. He shouldn't really be opening under the gun too light. I don't think if you've got 30 bigs, 20 bigs, I don't think you should be opening with the intention of folding too much at all, particularly under the gun. So for that reason alone, I kind of felt like he was going to come along for the ride quite often. And given that you've got 2 aces, he probably doesn't have an ace king, ace queen kind of hand. So most likely he's got a pair, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, something like that. In which case, if it's jacks, he's going to probably put it in, and if it's 8s, maybe making it 8,000, you've got more chance. But you might find someone that makes a pretty bad mistake of saying, all right, I'll call the extra 5 grand and review on the flop, which is what Johan tried to make him do. So actually, I think probably the way Johan played it is the best way. Given the way he analysed the other hand earlier, I'm sure he's right and I'm wrong if I wanted to do anything else.
Yeah, we're very privileged to have Jamie Staples with us. So if you want to ask him any questions in the Twitch chat, obviously.
He's on a
go
night
ahead.
off. He doesn't want people asking him questions.
Okay.
He's dropped by recreationally. No, go for it. I mean, if he doesn't mind.
Sorry, Jamie.
Poor fella. He just thought he'd have a quiet night off the Twitch.
Listen to us.
Watching someone else
Nattering.
do it. I'm interested actually.
Right.
Let me ask Jamie a question because I'm curious about Twitch generally. Why does he think his Twitch has been, very successful? And obviously some of these Stars pros, they're obviously all on a 3-line whip to do this Twitch. Stars have just got them absolutely under the cosh. I'm sure 2 or 3 of them don't really want to do it, but they're kind of forced to. What should they do to make themselves good at it? Like if you're, I don't know, live, presumably people will just watch it, whatever you do. But if you're, I don't know, even like Jake Cody, who's a very popular guy and much loved and a really good player, but I think more people are going to want to watch Liv than are going to want to watch Jake Cody probably, because they're all kind of like, young guys. Actually, he's a girl, and girls are different, I've noticed. I don't know, what can Jake do if he wants to become popular on Twitch?
Yeah, I think part of the reason Jason Somerville, Jay Carver, is his stream's so popular. He's obviously
he's an entertaining guy, isn't he?
And incredibly dynamic character. Now, some people's personality obviously doesn't lend itself particularly well. I think someone like Jake, who's an incredibly skillful player, doesn't necessarily.
He's quite quiet and shy.
Yeah,
in some ways.
He's slightly. He doesn't articulate himself about poker in the same way that someone like Isaac Haxton or Phil Galfond or even Jason Somerville. But that might be a conscious decision, a bit like the.
Well, he's always been a bit more with Jason Mercier.
Yeah,
Jake's very much like that. Like he doesn't. He said a few times, and I'm sure this is true, that he's a big user of poker forums, but very much a user. He goes there and reads what everybody says about the hand histories, and different professionals chip in and say what they think, and he reads all that on 2+2 and Blonde Poker and in the UK and stuff like that. But he never posts himself. He said, well, I just want to take from the community. I don't want to give anything, which is kind of a mean thing to say, but this is what you have to do to get on, isn't it? Really, maybe you don't want to. Why would you? If you found something that's profitable, do you want to share that? Isn't it better to keep that to yourself in some ways? Whereas obviously Jason Somerville is, he's giving a lot of information away, essentially for free. Although he's built up a very big Twitter following, and that's got him his massive Stars contract, which. He was a very popular player that did coaching and, is very successful at poker. He never got a Stars contract before Twitch.
No.
So there's a clear, cause and effect of what's happened there.
I think when you give away so much information about your strategy, it creates the need to be sort of constantly adjusting. I guess some players have an ability to adjust incredibly frequently and just continually change the style, and I've noticed that from Jason Somerville's. He definitely explains to his viewers the importance of adjusting, and often talk through in a very kind of coherent and sort of interesting way about what he's doing to adjust to his opponents and what he's trying to.
Okay, well, here's a question for Jamie Staples as well. I'm sorry, Jamie, I'm not throwing questions at you now. But we're talking about Jason Mercier, and he doesn't like to give away strategy. He doesn't like to discuss it at all. But now he's being forced by Stars to do Twitch, and he's done a couple of Twitch sessions. I think he may have only done one so far. How's he going to do Twitch without giving away strategy? I can't imagine how he's going to get through that.
I think I tuned into Jason Mercier's stream briefly earlier in this week, and I think a lot of the viewers were expecting a level of analysis akin to Jason Somerville, and were slightly surprised that they weren't. Jason was more talking through the action and answering a lot of questions in the Twitch without the detailed hand analysis that Jason Somerville and that's
not a coincidence.
It's certainly not a coincidence.
He's thought about that and decided how he wants to approach it, but there's a limit to how many times you can say, okay, I'm on Twitch tonight and I'm answering questions about what my favourite hand is and, you know, which is my favourite stop on the tour and how did I feel when I won a bracelet and stuff like that. People want to know, you know, why are you doing that in that hand exactly, and what did you put his range there, and you know, they want strategy.
Yeah, I think it was interesting to see that the expectation of the Twitch audience wasn't quite in line with what was being given to them, and it wasn't surprising knowing what I know about how Jason Mercier talks about the game. But obviously, the expectation has been created by the players who do give away a lot.
Of course, and he's going to be given a pass because he's Jason Mercier. But I wonder how long that can last. Like he can kind of get away with not saying anything about strategy for, I don't know. He could do 10 Twitch sessions and never really give anything away. But are people still going to watch it after that just to kind of feel like they've got Jason Mercier in their back bedroom when they're playing online or whatever? I mean, I don't know. I'm interested. It's curious to me, the whole Twitch phenomenon. I also think, don't you think the whole thing is quite, I'm interested in it's very Truman Show, isn't it, the whole thing. You know, Jason Somerville has done something that a lot of people wouldn't really want to do. He's allowed people, it's funny, for someone that was closeted for such a long time, and in effect, you know, a big part of his very being was hidden from the world.
Yeah.
He's not hiding anything now. Like he's literally inviting people into his house many, many, many days a week for many, many hours at a time, and living his life through a kind of broadcast medium. That's a pretty weird change from one thing to another over a small number of years. And I don't really see a lot of the pros doing it.
Found a product that really,
he's brilliant.
really works and really engages people. I'm just astonished.
No, hats off to him, and I'm a big fan of his generally as a person, and I think he's a good guy. But just feel like a lot of those other people won't really be happy in giving of themselves so much. So I don't necessarily think, unless you're prepared to do that, you can really be successful on Twitch.
I would absolutely agree with that.
And he set the bar really high as well.
He has.
For other people to try and emulate is almost impossible.
I'm just going to give a quick update from the tournament that we're following. I haven't seen Johan in a hand for a short while, that's why me and Neil have been nattering away quite freely. Now, Johan's playing at 25,000, and with the blinds next level going to be 1K, 2K, so it's going to be down to around about 13 big blinds. Obviously, another 15 minutes left to go in this level. 179 remaining. Now, we're getting close to the money. I don't think it's a huge consideration at this stage, but we're going to just have a look at the tournament lobby, see what's going on here. Okay, currently 200 players remaining. The 1,170 that begun. We've got 153 places paid. So 47 from the money. Now, obviously, as commentators...
Sorry, I have a question I have to ask you. It just occurred to me. Because you were saying it's not a big consideration, the money. And I think we know that Johan is a professional poker player. He's clearly a decent player, and I'm sure he's getting the absolute lot at poker and doesn't have to worry about the min cash here, paying the rent next month. If he was at home playing this tournament and the eyes of the world were not on him, one thing might be slightly different from what's going to happen now as we approach the bubble. Do you think he's going to stall? Is he going to stall like a pro to try and make sure he makes the money? I think he's gonna, isn't he? He's gonna. He has to. He's a pro.
Got a rigid no stalling policy.
People are going to be stalling on the other
GPI
tables.
Studio.
People are going to be stalling on the other tables. How can you not stall? You have to stall if they're stalling.
It's currently on private property. Contractually obliged to not stall this.
I think it's going to be funny. He's going to feel like he can't stall because he's going to look bad in front of us people in the studio and the Twitch audience at home.
And rightly so. If anyone inferred that Johan doesn't care about the money from my wording of the things I said. What I meant was we're not quite at the stage of the tournament where a sort of bubble strategy is being deployed. But we're going to be getting close because so blinds coming up to a break. So after that break, blinds are going to be 1K, 2K.
This was a good test because there's been a shove and a reshove. If Johan had time banked that one, then we would know he was stalling for the money. Like, he was getting the early stall in.
So nines hold up against eights there.
Oh.
Hello, kings for Johan.
He must be a bit gutted that it's not the aces this time. It's merely the kings. But
when you get aces about once every orbit, kings sometimes can be received with a sort of tinge of disappointment.
Middle pair for
Middle
Johan.
pair,
This is you know, he's probably just sec mining now, I would imagine.
Probably going to limp to hit a king.
Well, the one question he might have in his mind is, you know, do I just shove or do I do a min raise? And the danger of the min raise here is that it's a crime if you end up, you know, if he had a min raised and the big blind just calls, and say the flop comes ace high, and the other guy decides to lead and he folds, and the other guy didn't have an ace, then that's a really, you know, just picking up the blinds is pretty important to Johan at the moment. So I think shoving is definitely the right policy there, and I think in that particular situation.
So,
which luckily he agreed with me on, so that's good. I must have got it right.
So, although Neil attempted to save Jamie's tables from a barrage of questions.
Well, I didn't. Then I asked him.
Then you asked him a
that,
question,
yeah.
and he's actually answered.
Okay.
I think
I'm
the biggest part is
interested to know.
consistency, so people know when they log on, you're going to be there. I think reliability and participating. My Twitch has jumped down. Thank you, Twitch. I think reliability and participating in the community also help a lot.
I think that's definitely true.
Quite a lot of things that work though.
Jamie's clearly done that, and Jason has very much done that. You know, you know that they're going to be on regularly, and you know when they're going to be on. Somebody like Daniel, it doesn't matter so much because he has the kind of superstar whatever.
Yeah.
But I can also see that they've asked him to do it. He's done a couple. He is a kind of a bit of a sicko, Daniel. He's quite, you know, he's got an addictive personality, and if he gets into something, he will do it. But if he's not really enjoying it, and he doesn't feel like he's getting much out of it, he's a busy man. And people are asking him to do stuff all the time, and he's doing media and stuff for Stars all the time. I could see him being inconsistent in his appearances on Twitch, and he can get away with it because he's Daniel. But if you're, say, for example, another one to single out, I love Jake, but if you're Jake, you know, kind of you're slightly lower down in the Stars pecking order, you probably can't get away with just being a bit sporadic in your appearances on it. You've got to either wholeheartedly embrace it or not bother, and I don't think it doesn't look like they're allowed to not bother, given that Jason Mercier is doing it now and Elke's doing it and whatever.
Okay, got a shove from Johan here. It's going to get a fold, so there was a open in pretty late position.
Because he won that hand with the kings, it got him back into a position where he actually had a decent, well, just about a reasonable 3-bet shove stack. It gives you so much more options when you can 3-bet shove and know that the amount of money you're putting in doesn't offer reasonable pot odds to a person with a middle strength hand.
You got with a 33k stack, very decent fold equity.
Absolutely. In
terms of
but if he was left with 24, he might get looked up by. You know, there's quite a lot of extra hands that he can get looked up by if he's sitting on 23 or 24 there. So yeah, I mean that kings was a big hand for him, and now he's kicking on now, and I think, you know, he's got a playable hand. He's on the button, and possibly he might think that you know, people may think he's found a hand because he's playing several hands on the spin, but didn't get away with that one.
That open was going to get met with a 3-bet by the big blind there. Something Something felt like he was.
Well, he had. I mean,
that.
when he had the hand before, and that was the player that he 3-bet to 8,000 when he had the aces. So possibly that guy feels like he's got it in for him. An ace in late position, obviously a strong hand. You have card elimination, means that it's less likely that your opponents behind you have an ace in their hand, so they're less likely to play back at you. On the other hand, you have just opened and been shoved on and immediately folded, and therefore, possibly people are more likely to play back at you in that situation. It's tricky. There's two ways of looking at it. I don't know. I mean, in a live tournament, I would have been a bit wary about my table image at that stage, and I might have thrown away that A7 for that reason. In an online tournament, less important because the blinds move up more quickly and you're getting more hands in, and I don't worry so much about that kind of thing.
I'm just going to keep an eye on the action. I'm going to bring Jamie Stables back in. He's giving a lot of nuggets of information to us. So along the lines of strategy, I think there are a very small core of people that want strategy and high-level stuff. In my experience, 95% of people are there for immediate, intermediate, beginner strategy, entertainment of some sort of story. Not produced reality, but actual reality of someone's life as a pro.
Mm-hmm.
Now, surround yourself with better players than you are. Like, try and get conversations with people about poker. I think that was answering a specific question.
Yeah, no, that's good. See, I'm interested in that because I sort of, generally speaking, outside of, the named PokerStars pros, a lot of the people doing Twitch are it's kind of an extension of training videos, isn't it? They're kind of doing live training videos, basically. And I just kind of wonder if that's really, that's quite a niche field, isn't it? Training videos anyway is a niche field, and there's already a load of training videos out there. So how many people really are saying, well, I tell you what, those training videos just don't do it for me. I need them to be live and interactive.
Okay, Johan's open shoving here with the ace jack.
Well, because he had his 2 opens and folds, which meant that he's down to 15 bigs. He doesn't really have that 3-bet shove stack anymore at these blind levels until he puts one through like that and gets it through. Now he has the 3-bet shove stack, and I'm sure if somebody had opened before him here, he would have been comfortable shoving the whole lot. Because he got that last one through, he probably feels like he's got a bit too much to shove this one, so he's going for the open and reassess depending on who plays back at you. I suggest if this guy 3-bets him, he might decide to go with it because they've had action before and this guy looks a bit lively. I don't know who he might fold to here. It's interesting. Obviously, if the button shoves on him, he's only got 13,000. He's going to be offered very tempting odds to call if it gets back round to him. This is an interesting spot, actually. Well, it's interesting if he doesn't get it through anyway.
Okay, so
he got it through.
2 hands in a row. Okay, going to go on break. Imagine we'll be talking to Laura Cornelius in due course, but in the meantime, I'm just going to have a look at the Twitch chat. So Poppy 1000. Should Johan's goal? I was actually asking Jamie Staples. We're actually being bypassed in the
it's good.
Twitch comments.
That's good. We can take a break. That's nice.
Okay, we're going to go to Laura Cornelius in the lounge, who.
Hello, I am here in the lounge. I was here with Johan. He's just disappeared. He's just run off. Obviously, he only gets those 5 minutes for a quick break, so he will be back shortly. I'm pretty sure of that. And when he comes back, we're going to chat to him about those last few hands that he's been playing. From time to time, I've been looking over his shoulder as well and watching in various hands. He's had aces a lot, hasn't he, this evening? Hopefully he'll be back shortly so we can catch up with him about those hands. But we had that anagram for you earlier. Let's see it. It was Vile Hippie that we showed for you. A few of you got it right. Come on, that's a pretty easy one. Neil Channing couldn't get it, could he? Can we see those letters rearrange? What does... There you go. Oh. There you go. Mr. Phil Ivey, that's who it was. Come on, that was obvious, was it not? I think so. We have some better ones coming, slightly longer ones, more difficult ones, spelling out more interesting words. Anyway, the first person who got that was Poker SNCO. So congratulations to you. Make sure you send us your email address and we will get you an Amazon gift card. We'll get a goodie sent to you. If you've just joined us, we are watching live coverage of one of our Scoop events. That is the Spring Championship of Online Poker. That is being played out on PokerStars right now. It started earlier on 5 p.m. Central European Time. It started at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. As we said, Johan, one of our players, we started with 3 players earlier on coming in to play from our Players Hub. 2 have left us, unfortunately. Johan is still trying to compete. He's got around 36k, but I did want to talk to him about the money bubble because that will be approaching very soon, I imagine. So, and if you want to stay interactive with us on Twitch, that's great. We've been talking about all sorts of different things. Who are our lookalikes? That was going well. Poker's lookalikes, we had a few as well of Simon Trumper, I think someone said looked like a football manager, something like that. So if you've got any more of them, then please do send them in to us on Twitch. As I said, we're going to be streaming with you tomorrow evening. There's some great events happening tomorrow. There's a $21,000 buy-in coming up tomorrow, and that's a heads-up tournament as well. So that's going to be very different to the one that we've been watching this evening. Obviously, the one we've been looking at has been a No Limit Hold'em 9-handed tournament, which is pretty standard when looking at the tournaments on PokerStars. But yeah, tomorrow I think the heads up one's going to be really interesting, and obviously it's a huge buy-in, $21,000. So obviously going to attract the poker elite. I would say we'll probably be watching Jason Mercier again. I imagine he's looking for a 4th Scoop title, and I think he's still in some of the events this evening. So we'll have a look and see if we can find him, and hopefully, as I said, he'll be playing that event tomorrow as well. And then it's the grand final of finals on Sunday evening. The main event is going to be obviously there's the low, the medium, and the high buy-in event. But that high buy-in main event on Sunday is I think it's a 10k buy-in, $10,000, and it's going to be $4 million worth of guaranteed prizes, and the winner in that one is going to walk away with over $1 million. So that is an absolute whopper. Someone could become a millionaire on Sunday evening thanks to the Spring Championship of Online Poker. Right, we gave you an anagram of Phil Ivey earlier. We've got another one for you now. Okay, are you ready for this one? Get ready to try and rearrange those letters. I think this one's quite easy too, but you know, it's only day one. We'll start you off with the easy ones. Beer olive. I know Neil Channing is looking at that one and he's trying to work it out. And I genuinely don't think he can work that one out. Beer olive. That is your new anagram to try and work out. You know what is good news? We have Johan back. He's here.
I'm here.
He is on the sofa. He's just getting himself mic'd up, and we're going to chat to him about some of the hands that he has played. Okay, so we're on another break. Tell us what's been going down in the last hour. Let's talk about what I leaned over your shoulder at one part because you had aces again. How many times have you had aces in this tournament?
6 times.
6 times?
6 times.
Who gets aces 6 times in a tournament?
Aces 6 times in no tournament.
6 times?
It happens today. But yeah, sometimes I had to fold and lost a big pot. Sometimes I won little pot. One time I had aces against kings. So yeah, of course I was lucky to be still here, close to the money, 15, maybe 16%.
How many have you got to go?
How many to go to the money? 30 players.
13.
So yeah, we are like.
Oh, we're really close to the bubble right now.
We are 16% of the field left, something like that.
And so talk us through the bubble and your stack size and what you're going to have to do.
20 blind, I should shove against people who raise too much to steal the blind. So it's called a re-steal. I should raise in late position when I have a Ren who can flop something or to steal the blinds when I have more between, let's say, between 17 and 25 blind, I can steal a lot. Then when I go down 17 blinds, I cannot raise to raise fold. It's not very good. I prefer to use my stack to shove over the raises. Yeah, it's not post flop. It's all about playing pre-flop now, most of the time.
Okay.
And I hope to double up. Yeah, of course we want to. I want to make the money because it's like $800 if I make the money. But
so the min cash, so the buy-in $215, the min cash is $800.
Yeah, I did one rebuy, so yeah, we are for $400 spending. So yeah, it's double of the spending, so it's cool. But I would like to go further because there is like $92,000 for the first place. So let's try to win. We are one player on 186 gonna win 92,000. So
we have our fingers crossed for you. We want you to do it. Obviously, good luck to everyone that's playing in this Scoop event. But obviously, we want Johan to do it.
Of course.
I've got to ask you a question. Everyone in the studio, Johan, has noticed the fact that you're wearing 2 watches.
Yeah, always.
Why?
I have 2 different time. I have Sliema, where we are,
yes,
the city,
Malta time.
Yeah, Malta time, and French time. It's 11 minutes difference.
What?
Yeah, you didn't know? It's, yeah.
I don't understand.
No, 11 minutes different, but people don't count it. But yeah, it is.
So you have one watch that's 11 minutes faster than the other.
Yeah.
Can you not just remember?
No, it's very difficult. I'm too bad in mathematics, so I prefer to have.
That's why you're a poker player, yeah?
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. There is no no time difference, but yeah, I like it.
I was gonna say, I think you're having me on, aren't you?
No, some people believe that. Some people believe, but you're not. You're not that blonde.
Well, yeah. I don't know. Let's not start that debate on Twitch, shall we?
No.
So there's no reason.
No real reason. It's like you have tattoo or something. You have tattoo.
Do I have a tattoo?
Yeah.
I don't have a tattoo. No.
Me too, but I have 2 watches. Me neither, but I have 2 watches.
I like it. It's cool.
Thank you.
But why not one watch on one each wrist? Why?
Yeah, I could, but.
Do you ever change it up? Do you ever do one watch
No,
here,
it's
one watch
always
here?
like that.
Wear one on your ankle, maybe?
Why not? Gonna see in the future if I win the. I think there is a scoop watch for the first. They give podcasters give a scoop watch.
Do you think 3 watches on your arm might be pushing it?
Before I had 3 watches, but to continue poker, I had to sell one.
Your screen name should be the Watchman.
Watchman. Why not? Can I change it?
Must get heavy though, huh?
It's like sometimes I fall on my desk, then it's cool.
Okay, right. So 13 players to go until we make the money.
Yeah.
We have our fingers crossed for you. That's gonna happen.
That's gonna happen.
In the next half an hour, would you say?
I would say so. Yeah. 30 minutes and we're gonna be in the money, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna hand back over to the commentary team. If you hear a whoop, that probably means Johan has made the money. Okay, back to you, Neil and Roland.
Believing him about the 11 minutes. I don't know about you.
For those of you who need reminding, our guest Johan almost convinced Laura Cornelius that there's an 11-minute time difference between France and Malta. I was pretty impressed with the attempt. It didn't have me for a second, let alone 11 minutes.
I was just imagining like phone calls home to France where they're like, "What are you doing ringing at this time?" You know, he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot the time difference. I woke you up."
The confusion was etched over Laura Cornelius's face pretty convincingly. Neil, were you buying that one? 11 minutes time difference between France and Malta?
I thought it was 17, so he had me completely.
That's okay. Guys on Twitch, did you believe Johan? Let us know. Okay, so anyway, going to rejoin the action. We are into the later stages of day one of this tournament. We are currently at the level about to go to 1,000, 2,000.
It was good. It was good to hear Johan. Obviously, we were impressed by his analysis in the previous break, but in this one, very much he was giving the opinion that he prefers to use his chips for 3-bet shoving, and he is very wary of blinding down to a level at which he can't really afford to 3-bet shove effectively. And I think that's been very noticeable in his play. That, for example, there was a hand where he shoved all in from middle position, and I felt like he was kind of saying, "Well, I don't want to go any lower because I want to maintain my hand, my chip stack for a 3-bet shove." It was when he had the kings, and he shoved all in. Now, some players might have said, "Well, I'd like to gamble here, and I'm just going to min raise, and if I get called, I can play a flop and I give myself a good chance to double up." Somebody might catch top pair, or maybe they'll decide that I don't have too many chips and they can afford to play a hand against me. But I think the danger with that is that you bleed away. Maybe it comes ace high and you end up folding on the flop, and you've lost 2 or 3 big blinds in the hand, and you've dropped under the level at which you can comfortably 3-bet shove. And he's very aware that he doesn't want to do that, and I think that's absolutely correct strategy.
So interesting what he said about the bubble too. Obviously, we've got a slightly inflated bubble due to the
because
the
there's a
rebuy
tournament.
I mean, kind of feels like it's a sort of 4 times buy-in bubble, but essentially it's still a sort of a min cash, double. If you'd assume that most players are taking the add-on. Now, currently sitting at 176 players, and obviously Johan's told us how importantly he's going to be taking this bubble. So it'd be interesting once we sort of get into the kind of bubble section of the tournament, and hopefully probably within the next hour, I'd say. So kind of playing an average stack of 76,000. So blinds currently at 1K, 2K. So playing an average stack of around 37, 38 big blinds. So should be losing a few players at a fairly steady rate. I'm just going to take a quick look at the chip counts as things stand. We've got an Angel of Death at the top of the counts with almost 300,000. So there's some pretty it's a pretty hefty stack, especially given the second place stack's only it's a good 70,000 clear of the second place. Just gonna have a little scan down the list, see if there's anyone we recognise. Neil Channing to
yeah, I'm gonna have to
cast his eyes over that one.
Let me have a look, see if I can see anyone that we haven't seen for a while.
Just noticed that our guest Johan is also in the Twitch chat, so any questions for Johan can be asked directly to Johan. I probably should apologise to Jamie Staples after the Twitch chat exploded with questions for him. And thank you for redirecting the questions back to the commentators. We don't want to be completely redundant.
That was nice to have him on there to pick his brains, actually, because I do think the whole phenomena of Twitch is pretty interesting, and he definitely is someone that really gets it, and he's done very well out of it so far.
Johan's opening King Queen here in middle position. He's going to get that one through. So he's hovering around the 35k mark.
Yeah, that was kind of an interesting one. I mean, obviously King Queen is not like a super brilliant hand, and he decided that with 17 big blinds he could afford to do an ordinary kind of min open rather than feeling the need to shove. Of course, if he had have shoved King Queen, he's not going to be in love with any hand that calls. The match up against any hand that calls him is not a great one. yeah, he may get some hands that he would be flipping against to fold. You know, hands like probably 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s probably fold their hand. He may even get 7s or 8s to fold. But you know, often when he gets called, he's going to be dominated because he's going to get called by people with ace king, ace queen, and that's not going to be a great thing for him. So yeah, it was interesting. I guess he was saying he's going to min open and fold to a shove. We'll never know. Well, we might ask him later, but it's probably it'll turn into not a very interesting hand in that it'll drift off and he'll have played 20 more hands in the next hour. But I just find that quite interesting that he chose to min open, presumably with the intention of folding to most people who could shove on him there. I'm imagining he wouldn't call it off with the king queen.
I mean, he's certainly shown he's not afraid to open fold a lot of sort of weaker hands for come in for a min raise off a sort of 20 big blind stack. Obviously, I think once he's dipped below 18 big blinds, he started looking to open shove.
I'm sure he's very conscious of the fact that every time his stack drops below 18 big blinds, he wants to try and get it back nearer to 20 again. And just nicking that one blind to do that is pretty important. I mean, that, you might be watching it thinking, well, they're talking a lot about a king-queen where he just raised and stole the blinds, but that is actually a pretty important hand for the future of his tournament, because now he's back to having a stack. It's going to go down again because he's in the blinds next hand, but, he always wants to be back to having a stack where if somebody raises and he 3-bet shoves, they're not pot committed to call with a wide range of hands, and he's got a chance of getting that 3-bet through. He's not in this one, but the whole of the rest of the table is. It's gone bananas, this hand.
Absolutely monstrosity of a pot developing here.
Yeah.
There's 140,000 in there already. Still got 2 players left to make a decision.
Yeah, Gregor opened, and Minty, who's been playing quite a lot of hands, went for a 3-bet. And then it's gone 4-bet, and suddenly a cold 5-bet. I mean, what is the cold 5-bet range approaching the bubble in a reasonably? Okay. Yeah, I think it is.
Queens. Yeah, now there's the queen.
I think the cold 5-bet range might be queens and above.
So who's 154 is going to suck out there in a really big pot, and that's going to be amongst the chip leaders after that pot. Probably good enough for second place in the chip stacks. Interesting to see what Johan does here with ace-5. Okay, now that's going to put a spanner in the works. Just going to come to a question from Jonah Vella regarding the GPI Player of the Year race. It's an interesting topic actually, because obviously you're right in thinking that Dimitar Ivanovic is currently at the top. Now, obviously, 2015 has been the year of Ivanovic. Obviously, I don't think anyone's going to doubt that. However, we're currently about a few days, so we're just under a week away from the start of the World Series of Poker. And as far as I'm aware, Dimitar Ivanovic will not be at the World Series of Poker, as he's not 21. So it's going to be hard for him to hold on to that position, I would imagine.
So you're saying I've got a shot, basically?
You absolutely have, Neil. And actually, on that note, obviously, when the second edition of the Global Poker Masters runs, it would be nice to have Mr. Neil Channing on Team UK. So you've got a bit of work to do, Neil. But a decent World Series could change that a little bit.
I don't think I'm going to play enough tournaments. Sadly,
And actually, GPI is assessed over a 3-year period, so this might be a sort of long-term project to us.
I did play at least 6 tournaments this year, so it's
Some interesting goings on in the studio at the moment. We're not going to dwell on that too much. So Dimitar Ivanovic, currently at the top of the Player of the Year list. He's had an incredible 2015, absolutely a phenomenal talent. See a lot of sort of good, solid players coming out of Poland at the moment. Probably helped in part by the success of Dominik Panka, winner of the 2014 PCA, incredible ambassador for poker in Poland and poker all over world, really. It's very charming and level-headed individual. Okay, so we've got 6-9 off here for Johan, which will be folded. Currently playing 30,000, so blinds at 1-2. So 15 big blinds. I imagine he's going to be into open shoving territory pretty soon.
I mean, he got that one
position dependent, I guess.
He nicked that blind before, but he was straight in the blinds again, and he's back to square one really with this kind of 15, 16 big blinds. So I'm sure to him in an ideal world now, he's going to find something in the next 3 hands that's worth shoving with.
Okay, getting an idea of what's going on in regards to the chip counts. A player called I Need Sheet from Korea. Slightly interesting username. Just going to take a little look at the lobby, see, just assess the bubble situation. Because we're going to.
I don't know too many of those on the leaderboard.
The play is going to slow down as we get to the bubble. Obviously, Neil posed the question earlier as to whether we're going to see some stalling in our studio. Bit of an anti-stall kind of guy. Probably one of the few things that ever gets me riled at the table is slowness. I think stalling falls into that category. I mean, strategically and in term EV-wise, it's obviously important part of the strategy of the game. More speaking as a casual player, I find it something that definitely alienates occasional players like myself.
Of course.
Now, just to give you a quick update, we are currently 9 off the money, so 162 players remaining, 153 will get paid. So I'm guessing things will slow down a little. We're going to keep an eye on Johan's stack. Obviously, Johan's following the Twitch chat, and looks like he's doing it in English and French. So any of those questions that were coming in French, you could aim them directly to Johan, and you're highly likely to get an answer. Poppy 1000, can you just fold King Queen off under the gun? Did we see a fold of King Queen under the gun?
There was a hand where Johan, I don't know, did I? I'm not sure whether I just missed that, but there was.
I certainly didn't see it. King Queen fold.
He opened the King Queen. Since the last break, he's opened a King Queen from early position, and everybody folded. That was off of a 20 big blind stack. So, he min opened, and he probably felt that if it's not going to totally kill his tournament if he drops to 18 bigs as opposed to 20. He still has 3-bet fold equity. 3-bet shove. If he 3-bet shoves, he's got fold equity. But I mean, if I had 18 bigs and I was worried that falling down to 16 would take me below the range at which I can 3-bet shove on people, I'll be less inclined to raise with that hand. But it might still be the bottom of my range for raising in that situation.
Okay, currently 20 minutes past 1 Central European time. Notice the interest in the pizza has taken a surge. See the pretty large team here at the
is that what it was?
GPI HQ.
I thought someone was giving away free money or something like that.
Yeah, there was certainly a stampede towards the
felt like it, didn't it?
Action on the food table.
It is frustrating, obviously, if you are pretty short stacked in a tournament. You feel like you're not really involved in the game, and there's not much you can do, and your decisions are basically, do I want to go all in with this hand? And after 4 or 5 hours of working hard, it's a bit miserable sometimes, but that is basically what it comes down to. I mean, this one would have been a kind of an interesting possible what do I do here type thing, but there's a min open under the gun, so it just becomes a very easy fold.
Okay, we're down to 161 runners, so 8 off the money now. We're going to take a look at, I know we've been focusing on the leaders in the chip game. Let's take a look at who's down the bottom, obviously see if we can more relevant at this point. Okay, we've got a few stacks of 50k. We're not getting the stacks of the other players at this stage. Potentially an issue with our lobby. Anyway, we'll come back to that idea.
Oh, it's always like that. Only the top 100 in chip order, then it goes in alphabetical order. Is that what your question was?
Oh yeah, that's my ignorance of the lobby. Okay, so you're still 161. I mean, there will be, Johan's playing 15 big blinds roughly, and there will be players lower than that, so I don't think he's in immediate danger. I wouldn't say he was in the bottom 9 stacks at this stage. Obviously we've got the smaller stack of 4,000, so I think there's going to be a few sub 30k stacks, so I don't imagine Johan will be getting out of line at all, or sort of taking up any marginal spots at this point.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because now he has gone below that level at which he's got a comfortable 3-bet shove stack with fold equity. Maybe he might say to himself, okay, well, my only play now is to open shove. I can't really shove over the top of someone without a proper hand. And once you're in the realms of open shoving, the difference between open shoving 15 big blinds and 12 big blinds is very little. I mean, obviously, clearly, if you shove 15 big blinds and get it through, and get action and double up, you clearly double up to a bigger amount. But if you simply just shove and get it through, it doesn't really change your chance of winning the tournament that much, whether you shove 15 and get it through or shove 12 and get it through. But if you wait until you get 12, maybe you've already made the money by that stage, if you see what I mean.
Okay, I'm going to bring you back to a question about a hand that played out a couple of minutes ago, not involving Johan. The hand where we saw queens get it all in against kings.
Did I think the queens was a bit loose?
Would you have 5-bet the queens there?
I was thinking about that at the time. I was kind of feeling like that was a bit... I wouldn't have been in love with the hand. I mean, I think, you get dealt queens, you're like, oh, this is good. It goes... The action was open from under the gun, 3-bet, cold 4-bet, and now it's on you. I don't know. The guy who 3-bet was pretty loose and had a big stack, and the guy that cold 4-bet was kind of loose. And you have got queens. But you've also got quite a lot of extra chips. If I only had 25 big blinds, I'd find it hard to fold that. But if I know that I could lose the whole lot here and I've got a really decent stack, which I can... I mean, the guy had about 80,000 in there at the start of that hand. It's a pretty decent stack, and he's basically... I'm not saying that he doesn't want to go out because the bubble's approaching, because it's not really that. It's just that he's got a stack from which he can win the tournament, and queens against a cold 4-better is a lot less of a hand than queens against just an open and a 3-bet. I can see arguments for folding the queens, but I think if I had Johan's stack, I might just go, do you know what, let me try and win the tournament, let me stick it in with queens and just hope the other guys have got ace-king or jacks. I think with that guy's stack 80 grand, I think I might have folded the queens, actually.
Okay, interesting. Okay, we're down to 156 players. There are 153 getting paid, so we're 3 off the money.
I could easily be wrong on that one as well, and I'd be interested to hear what people on Twitch want to say about that, because I haven't been in that situation often enough to know what the correct answer is.
Okay, Kobo111 off to bed. Thanks for joining us, Kobo. There's another question for Neil, which I imagine he'll know the answer to.
Possible.
It involves betting. Which bookies will have odds up for the World Series of Poker main event?
It's funny you should say that. I just wrote my column for Bluff Europe about 3 days ago, and it was about betting on poker. And I actually wrote that no bookies have any odds up that I could find at the moment, which is kind of annoying. You'd think they would. I actually wrote an email to Skybet to say, because I'm sponsored by Sky Poker, and I think it's a really good kind of tie-in for bookmakers that have a poker site attached to them, which William Hills and Ladbrokes and people like that all have poker. They're all skins of various networks. If they offer poker betting, they can do kind of cross-branding between their products, and I think it's a good thing. Hopefully Skybet will come up with some. I know there's markets on Betfair, And I know Matchbook, which is a betting exchange, have done poker betting in the past. It's quite tricky to bet on the World Series itself because with 6,500, 7,000 players, even say you want to tell me that Jason Mercier, Phil Ivey, and Daniel Negreanu are the favourites, there's still 1,000 to 1 to win it. Maybe you would argue they should be bigger than that. If someone walks into a bookies and says, give me £200 on Daniel Negreanu at 1,000 to 1, that's a huge liability for that bookie just to try and win your £200. And if you're the fella in charge of the poker department at Ladbrokes or something, and you put up that price, and now Daniel Negreanu wins, and they lose £250,000 and their share price, comes under pressure, you probably lose your job, and nobody really thanks you for winning the company
for the 200 euros when you bust.
So it's easier for the guy who's looking at the possibility of doing that to say, actually, let's not bother. I think it's quite nice if they have betting on things like who will be the top past champion, or who will be the top woman, or will any of the November 9 from last year make the money, or how many players will play in the main event. Also, they have that other tournament, the one drop 111,000 111.
Oh yeah, the high roller for one drop.
That's probably going to get like 100 players in it, I guess. Maybe 200.
I'm
maybe
thinking
200.
more towards the 200.
Yeah, maybe
the super high rollers have just been
you're right.
such,
so maybe 200. Now the favourite's going to be 25 to 1 in that, and most people are going to be 100 to 1 or 150 to 1. These are more manageable sums now. Now, if you're a bookie and somebody wants to have £200 on somebody,
yeah, it kind of brings it more in line with something like golf, where you have
exactly.
You're not looking at complete long shots, but still
it's a much more kind of a normal kind of betting event now. So I think some bookies will do that.
Okay, thank you, Non-Profit, for bringing the background noise to our attention. Someone will be taking care of that.
Is it a bit fuzzy, or is the noise of people talking?
We'll find out. Okay. So the other question in relation to the book on the World Series was whether you're going to be playing the main event yourself, and whether you have a good feeling this year.
I'm going to be playing the main event for sure, 100%. I definitely will be going in a lot fresher than I have in other years, because I won't have been in Vegas for 7 weeks and played 30 tournaments already. But there will probably be close to 7,000 players in the event. If I really felt like I was, I don't know, I mean, I think I'm better than a lot of the people that play in the main event, because there's a lot of people that are ticking off a bucket list, or just rich, or just fancied it. But on the other hand, I think actually it's not as good of a thing as it used to be to play in terms of the value available. I think that
because of the standard's
gone up a lot.
Yeah.
I think
it doesn't surprise me.
I think the starting stack going up. When you used to get 10,000 chips for $10,000, it was a more random thing.
I mean, that's just super deep the whole way through.
You're super deep the whole way through, and the skilled players come to the fore.
And actually, in the last few years, when you look at the last 30 or 40 players in the main event, you generally get at least
a lot of big
75% of them are well known, and maybe not household names, but just very good players, usually with an online background.
Go back over the last 4 or 5 years and look at the November 9s. I can think of 3 or 4 people that turned out to not be very good at poker when it came down to it.
I mean, the year that springs to mind most kind of vividly is
obviously
the year
people remember Darwin Moon.
But there was one year, the year Ben Lamb and Phil Collins and Owen O'D. The closing stages of that main event were just filled with very, very good players.
Yeah.
It was,
you're right. Yeah. And this year, I mean, Jakobsen and I don't think there wasn't a weak link in the final. I don't think. I think they all played really well. I think Jorrit von Hoofer's a brilliant player.
Okay, we're on the complete bubble now, so imagine the action will be going hand for hand.
I don't know whether...
I'm watching the lobby live. We're on a slight delay for the purposes of our stream, so you may see the hand for hand implementation come in a minute or two. Okay, here we go.
I'm not sure, and it's interesting because it's obviously the first time we've done this in terms of the level of knowledge of people that are watching, but I guess we should explain why they do hand for hand and what that actually means.
Absolutely.
Do you want to do that?
I'll introduce it and you can elaborate. Okay, so for those of you who aren't completely familiar with tournament poker, when we're one off the money in a tournament, sometimes two off the money, depending on who's running the tournament, the play will go to hand for hand. So what we mean by hand for hand is every table in the tournament will play one hand, followed by a wait until action is finished at every other table. This ensures that the same number of hands are played at this point, the same number are played throughout the tournament on every table. Now, Neil will take us through what are the problems that are solved by hand for hand and what would happen if we didn't play hand for hand.
Well, yeah, if you were sitting there with a very small number of chips worrying about whether you're going to make the money or not, you might come to the conclusion that it would be a good idea if your table didn't have any hands and you just sat there and didn't have to make any decisions at all while people on the other tables were getting knocked out of the tournament. And you could achieve that by taking an inordinate amount of time over trivially easy decisions in the hope that someone else on one of the other tables will bust while you're doing that. Obviously, if everyone does that, it just kind of spoils the tournament because it really slows everything right down to a halt. And it's actually really unfair on the people who have a kind of slightly low stack. People like Johan, actually, who haven't got a completely tiny stack, but have a stack whereby if we jump to the next blind level, they're really in trouble. So they need to play some hands on this blind level to get their stack into a more healthy spot. And so to be fair to everyone, hand for hand just means that there's no advantage to taking a long time over your decisions because everyone's going to play the same number of hands. And in live tournaments that happens just as much as online, and it kind of adds to the drama of the whole thing in live tournaments and can be quite an amusing kind of thing. Usually lots of cheering when you make the bubble, and in a bigger tournament.
It's certainly an entertaining feature of a lot of televised broadcasts.
Normally involves a lot of running around the tables to see where you're going, and the tournament directors asking everyone to stay in their seat and not move around. I would like to see more of that online, really.
Just going to interrupt you, Neil. Now in a position to congratulate Johan, as we are now in the money in Scoop Event 38. So congratulations, Johan. One of our pros has made the money.
Superb. Well, I mean, the good news is that Johan will almost certainly be responsible for buying tomorrow night's pizza.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's made the money. I mean, he just plays for the love of the game anyway. He probably doesn't even need the money. I mean, he's got 2 watches, this man. I mean, what does he need money for? A third watch?
I've heard he's got so much money that his bank accounts are full.
He stores all his money
store it like under
his wrist in the form of watches.
A mattress, anywhere he can find space. Anyway, Johan has locked up a minimum of €803.40 for his trouble. I'm pretty sure now he's going to try and build a stack so he can make a run at the big money.
I'm hoping he'll leave a small gratuity. I mean, what was it? 803.
€803.40.
Maybe if he just takes the round 800 and leave the rest for the team.
I'm familiar with the concept of tipping the dealers after a successful score. I'm not sure I've ever been told of anyone tipping the commentators, but it could be a trend that we could look to implement.
We could promote that a little bit. We'll get him feeling bad.
So maybe if the Twitch community would like to put some pressure on Johan to.
Now, of course, the phenomena that we often experience immediately after the bubble is that people who were as timid as a mouse in the run-up to the money suddenly become as bold as a lion. You know, the person that gets dealt ace 6 and ace 7 when you're 3 places off the money is quite happy to fold that hand, and suddenly ace 3 and ace 4 becomes a monster after the. And in fact, if you do kind of have a couple of sort of ace jack, ace queen kind of hands after the money, you can often find that you get your money in and you're dominating somebody. So
because people expect your range to be much wider.
Because people shove with a wide range, and you can, you know, people with sub 15 big blinds that were waiting suddenly stop waiting. So it's a really good time to pick up a hand like ace queen, because you know, you might find that somebody with a lower stack. There isn't really anyone on this table with a kind of 20 grand stack, but.
I've got a raise under the gun here, and I'm
we might
going to see a shove from.
I'm certain that Johan's
astonished if there's any other outcome.
Well, especially with this particular guy, Minty Wake has been pretty active. The only thing that's interesting is if this happens, somebody else has 3-bet shoved, which makes it slightly harder for Johan.
Might turn this into a fold, I think.
He did fold.
I quite like that, actually.
I think it's interesting, and I don't know the answer, so you know. I mean, because I think you wouldn't have had to watch that much of this table to know that Minty Wick is, you know, he's a pretty lively player.
I think
he's playing a lot of hands. He's raising with, you know, less than premium hands, and I'm sure Johan
we can discuss with Johan.
I'm sure Johan would have very happily stuck it in against just that open, but the other person getting involved makes it way harder.
Ace Queen looks.
It goes from being a monster to shriveling.
Pretty once the action in front of him changes. Now, I'm going to just give you an idea of what's happening now in this tournament. Obviously, now we've burst through the bubble. We've just jumped all the way down to 142 players. This is in line with what Neil has been explaining. We're going to see probably a fairly
a sudden rush by people who need to get to bed. They're just like, I got my money, I'm happy.
So I think we may go down to somewhere around the 100 mark in the next hour or so. Perhaps that's a little bit over-egging the pudding, but certainly going to lose players at a swifter rate than we were before.
How many have we lost since the bubble break?
We've lost 11.
Yeah, I mean,
sort of 11 in
5
sort
minutes.
Of 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So going to see players getting it in. Johan's going to need to find something pretty soon if he wants.
Well, the blinds are going to go up in 10 minutes as well, so that's another factor that is going to shift things along. Not just for Johan. No.
Just a quick update from the high scoop if anyone's wanting a little bit of info off that. Going to be playing with 67 players at the moment, and Shipley has currently got 118,000. Coco Jones from, I believe that's Denmark, could be wrong.
And DJ Kelly in second.
Dan Kelly's up there. So 36 we paid in this tournament.
Chris Brammer sitting there in 8th place.
Georgie Danza still going strong.
Sir Watts.
That's Mike Watson, I believe.
And Darren Elias. So yeah, a lot of really good players in there.
Jack Siang, Mr. Jack Salter still going strong. 26,000.
Amak 316.
Is it Amit Makija, is it?
I think so, as far as I know. Who else have we got?
Interesting spot here for Johan with the ace-8 of hearts. Okay, he's just going to let that one go pretty quickly. Hasn't got much fold equity at this point.
Yeah, he's probably thinking that his 3-bet shoving days are for the second behind him, and he'd rather just be an open shover at this stage.
Okay, I'm currently on the lobby of the medium scoop. Have a look, just a quick look down there.
Yeah, that's
got a team pro there from the UK.
Mehmet Mori, is that? That's oh damn, that's really bad. I really like him. He's a PokerStars Online team pro.
Okay.
He lives in the UK. He's originally a Scandi.
Okay, we're back in the lobby of the.
We'll call him a Londoner for now.
Back in the lobby of the high scoop.
I'm feeling so bad because I follow him on Twitter and I like him and I know him and I just can't think of his damn name for a second. That's so bad. Apologies.
Okay, I'm just going to keep an eye on the action here. Okay.
feeling bad. It'll come to me in a second. I'm so bad with names recently. That's what happens when you get old. Go on, skim down there a little bit. Let me see if I see anyone else.
Okay, it's going to come back to the Twitch. So keep your questions coming in. We're going to be on air for a little while longer, obviously following the fortunes of Johan as he tries to run up a stack to have a good go at this tournament, which will continue tomorrow. We'll be following all the way in this. Obviously you had the caption competition from Laura to get you thinking.
Mickey, of course it's Mickey Peterson, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
How do I not remember that? That's so bad. Sorry, Mickey. He's a very good follow on Twitter, actually. Highly recommend him.
I think I currently follow him. I'll have to
he's very funny.
Take your advice there. Okay. So yeah, Johan's dipped below 20,000 here, and he's obviously going to be a little bit frustrated that the hands haven't arrived, and especially when you have to fold the ace queen in the situation he did, and also picking up ace eight of hearts, which would have been a pretty fine hand to open shove with. Okay, got a big hand here. Hand.
Big flop.
Almost a coin flip on that flop, I think.
Yep. And the kings hold up.
Kings are going to hold. And Johan's been moved.
Yeah.
And as he's moved, he's going to pick up the ace king of hearts.
Well, that's a pretty nice move. Obviously, the people on this table won't realise that he's been playing reasonably snugly, but they may assume that from the fact that he's only got 20,000 now.
The comment from Rain Man on the fold of ace queen by Johan. I think between us we thought that it was actually okay. I mean, the comment in a vacuum, fold ace queen with 9 big blinds without any context sounds like it could be bad, but in the context of the hand, there was an open from under the gun, I think, and a shove, kind of in sort of middle to late position. So I don't think Johan was in love with ace queen. I don't think he felt there were any hands that he could dominate in that situation, or even flip against. So I think
he had only slightly, but he had slightly more than 9 as well.
Possibly, yeah. This was before he dipped below 10 big blinds, I think.
Like 14, but
I believe he's doubled up though. I didn't see the hands.
Yeah, I think it was fine. I think it was fine. The only thing I quickly noticed this table because I was just checking because I couldn't remember whether Ludovic was Ludovic.
Would that be Ludovic?
Gaelic. Yeah, Gaelic is that how you say it? And it is. Yes, it is. So.
Okay, Ludo's obviously a incredibly action player. He's going to be fun to follow if we've got him on our feature table. He's interesting kind of mix of nationalities. Obviously,
I was counted him as Scottish.
German. I think he actually plays with the German flag.
Does he? I didn't realise that.
Check that out. He's obviously got a sort of German-sounding name, but I think he has German parents. Obviously, talks with one of the most thick Glaswegian accents
I've only played with him once. I found him amusing, and I liked him. He plays his gravy boat sometimes.
Okay.
So
this table move for Johan's obviously.
Well, he's got the ace king again, this is a perfect one because we're assuming he doesn't get a walk.
Okay, it's going to get shoved. It's going to be a snap call.
Yeah,
and it's got to hold against queen 10, and there's a queen.
Oh no, that's
and there's another queen, and that's it for. That's a really sad way to end the night for Johan.
Well, I mean,
I feel kind of.
I feel gutted for him
because I've been kicked in the stomach there.
He finally had a chance to really get some chips, didn't he?
Yes, he got the first double up to 40. Would have taken him up to 80k. I mean, it was maybe a 60-40 spot there with ace king against queen 10.
Really
you're going to lose at a decent percentage of the time, but in the circumstances, just a horrible spot for.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely happy to get your money in there. Slightly stronger than that, actually.
Okay.
But Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of disappointment around the GPI studio here.
Yeah, look, now it comes his
huge,
flop the next
huge,
time. Look,
yeah.
this it would have been 2 pair against the straight. Now it comes.
Huge support for Johan around the studio, and obviously on Twitch. Obviously, Johan has been an absolutely exceptional guest.
Well, he played it. I mean, he played so well. And
okay, so we're going to go to Laura Cornelius now to find out what happened to Johan and get his thoughts on the matter. And this is also going to be goodbye from me and Niels. I believe after this interview, it's going to be the end of the show. So thank you, everyone who's joined us. Huge thank you to Neil Channing. We're going to be joining you again tomorrow.
Well, thank you, Roland. I look forward to tomorrow. I thought it was. We saw some great poker.
Okay, and let's go over to Laura Cornelius, who's with Johan.
Sadly, yeah, that was just, it all happened at once. You moved tables, you got ace king, you got up to 44k. We thought you were going to be there. We thought we were going to see you tomorrow, and then it went wrong.
Yeah, I got ace king. He shoved on the small blind, almost 20 blind with queen 10 off, which is okay, I guess. And I snap call with ace king, and he hit the queen, so he won the 90k pot. It would have been nice to have 40 BBs, but I'm pretty happy to make it EM, and that's good.
Pretty much you didn't do anything wrong there, could you? I mean, it's just poker at the end of the day, which obviously you play a lot of poker, you know that.
I was lucky in a lot of spots, so sometimes you should you cannot win every showdown. So this one I lost. So
we saw an interesting spot actually when you had ace jack and you decided to fold, and we thought you might ace queen.
Yeah.
Talk us through that, because we thought you might jam that one.
It was very close. I had 10 BBs in the big blind, under the gun, which was very active open, and the bottom shoved for 20 big blinds. And I think with ace queen here, against the bottom range, I have like 40% in average. I don't think I'm in flip in average, so I think I have better spot. Because I think he's shoving ace queen plus. He's not shoving ace jack for me because the opponent is under the gun, so he's not pushing ace jack against an under the gun raise, even if the guy was very active, I think. And then he's shoving nines plus, so yeah. I decided to fold, and I'm happy with my fold.
You made the money, which is the
main
thing.
900.
And that was kind of, you know, it was hard to watch at times because you were really short stacked and you just weren't getting the right hand, were you?
I was
the bubble there.
During
I was feeling that for you too.
Yeah, 3 hours short stack. I had to double up, and this was a nice spot to double up and have a pretty good stack to start playing poker post flop. But it didn't happen. It's not that bad. It's a good result for mono-tabling tournament in a night to make it EM. So I'm happy with that.
Tell us how much you cashed for.
$910.
Nice. And not to forget, obviously, the last longer which you won as well.
I should claim my money. I'm gonna.
Don't forget to do that. It may be late, you know, if you want to go to sleep, but don't forget to claim your money.
I'm very tired. I just slept like 3 hours last night, but
really?
I'm in.
And obviously, we are hopefully going to see you in some more Scoop events. There's 2 more days.
I might be on
event?
Sunday. Let's keep in touch with Alex and the team.
Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for letting us see you play poker and see exactly what was going on in your mind.
Laura?
I'm Laura, yeah.
Laura.
Or Laura, however
Laura
you
in
want to call
Italiano. It's better. I like it.
That's fine.
Nice to meet you. It was a pleasure for me.
Thank you so much for letting us watch, and hopefully we'll get to see some more of your action.
Okay, cool.
Maybe in the next 2 days. Don't forget, we hope that you've enjoyed the show that we've shown you this evening. We're going to be back here tomorrow night. We're going to be back here Sunday evening as well. Tomorrow evening, though, we're going to be showing you action from the $21,000 buy-in. It's a heads-up high roller, so that is sure to be really, really good viewing. Do join us then. We are going to be back here at 8 p.m. Central European time, or that will be 2 p.m. Eastern time. So we will see you then. We wish you the best of luck at the felt, and good night.